I below now. See what you make me discover. Kelly, don't change my persona. The revelation is in order.
What we need are African solutions to global problems. We need to be talking about how we can bring the continent and the leading country in the continent, Nigeria, to build a better future together.
We just feel so blessed to be standing here knowing that ACM 2023 is going to be bigger, better, richer.
We must begin to tell our story ourselves and change that whole narrative. That is why we must all continue to invest in all of these platforms, as many as they come, to make sure that all of you in the creative market, all right, will be able to stand and compete with your peers and even do better than all of them everywhere in the world.
All I know is that when I dey conquer hit and go.
We're seeking to build a platform where people can learn, powered by technology and within the creative industry. And then we have one main conference where everyone who has gone through programs on that platform can come to, and that would then be our ACM.
In the cross, color be their own, blood did it on their own. So why they wanna bring blood down to my throne?
Freedom! That's what creativity is. Creativity is freedom.
Purchase your track today.
I thank the organizer for what they have given me today, the gift they gave me today. May God Almighty bless them abundantly and refill their bosom in the name of Jesus.
I work with a lot of these kids. I know them from the camp, so they're like my kids. And for me, it's an amazing thing to see that people really think about them, and that during this long vacation, ASF Studio has put together all these amazing things for them free of charge.
We are very grateful. Many people they don't want to see us close to them, but he took us as
something. She invited us to come and rejoice together, and we are very grateful to see ourselves here.
Wani lokaci ana kawo mana abubuwa a cikin IDP camp, amma an kawo gaskiya yakan zama mana wani matsala. Shine ta design cewa ya kamata da sami sunayen yara da kuma mu mata saboda da taimaka mana da abin da zai biya mana bukata.
I'm really honored to be here to volunteer, and it's an exciting thing to see that the kids are happy and everyone is happy. I hope to do this again.
Throughout our time, we've learned together, we've unlearned, we've evolved, we've challenged ourselves, we've moved mountains, we've shared, networked, and grown tremendously together. Thank you for making the world better, and thank you for making Nigeria better. Thank you so much. And with a standing ovation, join me in welcoming Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard.
I congratulate all of you for successfully completing the AGOA and becoming U.S. government program alumni. Welcome to this prestigious network of professionals who will become very important to you as you move ahead in your career. And again, congratulations, ladies. Thank you.
My AWE sisters. A very special thank you to the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, the U.S. Consulate Lagos, and the Ascend Studios Foundation. When they try to remind you that women haven't been on this path before, kindly say, "Watch me blaze the trail so others can follow." When they try to remind you that you're doing too much, kindly say, "I am just getting started. Destiny beckons, and I must do a quick work as one who will give an account for her time on earth." And when they try to remind you that the backstage is where you should be, kindly say, "That label is not for me, because the center stage is exactly where I am meant to be." Go and sparkle your world. Thank you.
Welcome to day 3, everyone. You are not answering me. No food for you this afternoon. By the power conferred on me. All right, thank you. Over the last 2 days, we have had such an amazing, amazing time. How many of you agree with me? We have met new people. We have learned a lot of things. We have had amazing speakers, great conversations, deep content. We have talked about funding. We have talked about capital. And I like the energy that we have sustained so far. Today being the last day promises to be the best day. Okay, checking over. Thank you so much. Thank you. Don't forget to post and tag Accent Studios. To open today's event, I am glad to announce to us that we have the U.S. Commercial Counselor to Nigeria in the house, Ms. Julie LeBlanc. And very shortly, she's going to be coming up. But let me give you a bit intro about the session. This session will explore how the U.S. Commerce Department actively supports increased trade between the United States and Nigeria. We're going to be learning or getting to understand better how the Commerce Department helps U.S. companies find qualified Nigerian buyers and navigate the export process. We'll discover how the department connects Nigerian companies like those in the network, the NUSA network, with U.S. trade missions and potential partners. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, welcome with me once again the U.S. Commercial Counselor to Nigeria, Miss Julie LeBlanc. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a lovely introduction. Thank you and good morning to everyone. First and foremost, I really want to give a huge thank you to Intra and her team. This is amazing. Just walking in here, it's incredibly impressive. Also, a thank you to the partners, to the sponsors. I see some great names on the list, but most importantly, thank you to all of you. This is just an incredible way to start the day. And when I was thinking about coming here this morning, I thought about the name, the Science of Trade. And as the commercial counselor, this means I'm the U.S. counselor for trade and investment in Nigeria. There is really no better place for me to be this morning. So thank you. So as they said, I represent the U.S., we call it the Commerce Department. This is the U.S. Ministry of Trade and Investment. I have two amazing colleagues sitting in the front row, Ngozi Nkwo, if she wants to stand. She's our Senior Commercial Specialist. Ngozi has been in our office for 23 years, is that right? And Mayowa Obilade, who is our Economic Specialist as well, and has also been at the U.S. Embassy for a very long time here. These are great contacts for you to have. What I really want to do is explain who we are and what we do. So I know this conference is to talk about two-way trade. Our part in that, as was announced, is bringing qualified embedded U.S. companies here to Nigeria, and it's taking you, qualified embedded, innovative, amazing Nigerian companies to the United States. I think that we're all here to do business, and we know that the #1 key to doing business in any market, especially here, is information and contacts. What do you know and who do you know? And that's really what we do. The first thing that we do, as I said, is we bring US companies, their products and their services here into Nigeria. So how do we do that? Our embassy and our part of the embassy and specialists and amazing colleagues of mine like Ngozi and the rest of the team, they are sectoral experts. So they study the trends in the market, they study and they know their sector, and we are constantly, every week, every day really, accepting requests from US companies who are looking at the Nigerian market. So what do? We tell them what's going on in this market, what's the latest, what's the newest in regulatory trends, where are the hot spots, where can we really match US technology and competition, and then also who should they be meeting with? Who are the right partners for them? Where will their products go? Should they come to Lagos first? Should they look up in the north? Should they be down in the south? It's really to give them an idea of where they will find the most success in this market. So that's bringing them here. We make introductions. Again, these can be virtual. This is something that we pivoted to during COVID. And then also when they come over, we set them up, take them around, and introduce them to key Nigerian companies. And we want really for everybody to be signing deals and to be doing business together. We also take you to the United States. So I'm very proud. I've been here since October, so I think this is month 7. This is the busiest and the most productive office that we have on the entire continent of Africa. We take, yes, we take between 10 and 15 delegations of Nigerian buyers to the United States every single year. And we do this in every sector. Oil and gas, energy, recycling, waste management, healthcare, education, construction and building, consumer goods, packaging, safety and equipment, and everything else. And what we really do is we find what are the top trade shows, where are you gonna be able to find the best products so that you can offer and expand what you're offering here in Nigeria, where are the right partners for you, and we make sure to vet you because this is also something I get very excited about. This is our chance to tell Nigeria's story in the United States, to show them the best of Nigerian companies, Nigerian products, Nigerian offering, and bring it to the United States and match you with the right partners in the US. So this is something that we love to do. It's exciting, and it's also fun, right? And Ngozi, they show me the pictures when they take these trade delegations, and it's really wonderful. Sometimes it's people's first time in the US, and not only are you making real business connections, you're also learning about the latest in the market, the trends, which just helps everything. Something else that we do is, I already talked about, we do introductions between Nigerian and US companies, but we also help US companies land in this market. And by doing that, we curate events for them. These can be workshops, these can be networking receptions, but the idea is that a US company that wants to come into Nigeria, the first thing they need to do is they need to tell people who they are and what they're doing here, and they need to meet the right people. So in order for us to make those events the most productive, to get the most sales out of them, we need to know you. We need to know who are the right Nigerian partners, who are the right people to get in the room to be introducing to them. How do we do that? We do that through, that's actually unique to Nigeria and incredibly successful. And we call it NUSA, but it stands for Networking with the USA. So this is a program and a network that we have of Nigerian companies who have come to us and said, I want to work with the United States. I want to buy products, I want to buy goods and services, I want to partner with American companies. So then we do a vetting of them. To make sure that everything that they say is good and true, and we accept them into our network. And once they're in this network, they become part of those that when we're recruiting for these trade shows, when we're recruiting for these events, when we're talking about key times where they can meet and connect with US suppliers and US partners, these are the first people that we go to. And again, when US companies are coming over here and they say, what company should I be working with? This helps us to show them that we have this network, which I think has a couple thousand companies. Yeah, I think it's 4,000. It's a lot, which is amazing. So this is really an exciting thing, and I encourage everyone, if you're interested, if you want to work and partner with US companies, please come and see us, come and see myself or Ngozi to find out how you can register and be part of our NUSA network. That's all on the trade side. We also work on the investment side. And so in that, what we do is, this is another time when we bring Nigerian companies back to the United States. We bring them to the US because they're ready to expand their company into the US. This is what we call foreign direct investment. And we have a key summit. It's called the Select USA Investment Summit. It will be happening at the end of June this year. And this brings together 85 delegations from around the world. There's 4,000 people that attend this, from US cabinet members to governors. All of the 50 states and territories are present, mayors. It's really, if you're looking at the United States and you're not sure between California, New York, Texas, where to go, we bring everybody in the same room for you at the same time. I will say I'm especially proud because last year the Nigerian delegation was the largest that we bought from the African continent. And this year it's the largest that we will bring from the African continent again. And I checked the stats as of yesterday. 40% of the companies were tech companies. 20% were women who were leading and have founded their companies. So as I said, one of the pleasures I take in this job is telling Nigeria's story back in the US, and this is an incredible story to tell back in the US. If you're ready and you want to look at the US market, or you're ready to make a decision and partner with US companies to really set up in the US, and we look at all industries, but we also have 2 tracks that are special to tech companies. It's called Select Tech and Select Women in Tech. So those companies that qualify as a technology company pay a different price, but they also have special events where they can mingle and network with other tech companies, where they can understand where are the tech hotspots in the US, where are the accelerators and the incubators, how do you fundraise as a tech company, how do you advance your technology in the US. And for the women in tech, so these are female founders of young tech companies, we pair them with a mentor in the United States. So this is a female executive where we really the company, or something about what these 2 women are doing, so that they really can experience and benefit from each other's experiences. And they will do a mentoring program for about 6 months. Because as I started, I said, and you know this, the number one thing about doing business is who you know and what you know. And so with Select USA, with the mentoring program, with coming to the forum, you get both of these. So I'm going to stop there. I know that they wanted these to be interactive, and so I'd love to see if anyone has any questions, if there's something I should elaborate more on, but I'll just leave with one thing, which is we are your partner to do business with the United States. Myself, my team, we are here if you're looking for US companies, US products, if you want to go to a trade show in the United States, if you want to understand the latest trends, if you want to understand about expanding and investing in the United States, please come see us. We're happy to meet you, answer any questions, provide any information. And I just want to say thank you very much. And does anybody have any questions? I see one.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Sidike. I'm CEO of the Legal Concierge, and I'm very proud to be part of the Select USA team for this year in June.
Wonderful, thank you.
So I'm a woman in tech, and I'm a lawyer too. And I created a tech platform that enables lawyers to provide gig services. Now, the question that I'm about to ask generates out of a conversation we had this morning, where we talked about services. Most of the time we have engagements like this, there's conversation about agri, health, other industries, but hardly about services. Now, the services industry feels left out, 1. 2, we feel like there needs to be a train-the-trainer certification program where companies in the US and other global companies will be able to identify service providers in Africa. These people have been certified by, just like AGOA certifies those for products. The question I have is this: how can you help us? I have created a platform, tech platform for the legal industry, but there are other services that need those kind of platforms too. They may not be able to have the commercial weight to carry that. How can you, being our partner, help us to create a platform here for services that everybody in this room can have access to, as well as all the other economic entrepreneurs within Africa and also outside Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. I just want to be sure that I understood it. So how can we help service companies get access to US companies or get access to other companies here?
Have a platform you give individuals like us access, like companies like us access, but there's a major problem where there are other companies, like we had design service providers, we had business developers. They can provide a tech platform. Can we work with the US consulate to make sure we called it the Science of Trade Advisory Services. Can we have a platform like that that is certified by you to ensure that people who need services abroad can come to us and we can provide services knowing that we are in partnership? Is that possible?
I love the idea and I'd love to study it. I will say, and Ngozi, I might ask you if you just agree with me or not. So we have something called business service providers that we have in other countries, not here in Nigeria. And those are companies that offer services that, you know, if you're in a Francophone country, somebody speaks English, but really that are able to work with US companies, because as the government, we have to be impartial. We can't say this is the best company. So we have to say, here are companies that are qualified and you should choose amongst them. And so in other countries, it's on the US Embassy website. And so if a US company is coming in and they want lawyers, they want, I don't know, whatever the services that's being provided, where can they go to understand who's vetted and qualified, that the US government is yes, giving a referral, but not giving an individual referral. So we have that. For us here in Nigeria, I think our NUSA program actually answers that, because that is where we vet companies that are interested to work, Nigerian companies that are interested to work with US companies. And if someone comes and asks us who they're looking for, I assume we can search and say these are service providers. But I think let's talk afterwards to see if there's maybe a second step, or if there's a workshop, or if there's something else that we can do that more specifically targets that. Thank you. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing you in June. Yes?
Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
the presentation. My question is how... Okay, thank you. I need a linkage with a US company. There is something I want to buy right now, and without going to US, I want to know how I can ship it to Nigeria. Secondly, how do we get information on your activities individually, especially the matchmaking? Thank you.
Okay, so the best thing to do is, Ngozi, can you stand? If you come talk to her afterwards, we can answer both of those questions. It's incredible. Thank you. That's music to our ears, is hearing you have something from the US you want to buy, and so we'll find a way to find the information that you need for that. And then in terms of our matchmaking services, the same. So thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
I can't see who's talking.
My name's Alaja Diatu Akpeno. I am Momodu Ayodeji, and I am the Alaja of Science and Trade. AKA, market is money, money is market. Thank you. Now, I want to talk on behalf of all of us in this house now to the US government. I want we are the world now, to network with the American government. I know in the US, you always have, you already have African shops. You have African shops in all the states. But now, I want to pledge and I want to appeal to the American government that please give us African market. Do you agree? African market in the US. Do you agree? Then all of you will bring your products to the US to sell. African market in the US. This is what I want the US government to do for us.
So I love this idea. For myself, and I think this is something that the US government takes care of, it's not our specific ministry. The US aid agency has a new program called Prosper Africa, which seeks to advance two-way US trade and development and investment. And I think that they probably have some programs like that and would love to do it. I would love nothing else than to see an African market in the US.
Yeah,
so
thank
let's
you.
follow up.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Noye Gudiobi. I'm in fashion. And in Nigeria, we have a lot of talents in the fashion industry, very creative talents. But we need a lot more exposure so that the world can see the quality of products and creativity that we have. I am asking, can your office help young talents in the industry with exposure to trade shows? You have a lot of them in the US, but we may not be able to afford them individually. Create like a platform where, we can go as groups to trade shows, to fashion shows, so that the world can see the talent that is embedded in this country and help our products receive the kind of value that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent point, and I love African fashion. Unfortunately, this is not an African design today, but I do wear them very often. But we did have a conversation about this a couple months ago about, as you said, if everybody can't go, maybe having one person go and represent and have catalogs and be able to, promote the portfolio of others. And I think that's a great idea, because the one question or point no one's made yet, and I thank you, is visas, which are not easy to come by. And so that was another way of sort of solving what can be a challenge as well. So I think that's a great point to look at. We do have incredible trade shows in fashion in the US. And again, it's something more probably for our sister agency, Prosper Africa, because they do have a fashion sector program. And if you come to us afterwards, we can exchange information and get you information on that. Thank you. Thank you. I saw someone over here.
Yes. Good morning, Julie. Thank you very much for your
Morning.
session. So, two things. The food processing sector, specifically frozen yam chips. So if you're familiar with French fries, it's something like that, but made with yam. So currently, we export to the UK. We're currently working on an Australian export. We're in conversations with Canada, but for some reason, US market has just evaded us. We were initially talking to some distributors, but somehow everything just went flat. So I just want to use this opportunity to know if there is a way we can be able to get into that market, because you said that you take products from from Africa, to showcase them in the US. And if you can also give a case study of maybe a product that you've successfully done this with, I would also be happy to hear that. That's one. And then secondly, the cold chain distribution sector in Nigeria has a lot of gaps. And then I've identified an organization, Refrigerated and Frozen Foods. They have trade shows that they usually organize in the US. So since you mentioned these trade shows, is it a trade show that we identify that will be beneficial for ourselves, or you identify the trade shows and try to plug us into the ones that will be beneficial for us? Because that's a trade show that I'm interested in attending. So I wanted to know, because whatever I'm going to gain from there is definitely going to help me with my own cold chain distribution in Nigeria. So I hope you got the questions.
Thank you. I'll take the last one first because I remember it the best, and I might ask you to remind me of the first one. So trade shows. So actually, our agency picks out which are the best and most productive and qualifies them for us to take US companies. So in the agribusiness and cold chain, really in the food sector, it's the National Restaurant Show that we go to, and we split that with our Ministry of Agriculture. So they work on food as a commodity, and we at the Trade Ministry work on equipment, packaging, everything that really goes into making food, but not the food as a consumer good or as a commodity, if that helps. So we do pick out certain shows. If there's, if you want to go to a trade show in the United States and you're looking for a bit of support or have some questions about introductions to companies, generally the US government is at most trade shows, and we can tell you who'll be there and who can provide some assistance. I just want to qualify that when we take Nigerian companies to trade shows in the US, it is so that they are buying US goods to bring back here. It's again our sister agency, Prosper Africa, that takes Nigerian companies to the US to sell their goods. Having said that, when you're at a trade show, you can be there for both. Your company can be big enough that you're doing both sides. Really, we just want you doing business. We want you selling deals in both ways. So again, we're very open to help and support however we can. Your first question, I'm sorry, now I've forgotten it. Can you remind me?
Okay, my first question was basically about how, I think you answered it, where I said we have the frozen yam chips and how we can like break into the US market, seeing that we are in like some other countries already. So I think you answered it.
What I would say for that is, again, we're going to have to, I think, leave soon. We have 2 minutes. But let us get your cards because our USAID colleagues sit in Abuja, and the Prosper Africa colleagues, again, are the ones who are helping Nigerian companies sell their goods in the US. We take you there so that you're buying US goods, US exports, and bringing them back here. But we can make the connection with our colleagues. Yes, front row. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Julie, for your nice presentation. My name is Florence. I'm a medical personnel. So I have 2 questions. One is, what are the key focus areas or high growth sector that the Commerce Department is targeting for increased US-Nigerian trade in the health, care, wellness, and education domains? And 2, how can the Commerce Department assist e-commerce businesses in navigating regulations, logistics, and market access challenges when expanding to the Nigerian market?
Thank you. So the first question, did you ask about sorry, it's a little bit difficult to hear. Did you ask about a specific sector?
Yes, health and wellness.
Health. And sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, the question is, what are the key focus area of high growth?
In health, okay. So what we do is we help US companies when they come to us. And so a lot of our focus has to do with we're really a demand-driven and a client-driven organization. If I have to look at healthcare, I would say, especially for this market, there's a huge interest in medical devices, in equipment. I think we have hospitals, we have places where we need a lot of equipment and medical devices, and the latest and the greatest from the United States. There's also an interest in devices that can be used in rural areas so that we can really, serve the entire population, and then on the medication side as well. So that's where I see healthcare. I don't know if that helps, but I just want to say that, what we do as a ministry is we decide that healthcare is a need and is a great market here, and then we listen to our companies in terms of what are they looking to bring in. So we don't sort of tell them, we tell them where to go. Yes, there's huge healthcare needs in Nigeria, but we also listen to them when they come in and say, I have this product, I'm interested in Nigeria, will this work? And then we'll look at the market and see if it works. Does that help? Do you want me to, and the second question?
Hello.
That's it? Okay.
Okay, hello. Good morning.
And my time is up. So do we want one last question?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am.
Can you speak up? Sorry, it's a bit
Good
difficult.
morning.
Thank you. Perfect.
Okay. My name is Michael. I'm into processing of cashew nuts. From what you've said, it seems like you're more focused on the IT, the tech. But I know I speak for a lot of people in the room when I say the challenge most of us have are off-takers, trying to assess the market, getting importers that will take our different products. So do you have a platform where, like you said, getting a visa doesn't come easily? So do you have a platform where we can easily know who or list of people who are in different sectors like we are into that we can try our luck to see how we can communicate, start a conversation or start a communication to get into the market? That's basically because a whole lot of all of this is you might be into processing, you might be into fashion, you might be into a whole lot of stuff, but if you don't have off-takers, then I think that's a big challenge.
And off-takers, you're looking for here in Nigeria, or you're looking in the US for someone to buy?
In the US.
Okay.
In the US.
So that again, and I'm sorry to keep repeating, is Prosper Africa. They have a platform set up. Basically what we do at the US government is everybody does what they do best. And so what we do best is we bring US companies into this market, and we take Nigerian companies back to the US to buy from the US. And our sister agency does the opposite. So again, I think we'll spend a couple minutes out there in the back. Please come up and give us your cards, and we can make a connection to our sister agency who does exactly that. Takes you to the US, either virtually or physically, and finds you the right companies in the US who can be the off-takers to your products. And that can be in cashews, that can be in fashion, cold chain, yam chips, everything that you've got. Okay? I have to give it to her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ellen Omomio-Duemi. So, thank you, ma'am. I operate in an almost extinct industry in Nigeria, the cotton industry. So I grow cotton, and I try to raise a cluster of people to understand the nitty-gritty of cotton production. So my question is how we can get transfer of knowledge, because the real knowledge for cotton ginning, cotton spinning does not really exist in Southwest Nigeria. I would like to know how we can leverage on the US, the technology advancement. We've tried to do a lot of work on the farm. Even the US Council for Agriculture came visiting December 8th, 2022. That was Gerard Smith. He came to the farm to see the work that we are doing in revitalizing the cotton industry. So I want to know how we can get opportunity to leverage on knowledge, transfer of knowledge when it comes to processing the cotton, so we don't really need to keep taking it out of Nigeria as raw. We want it to be sold as fiber. We just want a bit of value addition to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. So it's how can we bring best practices from cotton manufacturing, ginning, et cetera, from the US into Nigeria? That's an excellent question. Can we meet after and chat about that? I don't have an immediate answer, actually, but I think it's a great idea. Thank you. I have one last one, and then I think I have to go. It said time up for the past 5 minutes.
Thank you, Julie, for the information. Very helpful. I just wanted to jump in and actually help you to answer the question on healthcare. So, Prosper Africa has also done some market studies, and one of the sectors that was looked at is actually healthcare. So, if folks go to prosperafrica.gov, you can actually download the study on healthcare. So it points out high growth areas of investment and potential investors. And Prosper has also done this in the creative sector as well, and digital connectivity. I think there was something in the cotton space as well. So there's actually a lot of resources in addition to helping with tactical advice in terms of exporting, but also market studies is one of the things that Prosper does. So, just check out the website. There are a ton of resources on there. And so I work for Cross Boundary, so we are transaction advisors under Prosper Africa. So also happy to, jump in and help answer some of the questions. It seems like there's a lot of demand for the services that Prosper is offering. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you for saying that. That's perfect. And really, as I said, it's between her representing Prosper Africa, us representing the Ministry of Trade, that we really, as you can see, do each of what we do best and really help if your demand is for the US or for here and in what way. So thank you so much. And yes, they have excellent resources, market information, and the creative guide is really good as well. My time is up. I want to say thank you. Thank you to India and the organizers. Thank you to everyone here. Again, if I can, just leave with one word, we're really here to be your partner to do business with the United States. And so I welcome the chance to speak to anyone, and thank you, and I wish you a wonderful last day. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep it going, please. Thank you, Julie, for that brilliant presentation. I attended Select USA in 2022, so this is not audio. And I was a member of the Select Women in Tech. I went through the mentoring for 6 months. Yeah, so it was very beneficial. So thank you once again. Please, let's give it up to Julie and appreciate what the Commerce Department is doing. How many of us have learned one thing or the other? You are taking it home, yes. Trust us at SOT that we will continue to make the information available in sizable bits, easy to understand, so that we can participate in some of these opportunities. We are going to go on right into the next session, and we have these amazing women from Access Bank. We'll be talking about leveraging loans for business growth, and I have Miss Abiodun Olubiton, the Group Head for Women Banking. Please, let's appreciate her as she comes to the stage. Miss Olubusola Ogundikpe, the Finance Manager for WSME. Miss Temitope Olowogunle, Team Lead, Global Trade. And finally, Miss Fumi Afolabi, Group Head of Payments and Remittances. Thank you.
So we can start? Yes. Okay. Hello. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I can see a lot of beautiful women in the house, and of course our gorgeous men. Thank you for this opportunity. A very big thanks to Science of Trade, the U.S. government, and every one of us seated to even listen to this session. Thank you very much. Like she introduced, my name is Abiodun Olubito, and I'm the Group Head for Women Banking in Access Bank. So I've actually come with 3 women with me because I know that we have a lot of questions. I know that a lot of women here, not just leveraging on the loans. I know that this is science of trade. It has to do with a lot of trade transactions. We want to also understand how we can send our monies abroad, how best to receive our payments when we make those exports, and all of that. So I have actually come with this team of women to answer every of those questions. And this morning, the start will be that I will be representing you as the women, and I will be posing the questions to them so that we can make it as interactive as possible, and we can answer those questions that we think that are the things that we need to know. So W Initiative, as we know, is the home of everything Access Bank has to offer women, and that's what we also call the Women Banking Group of Access Bank. We are in Nigeria and in other 14 African subsidiaries of the bank, where Access Bank has a geographical footprint. Access Bank is arguably the largest bank in Africa today, and of course we are using that leverage to ensure that we create impact for our women. So I'll just go straight to the point. I'll quickly introduce the team. To my right is Busola Ogundikpe. She is the team lead for Women SME under the Women Banking Group of Access Bank. And of course, to my far right, I have Temitope. She's a team lead under Trade Transactions. And to my left here, I have Fumi Afolabi. She's the group head for Payment and Remittances. So you can see the connection of all the women that I brought so that all those questions can be answered. So I just go straight to it. And I think I'll be starting with Busola this morning. So Busola, please, can you share with us products and propositions that Access Bank have that we are offering specifically to provide financing for women? You know, particularly the women that have trade transactions. What are those products and services that Access Bank have for them?
Okay, thank you very much, Biodun, and good morning to the women in the room.
Good morning.
Good morning to the women in the room.
Good morning.
All right, great, that's better. My name is Olubusola, and I'm really great and excited to be here. So for us at Access Bank, like Biodun rightly said, we have what we call the W Initiative. And now the W initiative is designed to provide a platform where we can inspire, connect, and empower women through different avenues. Access to finance, of course, because we're a financial institution, as well as non-financials. Now, I'll speak more to the financial access. So in 2018, Access Bank launched a product called the W Power Loan, which was specifically designed to give women access to finance. Now, we've done this product not just alone as a bank. We've actually gone into partnership with organizations that have helped us run research and help us better understand the women's market and what we can do to better serve you. Of course, women, we want flexibility. We want easy access to money, because if we cannot have easy access, it's going to definitely affect our businesses. So we created this product, and as a matter of fact, Access Bank has gone into partnership with various organizations like the US government to give this access to finance to you. And we've done it such a way that you can actually have discounted financing. We understand that, the cost of funding can also be a challenge for women SMEs. And the access to the fund is also a big challenge. So the discount is what we bring to you. The flexibility of repayments to access both short-term loans. Maybe you have some level of order from your customers abroad or even within the African continent, and you just require some level of working capital to fund that order. The W Power Loan actually gives you access to that finance for short-term funds. And do you have medium-term projects that you want to run that you require some funding that will give you that flexibility on repayment? The W Power Loan is also available for you to access for your business. I don't know if that gives some clarity to what Access Bank has for you as a woman in business and also for a woman in trade. Now, the product is not restricted to only women in trade, but we also know that most of the women in the room are into buying and selling. I see the yaologers in the room. Yes. And I know that when we started 2 days ago, there was an emphasis on the fact that there's so much money in that segment on a daily basis. We give access to finance for those kind of people. We give access to finance for people that even want to produce. Are you a manufacturer? Do you want to, turn around your business, scale your business to the next level? The W Power Loan is available to you to access. And you can get as much as 100 million naira to fund your business, to access, you want to buy stock, you want to purchase a machine, or you want to even maybe scale your current location and expand. You have the access to the W Power Loan for that purpose.
Wow. Thank you so much, Busola. And I think maybe Access Bank deserves a round of applause. As much as 100 million naira to a single woman, even a lot above that, but of course we are trying to ensure that the impact is more. We don't want one person take it all and everything is gone. So we want as many women to partake in it. So taking that further, I want you to tell our women, what are the things that we require to access this loan? What are the requirements? You've told us that you have flexible collateral. Yes. So how flexible is this collateral? Do I still need to go and bring my mother's birth certificate or my what is it that is property? Yes.
Thank you so much, Bionu, for that question. So one of the things I was going to also mention in this conversation is the fact that we understand that the women business or the woman is she's structured in a very, would I say emotional as well as she's strong, right? And I'll explain what I'm trying to say. So in some instances, when we started the product, we realized that quite a number of women are running the business, but you do not have the power over the business. You don't have the capacity to take legal decisions on the business. So maybe you've registered your business, but you have just 20% ownership of that business, but you are the one operating this business on a daily basis. Now, this is one of the things we noticed at the time when we were launching the product and when we rolled out, and we made some modifications to be able to include women that have as low as 20% female shareholding on their board for those that are registered as a corporate entity. But you need to prove to me that you are, the CEO or the COO, and all I just need to determine that is from your CAC statement and from your shareholding. Now, that's one requirement. Now, the next phase is I have to evidence that you've been doing business for at least 1 year. Now, it's very important for us to know that there's really no financial institution except maybe you're getting a financial grant, that wouldn't want to see your historic. So we need to see your historic transactions, your inflows in the last 1 year at the minimum, to determine how much you can get. So we have businesses, for instance, that are doing turnovers of 50 million naira, but in some instances you see that they're running their transactions in their personal accounts. That has become a challenge that a lot of women have experienced in business, that has stumbled their ability to access finance. Now we've seen that that's an issue, and in some cases we're able to, go into a conversation with you, look at your statement of accounts. Now if you have a business account, which is very fantastic, you just need to print your statement of account for at least 1 year, and then when I mean print, of course, we're in a technological driven age. 1 year statement is fine for me to determine how much you're able to get, and then from there we can take on the conversation. Now in terms of collateral, as low as 10 million naira, you can get it uncollateralized. So as much as 10 million naira, you do not require any form of collateral, tangible collateral whatsoever. So no landed property, no need for you to bring your assets, there's no need to bring your grandpa's land. It's not required. All you just need to prove to me as a business person is that you have someone that believes in your business, that can say that, I'm sure this person can pay, and I stand for you as a guarantor, which is just a major guarantee that executes a document for you to access. Now, if you need anything above 10 million naira, for instance, we have women in the room that have shops, that have their warehouses. I can take your assets as collateral for that kind of finance. Now, anything up to 100 million naira is when now we begin to have conversations around, okay, you need to bring some level of tangible collateral, maybe a property, maybe all of the assets. So if you're into manufacturing, I look at all of your assets. Are they very tangible enough? Are they recent enough for me to take them as collateral to avail you this finance? And it's not because we don't want to make it very stringent, but we also don't want to overfund and get the businesses to get to the point of over trading. Because if your investment in your business is not tangible enough, it almost gives you that, that ability to say, okay, I can actually just leave it. The money is not mine anyway, but we need to see your own quota in that business before we are able to avail such huge amounts to you as you grow as a business.
Wow, thank you so much, Busola. So your skin must be in that business.
Yes.
So that we know that you're actually committed to it. You're going to ensure that the funding that you're getting from the bank, and mind you, it's a very different conversation when it's a loan. It's a grant, yeah, you could do, you could gamble with it. You might not decide to even pay you back. You don't need to even be serious about it because it's a grant. But when it is a loan, you have an obligation to repay. And so you must, show that you are also committed to ensuring the success of that business and to be able to repay the loans. And of course, at this point, I really want to acknowledge the funding that we got from DFC, which is a significant portion. It's DFC of the U.S. government.
Yes.
Part of the partnership that we are leveraging on to be able to give this discount is this DFC that we're talking about, Development Finance Corporation of the U.S. government. So a round of applause for them in case they are seated here. Thank you very much. So I know that there will be questions, but I want us to have, a bit of everything before we jump into that. And I'll quickly go into our trade discussions. So Temitope is here, and she would want to share with us some trade products that Access Bank have for women like us that are either into import or export business. Temitope, thank you.
Thank you, Bjordan. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Okay, so I know that this space is full of importers and exporters because when we are talking about trade, we are not looking at one aspect, right? So as you're taking out of the country, you're bringing into the country, so that would be import and export. So at Access Bank, we have a number of trade products for SMEs, right? And usually SMEs, we know that you're growing businesses, so we try to tailor these products to suit your needs. Usually if you're an importer, you know that you need to open a firm, right? So when you open a firm, you're saying that I have an intention to bring goods into Nigeria, as long as the goods are not prohibited, right? So you bring in your goods, and then the first point of concern for you is, how do I ensure that this person actually sends what I intended to buy? How do I ensure that he sends it into Nigeria? Also, how do I pay for these goods that I have, purchased? You might not even have the finances at the moment, and that's where Busola rightly said that we have loans that we give to women to empower them. So, this would be very useful in making those decisions, right? Now, Access Bank, we are international, right? So when you engage with your supplier, you tell them that you have a backing of an international bank. You guys enter into a sales contract, and then you can decide, how do I want to pay for these goods? Do I want to use a letters of credit? Do I want to use a guarantee? Do I want to use a supplier's credit, which is also known as bills for collection? So there are different modes that you can use to pay your supplier once you guys have entered into a contract, and that is when you come to the bank. Usually we would look at your financial capability or your credit rating to determine, okay, which of these products best suits your, your statement or your cash flow, so to speak, right? So if you're financially buoyant enough, you can go for a letters of credit. And this is a commitment of an international bank, Access Bank, and as well another very renowned bank offshore. It could be Citibank, it could be Standard Chartered Bank. It's possible your supplier says, well, I don't trust Access Bank enough, right? I know you guys are big, but I want, the very big banks. I want a Citibank because, they are well known and they're renowned. Very, very simple. We can open a letters of credit, right? Where Citibank would add their confirmation. Okay, by confirmation, I mean literally their commitment, their blood, to say, don't worry, Citibank is telling their supplier abroad, don't worry, this person, you can go into business with them. I'm going to pay you, right? The person in US or China or Hong Kong is like, okay, I know Citibank, right? So you guys go into business. So then you have letters of credit, which is also like a guarantee. So when I say guarantee, the bank is saying that I am the one that is going to pay for your obligation. You don't need to worry about defaults, right? So your supplier is at ease, and then you guys can transact. We also do something called a supplier's credit. It's also known as a bills for collection, in the sense that your supplier can give you the goods beforehand, and then you enter into a commitment to say, I'm going to pay you 50 days from now, 80 days from after you ship your goods. And then you come to the bank to say that I need you to help me pay my supplier beforehand, right? So again, this brings us back to your credit rating. So we should know that all of these decisions is based on how credit worthy you are, so to speak. So we have a supplier's credits. Talking about the exports, right? I heard somebody say is into processing of cashew nuts, right? So when you export your goods, you're concerned, how do I pay? How do I receive my funds, right? Exactly. So there's something called your export proceeds. That is literally the receipt of your goods, the payment you get for your goods. Yes, so that also can come into Access Bank. And just in case the mode of payment you guys have agreed together should be letters of credit, you can come to the bank to say, I want to discount this invoice. I'm expecting $10,000 from somebody in the US, but I can't get it now. I'm going to get it in 90 days or in 80 days, right? The bank can discount that invoice for you and give you your funds now. That's what we call invoice discounting on your export proceeds, such that when the proceeds come into the bank, then we can take it. Of course, we would have availed the money to you for you to do whatever you wanted to use it for. I don't know if that answers the question.
Thank
so
you
international
so much,
trade
Dr.
is very vast and wide, and I'm sure the importers and exporters here agree with me. So I'll be open to more questions concerning our trade products.
Thank you so much, Dr. So for my brother that is bringing in cashew, or for any woman that is actually, exporting their process or their products, let me put it that way, the point that Tokwe made there is very valid. So you can actually be expecting funds because it's always a trade transaction. There's always a process to all of those things. This person will say, I'll pay you after 10 days. And that person will say, okay, after another 10 days. Whereas you need money today to begin another cycle of production. That proceeds you're expecting can actually be discounted for you. You get money today while that money is still going to come later. So those are benefits of some of these export proceeds, yeah? It could be discounted for you as well. Thank you a lot, Tokwe. But you know, like you have mentioned, trade is very vast. And I don't know, I know that we didn't, even a whole day, we can't finish talking about trade. They are just, if you just pick LCs alone, that's a whole lot of discussion on its own. But I just wanted to share with us, I know there are bottlenecks in this export and import problem. A lot of women here today have said, oh, I've sent it there, my money has not come, or I don't even know who to trust to send it to there. So in your own experience, you know, in trade transaction, what are some of those common bottlenecks that you see women face in trade transaction, and how can they go about it?
Okay, thank you. I would say the leading one to me would be poor, would I say, decision making due to knowledge gap or lack of adequate knowledge, right? So you open a firm, you have entered into an agreement with your supplier. So we should know that the banking system, most especially the trade industry in Nigeria, is highly regulated by the Central Bank of Nigeria, right? So in as much as we want our businesses to thrive and we want to support your businesses, you know, the government can come up tomorrow with a policy that would literally work against you, right? And then you would just be frustrated, right? So when I see that most people don't really have the adequate knowledge to make certain decisions, such that when they make those decisions, it kind of works against them. You know, for instance, you ship your goods before your firm is registered by the CBN, right? And then you already brought in your goods, they are at the port, they are incurring demurrage, and the bank is saying that, I mean, this thing, CBN says you can't do this, right? So the bank would not process your transactions because we need to literally obtain CBN's approval. Meanwhile, your goods are there, you're paying demurrage, you're incurring extra costs that you didn't plan for, right? So this is like one of the major bottlenecks I see that importers, women and men alike, face. So, and thank God for this conference. So when we have seminars and conferences like this where we keep, where we pass information, you know, so people are well informed and we make better decisions. I mean, something like that could have very, very easily been avoided if you had just waited, say, 1 or 2 days for the firm to be registered before you ship your goods. So I would say that's one of the major bottlenecks importers face. The second one would be the rates and FX fluctuations and volatility in the country, right? But thankfully that is improving because the CBN has collapsed, you know, the markets before we had the official market, black market, I mean several markets, different rates. So thankfully the CBN has collapsed the market, right? So if you're bringing in your export proceeds, before exporters are usually reluctant to sell their funds to the bank because they feel they are going to be cheated. Why? If I go to an aboki outside, I can sell that money, for instance, say for 1.5. Meanwhile, the official rate is 900. I mean, that's not the rate, but I'm just making an example. And then the CBN is saying, no, you must sell to the bank. You literally cannot sell to aboki. And you're like, I mean, I'm going to be making so much loss. But thank God, the market has been collapsed. You have just one rate generally. So that's another bottleneck that I know exporters used to face concerning the export proceeds, and that has really, really improved. Another one would be that we have some of our importers or exporters, their credit rating might not be buoyant or sufficient enough for them to actually get the required assistance that they want from the bank. So when I talked about guarantees, when I talked about stabilization, talking about discounting, all the things that we said we offer as a bank, you know that we would review your statements, we would want to see your financial capacity or capability. If you're just starting and you're growing, you might be a little bit disadvantaged because you would have needed to grow your business, or at least, you know, you should be able to show that you're credit worthy, right? So that's another major challenge I know that we face.
Thank you so much, Tokwe. So these are just few of the bottlenecks, but I know that we experience them in different forms. So we are available. The booth is there. If you have, you know, other things you want us to, you know, discuss further with you, we will be willing to take those questions if our time is fast spent while on this. But I want to add, a lot of us women, we don't read, or we don't like to read. We just feel they should just tell me what it is. I don't have time to read that bulky thing. But when you are in trade, you must actually discipline yourself to read a lot. Every day, regulation is changing and updating. And the only way you can get those information is to keep yourself abreast of it. The CBN portal is always updated, especially because today this is accepted, tomorrow it is no more. And you have already committed funds to bring in this or to send in that particular product. And the next minute, CBN has changed it. You must ensure that you're keeping yourself up to date in terms of information. And all of these regulatory documentations, they are on the CBN portal. So please let us try. Let's always go to that portal to read and understand what we are into so that we don't get our fingers burnt. I'll quickly run to Fumi. And I know that during, I think it was on Monday, we had talked about PAPs or something, and people kept saying, oh, this PAPs, oh, it's working, it's not working. This is the past master. You know, that's a lot of what she does. So she's going to tell us some of those, you know, especially payments. I don't know how to send the money. I know some people even chatted me. Maybe she's in this room. She got my number. I want to send money to Senegal right away. How do I do it? They said PAPS is the solution. And I'm not even sure I responded to her because it came at a very odd time. But Fumi is here. So Fumi, we know that recently there is an expanded payment proposition for cross-border trade, which has to do with the PAPs and other payment platforms that we have. Please, can you highlight what they are and what are the unique benefits for these payment platforms?
Good morning. Thank you, Biodun. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here this morning to talk to us about the best way, the unique way to send funds without stress, affordable, in a secured manner. My colleague have talked about trade, how you send money, you receive money on import. But I have two good news for you this morning. Access Bank have a product called Access Africa. I don't know if you watch CNN or channels or AIT and several newspapers where we have a partnership launch with MasterCard. This product is a product that enables us to send funds to Africa countries where Access Bank is present and over 100 countries where Access Bank is not present. So how does this work? If you want to send money to Africa countries where Access Bank is present, we are present in about 14 countries now in Africa. You have Access Bank accounts, go to your mobile app on Access More, you will see payments. From payments, you see Access Africa. Within these subsidiaries, you can send funds while in the comfort of your home. But where you want to send to other African countries and beyond, where Access Bank is not present, you go to the branch, and I tell you, China, people have been asking about China, Hong Kong, Dubai, UK, Europe, anywhere. I'm telling you, over 100 countries. Either as an individual or as a business. Access Africa is there to serve you. And the next thing is that, how do I access this product apart from Access More? You can go to our branches. And how do I fund it? You fund the account by lodging in cash in dollars, or you have an inflow into your account. So what is the limit I can send? So if you want to send using your cash that you have lodged in, you can only do $10,000 per day. And if you have an inflow into your account, even if it's 1 million, it's 2 million, you can do it without any limits. Is there documentation? No documentation. Just walk into any access branch, pick a form, a simple form. While you are in the branch, your customer receive the fund immediately. We brought this product because we know there are a lot of issues, people sending funds. Even within Africa, you know, for you to send money to Ghana, it will go to America first. From America, it will travel down. I tell you, this is near instant. While still in Access Bank branch, your recipient, if you can just call, oh, I've sent the money. By getting the detail of your recipient, the account number, if it's direct to account, if it's where we are present, the money goes straight to the account. But where the person wants to go to the branch of Access Bank to pick up the money, just call. Biodun, I've sent the money. Give the detail. While you are still in the branch, the person will receive the detail and that fund will be paid. How do we pay that money? You send in dollars. Can I receive it in dollars? It depends on the local law of that country. In Ghana says you have to receive in the cities, you will receive. But if you are receiving direct to your account, you can receive in dollars. So if you are sending to China, you can receive either, you can pay to your supplier either in dollars or in their local currency. And I'm telling you that this morning, you can send to over 100 countries using Access Africa. But if it's an inflow, the same process, fill a simple form, mention the amounts in the form, they make sure the account number is correct, the beneficiary details on that form is correct. It's a near instant, except we have a wide time difference in that country. So, I will go next to PAPS. What is PAPS? PAPS is Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. And it's a financial market infrastructure that enable you to send money within the continent in a local, using local currency. So the first one is saying you buy your dollar, you keep your dollar in the account. But PAPS has come to say, don't buy dollar, you send in naira. What is the reach? It's within Africa. And what PAPS have done is that they started with the 5 countries that are within the West Africa Monetary Zone: Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea, and Liberia. We are not in Liberia, but these 5 countries, you can send, you can receive. So when somebody send money to you from Ghana, you are going to receive in naira. And when you send to Ghana, Guinea, Gambia, Sierra Leone, you are going to receive in that local currency. And I'm sure the next question will be, what will be the exchange rates? I tell you, I'm just thinking like you, like a business person. I tell you, we are using official rates. And the next thing will be, okay, fantastic idea, fantastic product. What are the charges? Because women, we are very sensitive, very, very sensitive to charges. So I will give you a breakdown, a sample. On Access Africa, if you are sending $1,000, you pay just $14. If you are sending $2,000, you pay $24. If you are sending $5,000, it's $52.5. If you are sending $10,000, it's $75. So when I come to Access PAPS, if you are sending $1,000, it's $19. If you are sending $2,000, it's $23. If you are sending $5,000, it's $35. And you are sending $10,000, is $55. I don't know if I've answered your question. How, where, what is the reach, how much can I pay, how much can I send? Documentation. If you are sending via PAPS, you must have the document. For example, you are sending for medical.
I've used Access Africa. If you have used Access Africa to send payment to your beneficiary, wow, just 2 people. Wow. Okay, so I actually feel that, you know, the awareness for that product is not a lot. And we are actually going to put together, for instance, have webinars every month. We are actually going to put together, based on, you know, survey and popular requests, we are going to put together a particular webinar within the next 2 months that is going to speak to all of this in details. And you would all get the communication so that you can join. We are going to make it virtual so that we have a lot more people and everybody can ask those questions. Thank you so much, Fumi. We have just about 5 minutes left, and I want to still allow our audience to ask questions. So please, if you have a question, we would like to take it quickly within the next 5 minutes. There is a okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning once again, and I said Access Warriors.
Good morning.
Thank you for a very beautiful presentation and for the products. I'm one of the beneficiaries of W.
Oh, okay.
Of PAPS.
Yeah, W. Not once, twice. I'm sure I'll still get if I apply.
Thank you.
Yeah. And everything you guys have said here was my experience. My first W loan was approved in 72 hours, and I was pleasantly surprised. Yes, and it was for my scaling of my building. Thank you. But I want to talk about the monthly W webinar, because I always get the mails, and I'm always looking out for the one for fashion. I noticed that you seem to forget us. Yeah, and you know that there are so many women in fashion.
True.
It would be nice if you actually run at one, I don't want to make too much requests, but at least once a quarter on fashion. So that beyond funding, you can actually teach the women in this sector banking, how to make their businesses bankable, to be able to access all the funds that you provide through your products, your women products, because there are lots of it. And if you can just do that, that would be appreciated. The second one is, I would also request, because I know you have the capacity, for you to also sponsor these operators. I know you have the capacity. I asked a question initially. The fashion industry in Nigeria is blessed with incredible talent.
Yeah.
Incredible talent. And there are so many opportunities out there. And if those businesses can begin to position themselves to earn FX, it will be good for all of us. So if you can include in your W offering some of those sponsorships to businesses, that will also be appreciated. And I'm sure that whatever I'm asking for the fashion industry can be applicable to other industries where the women are playing. Thank you once again for being the bank for women. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm happy that the beneficiary can actually, this is not, stage managed or anything. This is spontaneous. So I appreciate that comment. Of course, the fashion industry, we didn't forget you. And we actually, in all honesty, and I will be very honest here, I think that a lot of banks are doing something within the fashion space. So maybe that's an assumption. And we felt, why overflog it? And really, when we have that segment we call Women in Business, Women in Business is huge. Yesterday, we had a very big event yesterday where we were actually, we had a roundtable discussion for women that are professional, women that are professional in the event industry. They have actually been somehow forgotten. And so we were conscious to say, no, come out if you are within that space. We had DJs, caterers, name it. Anybody that makes party happen. And that industry as of today is over $2 billion in Nigeria. So I appreciate that comment, and trust me, we will look into it and put something together for fashion. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Oluwatosin Shulimu. I'm also a beneficiary of W Power Loan. Thank you, Bisola, for helping me out. But I would say my experience was not very. I was surprised when she said 72 hours actually. Mine took actually 6 months, and it was back and forth. So what I would like to say is, can you make the process easier, very easy for women? At the same time, your offices outside Lagos, this is WPower, so it's Access Bank, basically everywhere in the whole of Nigeria. I opened my account initially in Ogun State, and then I moved my business operation down to Lagos. My account manager couldn't do anything in Ogun State. It was a very serious issue where I asked them that means I need to relocate my account, and it was under AWE. So it was AWE initiative, LSCTF, and WPower. So I was like, if you can't help me in Ogun State, then let me put my account down to Lagos. I noticed that most of your staff are not aware of some of your offers. So most times you need to educate them every time on every offer. All these things I come to events every time, banks come speak, and when you go to the branches, they have no idea about it. So we need you to please, as you're bringing out these offers, be going, probably send them a mail or something or reach out to them. So most times when I need to get information, like now I've been asking, how much is my balance left? So I can need to pay. I've been calling and no information from it. The only way I could get that information is when they call from your head office. So I tell them, please let me know my balance. Then secondly, loan for women, most times we're always scared to get the loan because repayments process back. Now, if you notice, when I got the loan, I was actually blaming myself at the same time. Expenses are tripled like 3 times. I'm into manufacturing, so I check my expenses. I check every single thing. Can you get involved? We are women, and we're finding ourselves in this thing. At least we're grateful for opportunities like this. We that were beneficiaries of your loan. Me, sometimes I call your office to tell you that something is wrong. I can't make payments for this month. At least that helps. Not everybody knows they are meant to do that. I've asked for a restructuring plan. Thanks to Edijon. Edijon, they just told me, just keep on paying as you can. That is because I asked. Not everybody is aware. Can you get involved? Check on the health of our business. There's something called business health. We need that. We need to know our expenses. We need to know how to manage our costs, manage our profits, because this is loan. It's not a grant. It's not an investment opportunity. And you people need your money back. But we need your help to put us through on this thing. What can we do? How can we manage? Then, sorry, last question. Perhaps, you can see that nobody knew anything about it. I sell to Benin Republic and I receive payments. There's always been issue. I don't know, is this PAP in Benin close to us? No, I heard Ghana and...
Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia, Guinea, Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So that means...
Benin is not yet included.
Okay.
They are still expanding. So we are already working on Kenya and another country. So as PAPS is expanding, we follow them to those countries.
Okay, so I appreciate it that if this information can be passed to banks as well, when we work in and ask for this PAP thing, they don't tell us, we don't have it in this branch. Can you please go to another branch?
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank
the
you
advice.
so much. I think she said, Busola, please, I need a round of applause for her. And in all honesty, these are honest feedbacks. I do not like to, paint it all gloomy and very nice, and the truth doesn't come out. This is a very honest feedback, and I cannot sit here and say we are not aware. So in terms of, she talked about the loans. So there is a product and proposition group at the center who actually look after the women and sell through the branches. If I tell you that this feedback is actually going back in, and we have roadshow, that's product training every quarter. Apart from the fact that there are also spontaneous trainings and sessions that we have with the account officer. I don't know when our experience was, but I know that has significantly improved. We had a lot of, JACPA also affected us. We all know what JACPA is now. And so we had a lot of people that came in and had to quickly start to function. And maybe they are not so well grounded, in understanding some of these things. But that gap, we have tried very consciously to close it. And I would love to even, experiment it again. We will send out women to do like, shoppers, and at least get some other very real feedback to see how fast we have been able to close that gap. And in terms of borrowing, and like she said, she asked, things are happening, expenses are increasing every day. We have business clinics that we hold every month. Business clinics, so in a case of hospital, you go to the hospital, the doctor, you complain, I have headache, I have temperature, this and that. They check you and tell you what is wrong. That is the essence of business clinic. Business clinic is not for a woman that has not borrowed. You are currently borrowing. So you go there and then you talk about what your experiences are with your business, the challenges you're facing. And then the expert and consultant could tell you, okay, I think you need to cut this cost down. You need to do this. You need to do more marketing and stuff like that, just to ensure that you are able to, go through whatever it is your business is going through at that point in time, and you are able to make your repayments as due time as well. But I love that feedback, and I think I will see her after the session. Our time is actually up. I'm so sorry. I could see some hands, but the booth is there. We'll be available to take more questions, as many as are available to be answered. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Access Bank team. I have a question too, but I'll come and meet you at your booth. Well done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, let's give them another round of applause for a very practical and insightful session. We're going right ahead. Where are the agri people in the house? Earlier on when we started today, we did some town hall amongst the different sectors represented. And I'm aware that we have a whole lot of people working in that agriculture ecosystem. You're going to be benefiting a lot from this next session. We'll be touching on scaling agribusiness for wider market reach. Scaling agribusiness for wider market reach. And I'm going to be calling on the Executive Director of Cavista Holdings, Mr. Dele Odufoye. Oh, he's not here yet. Oh, okay, all right. Whilst we are waiting for him to come back, I'd like to call out two ladies. I promised that I'll call them out today to share one or two things with us. Betta, where's Betta? Betta, are you here? Betta came all the way from Ilorin, if I am right. Please, let's appreciate Betta. In 2 minutes, she's just going to be sharing like a testimony or something to just encourage us on the journey of entrepreneurship. Thank you. Let's clap for her, please, one more time.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Edebeta Onyemechi. I'm from Ebonyi State, and I'm into paint production. Please take pictures of me. This is an evidence that God exists. Yes. So, some years back, 2022, when I came back from a womenpreneur program, so I had issues, kidnap incident. So they kidnapped, I was attacked, I and my husband. I hid under the car. So I didn't know they were going to take the car. Unfortunately, I was under the car. And then they took the car. I was dragged alongside. Yes. So the person you are seeing today is an evidence that God exists. gathering us because we are families. The people I met at the Womenpreneur, they gathered for me. They were there for me. Access Bank people, they were there for me. They sent all, used everything that they could to make sure that I'm alive. Like they were my families then. They did everything. Sent me money and all of those things. Because I was scared for my business. At the hospital bed, I had to start selling red oil. Yes, I was actually selling red oil because they collected everything from us. We had nothing. We started from the beginning. All of those things. So I'm very happy to be in your midst today. I didn't relent in going for occasions like this because it was a teaching that I came for, that I went back and I had the issue. But today I am here and I will keep coming till I climb to that place that I want to be. So I'm happy to be with all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, SOT. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's appreciate better for our testimony. One of the things that SOT seeks to do for us is to foster connections, to provide support, right? Not just funding, but the connections, the capital, the people, the networking, and much more. Mr. Dele Odufoye is back, and right now he'll be taking us through a conversation on scaling agribusiness for wider market reach. Where are the agripreneurs in the house? Where are you? Make some noise. All right, you're welcome, sir. Please appreciate him as he comes to the stage.
Which one is this? You can use this, except you want to move up and down. I'm not moving up and down. Thank you. Hello, everyone. That's very weak. Hello, everyone. Maybe the agribusiness people should respond. Hello, everyone. Great. My name is Dele Odufoye. I'm the executive director for AGOA Farms. I'm glad to be here at this conference, and I hope you've been having a great time all along. I'm going to, how does this, can someone come and advance this for me, please? So their stuff, it was delaying. It's not advancing. It's not advancing. Okay, no. Okay. So I would like to introduce AGOA Farms to you first of all, that I represent here. AGOA Farms is part of Cavista Holdings, where I represent. I would like to have more attention from the audience, please. So Cavista Holdings is an investment arm that invests in hospitality, agriculture, and technology, specifically fintech and software engineering. Talking about scaling agriculture or agribusiness, I would like to identify the problem statements. What are the problems that are facing the agribusiness sector that we play in? A lot of people that are in the agriculture business will agree with me that small businesses that are in agriculture are facing issues of access to credit, and we actually enjoyed the session by Access Bank that just talked about different opportunities of access to credit, modern inputs, and even reliable markets. Poor infrastructure, post-harvest losses. Today, post-harvest losses, I don't know how many of you understand what they mean by post-harvest losses. It's unfathomable to see that if you do a benchmark of all products, you will see that it's about 37% of what is harvested don't actually make it to the market. And that constitutes to the high price of food in Nigeria. They are not even exported. And then climatic changes and different things. community issues, security issues, those are the things that plague agriculture. Is not even sustenance, talk less of talking about scaling or even exporting. So that's why we at AGOA Farms, we are committed to empowering Nigerians through competitive prices, fair pricing, access to technology, and sustainable agricultural practices. We believe that working with the local communities and building a thriving and healthy community, we can actually scale agriculture in Nigeria. I'm going to be focusing this presentation on what we have done in AGOA that I lead to have transformed agriculture. Now, I'm going to talk a brief about AGOA. AGOA was founded a little less than 3 years ago, November 2021, and we started farming January 2022. We specialize basically on cassava, yam, and maize, and I understand Will Stevens spent a long time explaining the value chain from cassava yesterday to you all. Within 18 months, we have cultivated over 1,000 hectares of cassava alone. We have embedded over 300 in-grower farmers, and we have over 900 active workers on our farm. And through this, it has reached over 10,000 people within the community. Talking about AGOA Farms, I don't know how this plays. Talking about AGOA Farms, over 2 billion. Whoever is on the, can you click play on? Can you click play on the item there, on the video? Yes. Okay. How much have we invested to achieve all of this? We've invested over 2 billion naira. The size of our land that we have and under cultivation is total of 8,000 hectares in all in Ekiti states. Our focus, like I said, we are growing cassava, yam, maize, and we are already also going into tomato, plantain, melon, and other resilient and profitable products. Our scheme also involves aggregation. That means we bring in the local community into the fold of what we do. And of course, we're expanding into other markets. While the screen is going on, because of time, I'll keep moving. Why do we need to scale? And I need us to understand this. 60% of the land in Africa are arable. 13% of that lies alone in Nigeria. Over 83 million hectares are estimated that we have in Nigeria that are worth 85 billion. Now, I'm waiting for the screen to come in. I want to share a definition of scaling. The definition by International Fund for Agricultural Development. It says, expanding, adapting, and supporting successful policies, programs, and knowledge so they can leverage resources and partners to deliver larger results for a greater number of rural poor in a sustainable way. Now, what that means is we need to scale a program, adapt it, and bring it into the framework of policies to do something in a larger version. Let's see. Can you advance to the next slide? Okay. I'm going to give an example of this is what you have here on the screen is an example of the land that we have and we are currently cultivating. What you have there on the screen, you will see 8% of the land are actually cultivated by the local communities. So you have a land, let's give example of 5,000 hectares of land in a community that is meant to generate wealth for that community. But guess what? Because the practice is so old and archaic, and the way we practice agriculture, the communities there and the environment couldn't achieve more than 8%. You'll find that 13% of an average land that is arable in Nigeria is actually under cultivation. That means we are currently underutilizing the resources that we have. So you ask, why don't we scale? The essence of this topic is to show you why we need to scale. So why do we need to scale? Agribusinesses face challenges to reach a wider market. And if you don't scale, you will not be able to expand what you're currently doing to reach a wider market. Scaling strategies will help you to scale. It will help farmers to grow and unlock new opportunities. There was an article August 2016 by Simon Kolawole. Says, "Who agriculture alone don't help." You know that agriculture, of the truth, let's just be factual, it is common sense, agriculture creates poverty. You would know it very well. I mean, since the Obasanjo days, in his first tenure, Feed the Nation, he even went on TV, tying his belt, showing everybody that we are ready to go to the farm. Shagari did the same, SAP followed, but how many wealth has those agricultural schemes created? There was even a governor around 2015, 2016 that created one day off for workers to leave their offices and go to the farm. How many wealth has that created? Agriculture that did not scale to become an industry will continue to create poor people. That is why he said, who agriculture alone don't help. You look at what agriculture is doing, the number of cocoa that is being produced in, what's it called, in Côte d'Ivoire alone, being exported. We're all talking about exporting. You export this without creating a value chain within your environment, without scaling. You're actually missing the point. Côte d'Ivoire exports, I don't know the number now, to M&M. M&M is their biggest customer. The GDP of M&M is bigger than the GDP of the entire Côte d'Ivoire. If that is not worth thinking about, then we are on the wrong path. Understanding the need for scaling. You need to increase production, you need access to new markets, and need to improve efficiencies. Now, let me quickly talk about the strategies that we employed for scaling our agribusiness. Number one, market research. Two, technology adoption, partnerships, and finance. I'll pick on market research. When we decided to go into cassava, we did not just wake up and say we're going to cassava. At Kavisa Holdings, our mission is to create value and transform lives. And then we looked at it. What products can we actually do at a large scale that will transform lives, that can create jobs? Agriculture is the only sector that can create a lot of jobs for us in Africa. And that is why we are going into it. And we asked ourselves, what is the value chain? We found out there's, for cassava, you can have starch, gari, ethanol, so many products that can come from it. And then we decided to start at a point and go and scale. So you need to do market research. We took the entire 2021 to conduct this research. And even the research included who is going to be off-taking from us in 2026. So we didn't just think of the immediate terms. You think of long terms. You need to do market research. There are a lot of people that have gone into farming because their friend has gone into farming, or someone went into farming and is now packaging of further rice and doing all those packaged foods. But you need to do your research very, very well. Understand the market that you're going to. Do not think of the next 2 years or 3 years. Be futuristic. Go into 10-year research. You can actually predict the future. Those people that have taken 2024 actually predicted it over 10 years ago, and they planned it for you. Technology adoption. A lot of times, most people don't even take advantage of technology to run their agriculture. They still do it from tractor to just take notes. And there are so many software out there for precision farming and for logging your activities. An example of what we use Farm Log. And lastly, you need to partner. A lot of people do their farming alone. I have 5 hectares. I have 5 acres. I have 2 plots of land. You do not involve any research institute. You do not partner with government. And people wake up and say, hey, government changed policy on you. How do you interact with the government? Some people own lands and they don't even know their way to the Ministry of Agriculture of where they are working or where they are farming. How does that work? How does it help you to scale? How do you know the different anchor programs that governments have? A lot of people are doing agriculture, they've never even been in programs like this to know all the things they can benefit from. I don't even know how that works. For you to scale your agribusiness, you have to have partners. Partners in research, partners in the ministry, and in fact, government is your best partner. Now, for us, how did we do it? The challenges that we faced regulatory challenges, but to overcome that, we work closely with the local experts in the government. They partner with us and they give us guidance. Immediately we started, we were carrying the ministry along. What about talent? A lot of people have been a victim, and I know this goes to a lot of people in this room. You have hired the wrong people at one point or the other. Who has ever experienced that you've hired the wrong people? Not a lot of people. That means I have a very good audience. You are very skilled in hiring people. One of the biggest challenges that small business face, especially in agriculture, is hiring wrong. You've not hired the right people, especially when you hire the experienced farmers. Do not forget they have the experience in the good things. They also have the experience in the bad things. They know how to game you. You need to hire the right people. Do not hire those people that are referred to you by your uncles or aunties. Hire the right people. Partner with local institutions. Go to IITA. Let them give you their experts. It might be expensive, but in the long run, it's cost effective. Then community resistance. You go to some places, the communities don't even want you. They don't want you. They don't want advancement. How do you do it? You partner with the community. You don't go into a community with the intention of taking their land or what have you. Now, a case study of AGOA, we actually took all these strategic initiatives, took advantage of modern technologies. I wish the video was playing. You will see some of the technologies that we used. And then, of course, how has this impacted the communities? We had economic impact. Maybe they will play these videos later. This is a video of how we had economic impact in AGOA and social impact. And I'm going to mention that today we've actually had active jobs. As we're speaking, currently there are over 300 people working on the farm right now. And over the course of every month, we engage over 1,000 people. If you want to know how your business is changing lives, the economy the indices are very, very easy. My colleague here will always say how you measure it is you measure the number of Okada that rides within the town. If you're in a locality, the numbers of Okadas are increasing, the economy of that space is increasing. And I'm going to give, it's good that we have a lot of women in the house. I'm going to give an example of what happened last year. I got a call from our farm manager and he said it's a funny story that there's a disruption at the farm. A man came to the farm and asked that we stop his wife from working with us. And we said, why? He said, since the wife has started working with us, they live in a village in Ekiti State. Now the woman moved from earning nothing every month to earning 60,000 naira every month. Imagine earning 60,000 naira working in our farm. An average person earns between 2,000 to 4,000 naira on a daily working in our farm. They collect their money twice in a month. To empower them, we pay twice in a month. And the life of that home has changed. This in too many months. She's now the breadwinner of the home. Maybe the man was a useless man before, just to say. But the economy of their home has changed, but they were not aware that their home has indeed changed in their very eyes. But instead of the man to come to ask for work, he asked us to stop his wife from working. But at the end of the day, our farm managers turned to guidance and counselor. And at the end of the day, we were able to, adopt the woman, help them, coach them through the understanding the economy. And the home is the smallest unit of the economy. That home has changed. And I'm telling you, there are over 1,000 of that home that just scaling our agriculture business in Ekiti has changed. In cultivating all of this, we now decided we need to touch more lives. We've organized football clubs. We organize football tournaments amongst over 30 secondary schools. We believe that these people, these young people in secondary schools in Ekiti State are going to be the ones desiring to work in Agbewa farms in future. But how do we employ people? You catch them when they're in their school ages. You know, now they play football, sponsored by us. We touched lives. We did over 5,000 eye surgeries last year through our medical outreaches. We have over 900 people registered in our in-grow and out-grow scheme. And guess what? We are scaling this up. We have 8,000 hectares of our own. Do you know how many we are going for now? 100,000 hectares. 100,000 hectares across Ekiti. We want all the land that you're seeing that is green with bushes to be growing what? Cassava. Cassava. And you can do it too. Everyone here can start small and grow. But we had to learn. We used our 5,000 to 8,000. Now we're going to 100,000 in partnership with the state. Now, what are the lessons that we've learned today? Do your market research, embrace technology, strategic partnership, especially with the government. Of course, make sure you have a good branding and effective marketing within the communities and your customers. And then also be persistent, be adaptable to your environment, and also your commitment to social impact is very, very strong. I'm going to dwell on that. You might have been reading very well that Ekiti is also one of the hotbeds that have Fulani attacks, kidnapping attacks. But we've been operating since January 2022. We have, unskilled people working with us on a daily basis is over 300. In a month is over 1,000. Skilled people working with us over 70, and zero attack, zero kidnapping, zero impact. As a matter of fact, my colleagues and their team, the Consul General and the Charge d'Affaires visited our farm. That's how safe it is. They visited our farm in February. Thank you, Maiwa, for leading our efforts. Lastly, on my closing remarks, I want to talk about my advice to aspiring agribusiness entrepreneurs. Has it changed? Can you please change it? Yes. My first advice is don't be afraid to start. Start small. Reiterate your ideas and your business model. Learn from your mistakes and then grow it. Invest in your team. Hire the right people. Empower them to also innovate. Do not underestimate the importance of building relationships and trust with stakeholders. Stakeholders include your community. Stakeholders include the government. Stakeholders include the training institutions around you. And then focus on solving real problems for farmers to grow. And what does the future look like for Agbewa farms? I'm going to share with you. We're expanding beyond cassava. Today we are selling cassava roots. Our cassava are going to be processed to starch starting next year. And we are already producing cassava roots and chips. We are expanding to over 100,000 hectares, employing more and more people. We want to make sure everybody is an employer of labor in Ekiti State. Our aggregation services is already buying a lot from the community, and we're expanding into international markets. Finally, on conclusion, in scaling your business to a wider market, it requires multifaceted approach. By understanding the market, by implementing the right strategies, we at Agbewa, we overcame all these challenges, and we have grown in the space of just 2 years to what we are today. The lessons learned from this journey offers valuable insight for others seeking to scale their agribusiness in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kufori. Do we have questions? We can take just 2 questions. Anybody? Okay.
Okay.
2 people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Agbewa director. I'm so sorry. I'm from Ekiti State, your state. at Ijorin Ekiti.
Great.
So, and our aim is to be the biggest plantain farmer. I don't even know that I have a very big, wonderful people already in Ekiti. Thank you very much for that. I was listening and I'm very, very impressed. But what is my scare is, you talk about employing people. You talk about employing wrong people. That's the major challenges that me personally have been facing for the past 3 years. Actually, I stay in Lagos, but because of my passion for farming, so I've been into farming for the past 3 to 4 years now, and I'm able to get a grant for Tony Elumelu, so that really boosts me up in my farming. But my challenging is about employing these wrong people, because you can't do farming alone. Farming is something you can't do alone. So I still need your experience in that, because I passed through some challenges during my last year whereby we get all these, plantain, when you plant plantain, you still get more little zone behind it. So I'm still learning actually. You still get a little more behind it that you can use to expand.
Mm-hmm.
So my planting is about 1,200 trees now. But what is that sometimes they will let you know that this thing, you have lost 400, you have lost 20 today, this one has spoiled, this we need money for manual. So I need you to please, if you can help, if it is only one thing that I can gain from you here, that how will you be able, being as you are starting, I know you have passed through my stage, how are you able to manage that kind of wrong people? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. The answer is very simple. Acquiring talent requires steps. Sourcing your talent, where do you source them from? Are they people that you know alone? I mean, I can tell you nearly everybody working in our organization, I've not known them before they applied. So where do you source from? Make sure you have quality sourcing channels of getting the right people. Interview them, make sure they have the required experience. And of course, theft is one of the challenges that you face in agriculture. Make sure you have guarantorship program within your framework. But it's teaching you talent acquisition it's more than what 1 minute can solve. But we can meet outside the program. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I really enjoyed
I can't see who's speaking.
Section.
Can
Can
you step into the aisle, please?
Okay. My name is Folashade Olunuga. I'm not a farmer, but I run a business that works in the distribution and marketing aspect of the agricultural value chain. I want to ask, what is the government or bodies or partners are doing concerning post-harvest losses? I have taken for farmers, and we've been having issues of conveying their farm produce from the farm to the markets. Most of the time, we lose a lot of these produces that at the end of the day, they don't get anything from their harvest. Yeah. What is being put in place to checkmate these losses is really costing them a lot. I experienced one yesterday. We took iceberg lettuce to the airport in Jos, and they refused to carry it. They left it there. We are still trying to bring it down. By the time it gets to Lagos, half of it is gone. The man has lost a lot of money, and I will not be able to charge my own commission from taking it to the end user. So what is being put in place to checkmate all these post-harvest losses? Thank you so much.
Excellent question. Post-harvest loss is one of the biggest problems that we face in agriculture. Number one strategy that the government is doing is to fix the roads, and you'll see a lot of states are embracing the rail strategy, and the third strategy is a lot of the states are having cargo airports. They are bringing ability to export closer to the farmers, so it reduces the time taken from farm to customer. That's one. However, the part that non-governmental organizations like yourself, ourselves can do is to innovate around it. One of the things that we have done with our cassava revolution is to make sure that we will have within 100-kilometer radius, we'll have a processing plant. That means the product gets to where it's going to be processed as quickly as possible so that it will not perish and it will not degrade in value. Imagine a product like cassava. It will lose starch quality or the starch content between Ekiti State and Lagos State. Conveying those products by road can take maybe more than a day. You will lose value, you will lose money, and they will perish. So one of the things that you can do is to innovate around your product, see how many of those products can be converted to another step in the value chain within the harvest zone before you export. If you're into maybe chips, things that can be sun-dried, you can invent different ways of preservatives before your product is being transported. Transportation is the biggest bane of post-harvest losses. Do you understand? So one of the things that you can do is innovate around that, and of course, keep pushing the government. As strong as the partnership that we have with the state government is in Ekiti State, we write letters to them every day. If we see a bad portion of the road leading to our farm, we always nudge them to perfection. So you all need to get involved. Governance is everybody's responsibility. Thank you very much.
No, the hands are, I see more hands going up, but we need to really wrap up this.
Sorry, my time is up. The screen is saying time up, but I'm available for questions afterwards.
Right, yes. So you can meet him at the back of the hall, please.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you. Well done. All right. I'm really jealous. The people in agriculture seem to be getting a whole lot of tips. Please clap for them. Clap for them, oh. All right, well done. Now, I know the smell of jollof rice is, becoming quite inundating, but I can assure you that we have only 30 minutes before lunch. After today, this whole conference is over, at least for now. So please, let's concentrate. I see a lot of distractions at the back. Some people are taking photos, hugging themselves. Some people are just gisting. Don't miss out on all of the important things that we are passing across. So please be seated and let's be of good behavior. I have some items here, lost and found. This is like a bracelet. If it's yours, you can see me at the back after this session. And I have this pair of glasses. You know I'm a frames person. If you don't come to claim it, I shall claim it for you. But that's on a lighter note. If this is yours, please make your way to the back to see me after this session. We're doing well on this very last day, and we'll be going into the next session. Yesterday, we had a fantastic presentation from Ms. Grace Olele from the American Business Council. But today, we have a panel session from the team. And they'll be talking about building trade policy advocacy for African businesses. Advocating for trade policies that benefit businesses, strategies for engaging with policymakers, building partnerships with industry associations, and influencing trade policy decisions. I'd like to welcome the team from the American Business Council. Please clap for them. And of course, Ms. Grace Olele. Please clap, clap, clap. Online audience, I see you. I'm coming back to celebrate you very specially.
Thank you so much. Yes, it looks like you just christened me. But yeah, the grace is sufficient. My name is Margaret Olele, and I would like to introduce the team that we have today. So I'll start with Joy Lawal. Joy is a consultant working with the American Business Council on very critical projects around the private sector for democracy, the ease of doing business projects. She has a first degree in international relations and a master's in political affairs from the University of Ife. And she'll be sharing a lot of insights today. Next is, he's already smiling, Joseph Ishe. Joseph has a degree in biological sciences, But, and also he has done a couple of work and studies from I'm trying to get the fantastic, was it the University of London or, anyway, in something around strategy and advocacy. And he has a lot, to offer. Last but not definitely the least is Sarah Ogbolupol. She's about the youngest in the team. But I always joke that, the thing that got her a job was a concept note she had to write on AGOA in 24 hours. And she did that. She has a first class from the University of Lagos and also in the area of biological sciences. So I'll just hand them over to you.
Thank you everyone for that warm reception. My name is Sarah Ogbolupol from the American Business Council, and I'm here with Mr. Joseph Ishe and Ms. Joy Lawal. We are very happy to be here. The American Business Council team will be talking about building trade policy advocacy for African businesses today. So we as American Business Council, we are a premier advocacy platform for pro-business policies. We do policy reform initiatives and projects in fostering economic partnerships between the US and Nigeria. So we have like over 80 member companies, 80 member American companies working with us to ensure that ease of doing business in Nigeria is paramount and we can foster trade and investment properly. So I'll be asking my colleagues here questions on the topic and we'll discuss and unravel what trade policy advocacy is for African businesses. So my first question will be going to Ms. Joy Lawal. We'll be going to Joseph Ishe. Could you briefly explain trade policy advocacy and why is it important for businesses to engage in it?
All right, thanks, Joy. Sarah. Thanks, Sarah. So for trade policy, why it's very important. I mean, it's very critical in the way that businesses operate in Nigeria and the way we look at how indigenous businesses move or trade across its borders. So, I mean, it's very essential for, I mean, the main objective for trade policies are for ensuring that there's fair competition, access to markets, non-trade barriers, and also looking at the competitiveness, how Nigerian businesses, how businesses in the local context can, trade in other markets competitively. So it's very essential that, not just businesses having a say in trade policy, but coming under a collective, under maybe like trade associations, like how the American Business Council is. We interface or the bridge for American businesses. Likewise, other trade associations in the room. It's very crucial that businesses work under that collective and advocate on policies that will be favorable to their various entities. So for instance, if you could see like the AFCFTA, you could see the Manufacturing Association in Nigeria, they are very involved in how the AFCFTA for Nigeria is being shaped, the negotiations happening under the umbrella of ASFCTA. So you could see that associations like that are very, very involved, ensuring that their business, because under them, under the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, I'm just giving an example, their businesses would discuss how the federal government would want to approach AFCFTA or ECOWAS, or trade agreements between US and Nigeria or UK or EU. So it's very, very crucial coming under a collective force to advocate on favorable trade policies. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. If there's one thing that I was able to pick up from that is that it is important that we have a single voice when we are talking about advocacy and trade policies. No matter how the business environment might be, it is important that everybody is communicating singly. So from that, I'll move to my next question to Ms. Joy. So what strategies can businesses employ to advocate for these policies? And how do you engage policymakers in the advocacy process?
Thank you, Sarah. I think I would start to, I would like to emphasize that engagement with policymakers is actually very important. We cannot, and that cannot be overemphasized. And engagement can be done at various levels, which, like we do at the American Business Council, could be subnational, national, as well as regional. The importance of this engagement is because we have to actually put the needs of our members forward, you know, and actually share their perspectives. Because a lot of times, yes, policymakers, you know, they come up with the policies, they make the policies, but the businesses are the one in the marketplace. They are the ones who, you know, these policies affect, either positively or negatively. And there's need for that continuous engagement, basically, with the policymakers. So one thing for us at American Business Council is we look at different ways to engage the policymakers. Some could be in the form of roundtables, which I would say are more intimate because, of course, that's between us and them, you know, where the needs, you can actually talk freely on the needs and look at how these policies affect, and also possibly look at ways in which we can make the policy, you know, the policy can be tweaked, you know, kind of influence, make recommendations to the government. Now, one thing, you know, speaking about roundtables and the importance of this, is that a lot of times, like I had said earlier, the policymakers make the policy. There is the need to have that conversation, that close conversation on this issue. So American Business Council has been known to do that, you know, having roundtable with policymakers to see ways in which we can influence policy. These roundtables, we also have dialogues. Another way in which we also work when it comes to engaging policymakers, one important thing is that you need information. You cannot engage policymakers without having the right information. And those information come a lot of times through research, analysis, objective research and analysis. I would give an example of ways in which, for us at the Business Council, which we keep track of government policies. An example is there's a legislative tracker, which is, we had that done in partnership with Nina, Georgia. So basically what the legislative tracker does is to help us see, for instance, every policy that's been, you know, brought out, the bills, the stages of the bills, the stages they are at, and to see how, you know, ways, as well as analysis of these bills. And that also gives us the opportunity to see ways in which we can engage the policymakers, you know, before it gets to the final stage, to say, okay, we think this can be tweaked here, this can be tweaked there, you know, and see results. Another thing that we also do as the council is we also send position documents to the government, and that is one of the benefits of being a member of American Business Council. We ensure that the interests of our members are protected, given the role that we play for them in Nigeria. So basically what we're looking at is to say, given these policies that come out, we do an analysis. How does this affect our members? Where can it be better? So if, like I had said, we engage both in national levels, subnational, as well as regional. So it depends on, I wouldn't say we're not just focusing on, okay, everything that has just at the national level and, you know, neglecting other policies that come at subnational, because our members are doing business across the country. So there's need for that continuous research. Like I said, data is important because there's need for objectivity when you are engaging. You are engaging in a collaborative manner and not in a combative manner, because the whole essence of looking at influencing policy is to make it better, not just for businesses, but for also the country. So for us, we never stop engaging. Engaging is key for us at American Business Council.
So
Thank you.
just to...
Just
sorry.
1 minute, please. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen at the back. There's so much going on at the back, and it's a lot of distraction. May I respectfully request that we all go back to our seats, please? No exhibitions, no sales, nothing should be happening right now. Please. Thank you.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so just to add buttress to Joy's points. So I'm going to give examples. So starting from the legislative tracker. Why that is crucial, because you don't want to wait till when a bill is being passed. You know, you don't want to wait till when a policy is being finalized. So what ABC did in partnership with the policy firm was to come together and track policies coming out from various ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as National Assembly. So even down to, let's say, for instance, a policy around plastics or sugar, you know, and we look at the bill, we look at the policy, and we go back and say, okay, how would this impact our members? You know, how do we position our position document? How do we ensure that this data we're gathering is impactful to in our engagement? So I'm just trying to buttress on Joy's point. So over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much for all of those insightful messages on this question and contribution. I would like to just add that it is very important to advocate for all of these trade policies, because when they are out, you don't want to be at the receiving end just finding out that there are some things that are not working, because it is important to engage these policymakers, you engage the government all through the business process, all through the trade process. So it is safe to be on the preventive side, taking the necessary measures before all of these policies that might not necessarily favor the business environment drops. So thank you so much again. And I'll move to the next question, which is to Joseph. Given the role of American Business Council as the voice of American businesses, and we heard yesterday about the volume of trade between the US and Nigeria, could you share your experience in advocating for trade policies that benefit businesses and influence trade policy decisions?
Okay, thanks. So that's an interesting question. I remember in 2018, we midwife the US-Nigeria Commercial Investment Dialogue. So that dialogue was to foster economic trade ties between Nigeria and the US. So it involved the private sector from the US side, private sector from the Nigerian side, US government, Nigerian government. And that sort of was a good platform to advocate on policies that would already impact business in the current environment, and also see how we can foster more investments from the US into Nigeria, more business partnerships, looking at agriculture, infrastructure, investments into more in the infrastructure side, agriculture, the digital economy. What we are seeing now in the digital space was more investment interest and US government support in Nigeria's digital economy. That's one. The other bit we've been involved in is the Data Protection Act. That is very crucial in how you trade. So for instance, your data, your day-to-day transactions, how are those transactions protected under, data protection? Globally, various countries and economic blocks are having that data protection to ensure that the flow of data, maybe you're doing e-commerce or whatever it is protected, but at the same time you're able to trade. Businesses can use that data to, inform their business decisions or trade in different markets. So we were very heavily involved in that to ensure that there's cross-border, there's flow of data from e-commerce platforms. If you're trading on any e-commerce platform, that AWS, Jumia, and all of that, it flows efficiently, and they are able to, or you are able to, as a store owner, to trade efficiently, ensuring that your data is being protected on those platforms. Recently, we are looking at the Ease of Doing Business series. Coming July, we'll be having quarterly roundtable dialogues in partnership with the Presidency's office, just to ensure that, that's PEBEC, just to ensure that business issues are resolved on time, either through various MDAs, for instance, like the customs. Businesses undergo various challenges with customs, NAFDAC, name it. So we're having that quarterly dialogue with various ministers, the heads of departments, heads of agencies, to resolve critical issues for our members. So those are very critical ways in which we are facilitating trade and ensuring our members are operating optimally in the country. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. So I guess it's a pat on the back for American Business Council. Yeah. So I would ask my last question to Joy. Advocacy is usually seen as a cumbersome task for businesses. Is there an easy way out?
Thank you, Sarah. There is no easy way out from the huge, task that advocacy is. However, there are ways in which you can make it easier. Now, a major way to make it easier is to do it in partnership with organizations, with similar values, as well as similar interests. Also, advocacy can be easier with being a part of associations. For instance, we have spoken, there are various associations, there's NASIMA, we've spoken about American Business Council, so associations of people with similar interest. So now, looking at that, there comes various benefits of being a part of associations. It actually helps you amplify your voice when it comes to advocacy. Like they always say, there's safety in numbers. The more, the merrier. Recently, I was watching this ransom. I would give an example. Recently, I think there was this expatriate levy which came out. And the organized private sector came together and said, you know what, this does not favor, investment coming into Nigeria, putting this levy. And what happened? That was suspended. So that's the power of coming together as a group. Now, for us at American Business Council, advocacy is something we do regularly. Especially, I know someone once said, when you have members who are big, you have members, really, what can you give them as an association? The major thing when you have premium members, the major thing they're looking for is actually you helping them, making the environment easier, which stems more from advocacy. So for us, we have had to do a lot of advocacy work, looking at, seeing how to work with partners. For instance, we have worked with think tanks like Nigerian Economic Summit Group. We've worked with Lagos Business School. We've worked with other organizations. We worked with NESG to produce the Ease of Doing Business report. That was in 2018. So basically, that was to help, present the challenges of foreign organizations as well as local organizations. To say, okay, these are the challenges we're having, in the market. So what we're trying to do with that report is actually to make it easier for them, operations easier for them, the environment to be more business friendly. Presently, we're working with another organization, we're partnering with another organization, which is called the Center for International Private Enterprise. What we're doing with them, it's an initiative which we call the Private Sector Development for Democracy Forum, because we have come to realize that the private sector cannot keep its head away from, democracy, when we talk about governance, really. How do we come to that point? Because the private sector needs a stable democracy to thrive. So what we have done with SIPE is to come together and have this forum. This forum is made up of, we have the media, we have the academia, we also have the organized private sector associations to see how can we help strengthen democracy in Nigeria. Now, that is something that would have been difficult for us as American Business Council to do on our own. But looking at coming together with SIPE and under this umbrella of the PSDF, we've been able to say, okay, we will do this. We would come out with, a document which will be presented to the government. We will look for ways in which to help the government implement this. Collaborative efforts. So you find out that with advocacy, one thing that is key, look for people who are in your space, who have similar, issues, similar interests. Then it is also important to ensure alignment of values, because it's alignment of values that will determine the approach that will be taken when it comes to advocacy. So in summary, I think I would just say advocacy is not an easy task, but it's easier when it's done in collaboration with other people, which is either in partnership or being a part of an association. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think Margaret wants to say something, so.
Thank you, Joy. This was not part of the script, but I'm sure a number of people may be asking, how does it impact me? Okay. Yesterday, Inya and I and Yemisi were talking about something as simple as jollof rice. And if you're going to trademark, if you're going to produce anything that has the name jollof rice, you may not be able to, because somebody else, while we're here in Africa fighting whose jollof rice is the best and who cooks the best jollof rice, somebody has gone to trademark that name. So simple things about understanding policy, understanding how things work is critical. And you see, regulations and government and policies keep changing. It's like an animal that mutates. So if you don't understand that this animal mutates and you're already working on, okay, maybe NAFDAC laws are these, and suddenly you discover that it's changed, and you're at the point of exporting and something has changed and you don't know about it, that's not an excuse, because it's going to affect your business. So just as Joy and the team has mentioned, they have talked about the need of banding together, coming together. I believe that a lot of us have associations here, and how you're able to tap into things like examples of what they have talked about, legislative trackers and things that we're doing, could be a very important part of it. There's also franchising, but again, we don't want to take your time. I really want to thank the team for a fantastic work they have done, and I'm sure that you can reach out to them so they can get you insights, especially if you belong to an association or if you're a head of an association. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have questions? I have questions.
Okay.
Questions. All right. If you have questions, please. Okay. But let me go with my question. I know that the American Business Council helps American businesses in Nigeria. How about Nigerian businesses in the U.S.? Do you have resources for them? Do you have any form of support for them? Because my company registers U.S. businesses for Nigerian business owners. So how do we tap into your, expertise, network, and all of that? That's the first question. And my second question is the whole trademark stuff. I've been on the trademark process for about a year. I'm doing it with an American company, and they keep saying, bring more money. Something is happening. That is happening. Is there a way you can help me salvage the process and, all of those things? Thank you.
Okay, I will start with those two questions. So, so in terms of supporting businesses, Nigerian businesses registered in the US, yes. So what we have, so within the council, we have various membership categories. We cater to Nigerian businesses registered in the US as well. And then we also support them, guide them with access to economic data, economic information, legislative information, as we made mention of legislative tracker, policy tracker. We track that and give them update analysis of that as well. And we also support them with business development, advice, and navigating the market and all of that. So we support our members on Nigerian businesses registered in the US. There are opportunities within the council for them. So in terms of trademark, we have consultants that handle that for our members. So yeah, we can discuss afterwards. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your lovely presentation. I am in the fashion industry, and I just wanted to find out if currently you have any membership kind of block within your organization that caters for that industry, one. And the second one is if you've done any advocacy for fashion industry before now. The third one is, while we're discussing in our different groups this morning, one of the issues that we realized is that we are beginning to lose control of some of our treasured fashion heritage to abuse from China. We now have our treasured ashoke, we have our treasured, looms. China is now producing those things and bringing a whole lot of influx of it to Nigeria. And that's going to clearly put the looms that we have into extinction. And it's something that I think that, we need to fight. We need to fight that. And we don't mind people trying to do what we do, but they have to bring it in as investment. We do not mind partnering with them to establish looms, small looms here that will create jobs. We do not mind them coming in within the extant laws of expatriate quota to stay here and produce and transfer knowledge and technology to us. But to have such an open market would affect us very negatively. So I just want to find out, is this something that the American Business Council can take up if FADAN is a Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, or any other fashion group, presents that to you? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question. So yes, the council has interplayed with the creative industry, advocating for the creative industry as a whole. To what Ms. Olele had said, you are actually buttressing her point in terms of trademarking, the abuse of our most precious or indigenous products and ideas and traditions and all of that. So what is very crucial is ensuring that the Nigerian government positions appropriately globally, especially engaging or dealing with trademark issues globally or with individual countries. So for instance, like China, right? It's very, very crucial to have that on the table. So far, I've not seen that. It hasn't happened yet. And there is no, there is really low discussions on this high level, that's to be honest. So there is need to be there's need to come as there's need for advocacy around this and coming collectively, different either ABC with your association and other associations as well, coming collectively to advocate on that. So yeah, I would say that's what I would say about that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just to add to that, I'm glad there is already an association of, of people in that space. So now that's the first step towards advocacy. The next thing I would suggest is to look at to say, who can we partner with? Who are the people who can help us put this forward? Because what it is you want to have a unified voice. So it's not just your association that is affected, but you should look to say who are the similar, what similar associations are affected. You might even be surprised that, when it comes to associations like NASIMA, if you can see a way to align with, such associations, even when we talk about us to say American Business Council, if you can look for a way to see what is the alignment between these associations and yours, that's the next step. Then the next thing is to say, how do we go forward? I had spoken earlier about engaging. That's very critical. We cannot stay in our corners and, have our issues and just complain. We must take it a step forward to say, how do we engage the government on this? This is an issue we face. How do we engage? Are we thinking to say, okay, what ministry does this fall into? Do we seek a meeting with the ministry in charge, the department or the agency in charge? Who are the people who can protect our interests when it comes to this? So it's actually a process which must be outlined. You have to sit down and say, at each step. So I would always say, start from the end goal. You have a problem. You need to solve this problem. How do you get people on the table to speak about your problem and listen to you when you speak? So that is what I think you should look at doing. Like I said, look for associations that align, with your aim, what you're looking to do, and see ways in which you can push this as a group, because the more the merrier, like I said. It gives more weight to your advocacy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say thank you so much for the presenters. It's amazing being an advocate for African businesses. That's it in me. My name is Florence Ekong. I'm a medical health personnel. I'm a holistic therapist. I work with people to help them how to deal with their emotion, depressions. I also work and help people with, especially young adult kids with special needs like autism, dyslexia, helping them to be able to read, write, and comprehend. But presently, I'm also embarking on a project called Pain Ease, and that's my brand name, Holistic Flow. The project is called Pain Ease, helping women and girl child on how to manage pain during menstrual cycle. Also, sharing sanitary pads to undeserved women, unprivileged women in slum area. So now, my question is, because we know that health is wealth. Each and every one of us here, if we are not in good health, will not be able to be here. So how can you people advocate for us, like, when it comes to our own business? Because basically, I work online, I coach online. How can we now come in? What are the current trade agreements or policy and regulations impacting businesses like mine operating between the US and that of Africans? The question, okay, what are the current trade agreements, policies, and regulation impacting business like mine? Though I know such what I'm saying is not really like, people don't really know it, especially in Nigeria and that of some parts of Africa. But we are just trying to let that this is it, especially for mothers who are having these challenges like their own children. Some of them, they lock them inside, stopping them associating with people outside. So we are out here to help these ones. What is it that we can do? How can you people advocate for us like we are in?
Okay, thank you. I think I will just run through to say basically what you're looking at is how can we advocate for you. I had spoken earlier about we cannot, truthfully, we cannot be everything to everybody. There has to be alignment with what we do as American Business Council and what you are looking at. So it might not be us to be able to advocate for you, given what you do. This is where, I had spoken earlier about the importance of information, data. This is where for you, you have to look for organizations, that are aligned with what you do and can advocate with you. For us, what we cover, like my colleague had said earlier, is that we're the voice of American businesses. So we have, kind of like we work with a particular group of people. Why we want to do other things, however, we are limited in the amount of things we can do for everyone. However, you can meet us after this session and let's have a conversation and see ways in which probably we can guide you, right, to look for the association that would work best for you. Does that help? Thank you.
That will be the last question, I believe. Please, let's appreciate the team from the American Business Council. Thank you so much for an enlightening presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's appreciate them. Let's celebrate them. All right, we are inching closer to the end of this amazing 3-day conference. Let's ensure to sustain the energy till the end. The hour we have been waiting for has come. Lunchtime. All right, I'm going to be giving us 40 minutes for lunch. Yesterday, I did mention that, we should bring our products today. During lunch, feel free to meet new people, introduce your products to them, and make valuable connections. When we come back from lunch, I'm going to be taking on maybe about 10 to 15 people to showcase their products to us very briefly before we dive into the next session. We know how we have been doing it. Please calm down, calm down. We're going to be forming a queue in front of the Accent Studios Foundation to take our lunch. I want to celebrate once again the online audience. They have patiently, been tagging along. They have a couple of questions that we'll take once we come back. Enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Thank you. Media, please give us some music.
you so much for coming out throughout our time. We've learned together, we've unlearned, we've evolved, we've challenged ourselves, we've moved mountains, we've shared, networked, and grown tremendously together. Thank you for making the world better, and thank you for making Nigeria better. Thank you so much. And with a standing ovation, join me in welcoming Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard.
I congratulate all of you for successfully completing the AGOA and becoming U.S. government program alumni. Welcome to this prestigious network of professionals who will become very important to you as you move ahead in your career. And again, congratulations, ladies. Thank you.
My AWE sisters. A very special thank you to the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, the U.S. Consulate Lagos, and the Ascend Studios Foundation. When they try to remind you that women haven't been on this path before, kindly say, "Watch me blaze the trail so others can follow." When they try to remind you that you're doing too much, kindly say, "I am just getting started. Destiny beckons, and I must do a quick work as one who will give an account for her time on earth." And when they try to remind you that the backstage is where you should be, kindly say, "That label is not for me, because the center stage is exactly where I am meant to be." Go and sparkle your world. Thank you.
We're here today because we all dare to dream. If your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough.
Everything we do is about relationships. The relationships we make. Let's not find it difficult to forgive each other, no matter what we think the wrong is. Because what is more important is the bridges that we build. Get on the ladder, don't remove the ladder. Leave it there, stretch down the hand. God bless you.
AWE has been so transformational. AWE is revelational. AWE is light, transformative. AWE is thriving in color. AWE is a lifesaver. Revitalizing. AWE na papa.
How we can leverage that technology to enhance productivity across whatever it is that you do. You know, you might be a farmer, you might be a tailor. I don't think that there's anything we do as Nigerians and as humans that cannot be transformed if we apply technology to some element of it.
Our main objective is to help startups grow and scale. And even though we are a tech company, we also support startup things like global expansion.
You also need people who are into network infrastructure to help with the backbone. You need people who are really good at HR to be able to place people in the right environment. You need lawyers.
Beyond all of that, when you do IT outsourcing,
you're supporting the entire digital transformation sector of the economy. Everyone needs skilled talent in the industry.
People that are available here, the startups, the fintechs and all of that, can leverage on those services and run with it. By the time we run with it in the next 2-3 years, we see a lot of opportunities created, a lot of revenue generated, and we will not be where we are now as Nigerians.
I am proud to say that since 2019, we have held 4 iterations of the AWE in Lagos for 720 businesswomen.
And I just look forward to all that you will achieve from here. Please take the lessons you've learned and activate. And don't forget, like I always say, shoot your what? Shoot your what? Shoot your shot.
J. Douglas said, a woman in touch with her intuition is a formidable force. Let us trust our intuition. It will empower us to make decisions we did not think we could. It will make us become stronger, and it will make us happier. No one, and I repeat, no one does empowerment like the U.S. mission in Nigeria.
It doesn't end with graduation. You're going to continue to grow and learn, and you're going to face new challenges, have new questions, and you have each other for support. You have your mentors, they'll be there for you, the facilitators, the AWE team, and really most importantly, you have each other.
Even technology could not put our patriotism to test. So we passed. Let's applaud ourselves. What a true African woman should be. Super energetic, consistent, reliable, persistent, supportive.
AWE has been a life-changing experience. It is one of the most impactful journey I have engaged myself in. And it's a good platform for any female entrepreneur to start their business.
It's been impactful in the sense that it has taught us ways to do things and impact the community where we live.
Thank you so much, Ascent Studio Foundation. Thank you so much, the U.S. Consulate, and everyone that puts up this program.
Thank you so much, AW. We love you. We love you.
your track today.
For what they have given me today, the gift they gave me today. May God Almighty bless them abundantly and refill their bosom in the name of Jesus.
I work with a lot of these kids. I know them from the camp, so they're like my kids. And for me, it's an amazing thing to see that people really think about them and that during this long vacation, ASF Studio has put together all these amazing things for them free of charge.
We are very grateful. Many people they don't want to see us close to them, but he took us as something. She invited us to come and rejoice together, and we are very grateful to see ourselves here.
Wani lokaci ana kawo mana abubuwa a cikin IDP camp, amma an kawo gaskiya yakan zama mana wani matsala. Shine ta design cewa ya kamata ta sami sunayen yara da kuma mu mata saboda ta taimaka mana da abin da zai biya mana bukata.
I'm really honored to be here to volunteer, and it's an exciting thing to see that the kids are happy and everyone is happy. I hope to do this again.
Throughout our time, we've learned together, we've unlearned, we've evolved, we've challenged ourselves, we've moved mountains, we've shared, networked, and grown tremendously together. Thank you for making the world better, and thank you for making Nigeria better. Thank you so much. And with a standing ovation, join me in welcoming Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard.
I congratulate all of you for successfully completing the AGOA and becoming U.S. government program alumni. Welcome to this prestigious network of professionals who will become very important to you as you move ahead in your career. And again, congratulations, ladies. Thank you. My AWE sisters. A very special thank you to the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, the U.S. Consulate Lagos, and the ASF Studios Foundation. When they try to remind you that women haven't been on this path before, kindly say, "Watch me blaze the trail so others can follow." When they try to remind you that you're doing too much, kindly say, "I am just getting started. Destiny beckons, and I must do a quick work as one who will give an account for her time on earth." And when they try to remind you that the backstage is where you should be, kindly say, that label is not for me, because the center stage is exactly where I am meant to be. Go and sparkle your world. Thank you.
We're here today because we all dare to dream. If your dreams don't scare you, they're not big enough.
Everything we do is about relationships. The relationships we make. Let's not find it difficult to forgive each other, no matter what we think the wrong is. Because what is more important is the bridges that we build. Get on the ladder, don't remove the ladder. Leave it there, stretch down the hand. God bless you.
AWE has been so transformational. AWE is revelational.
AWE is light, transformative.
AWE is thriving in color. AWE is a lifesaver. Revitalizing.
AWE na papa.
use and for promotion of African food culture.
Thank you. 30 seconds. Move.
Okay, my name is Olaito Hanidu. I'm the founder of Mouth Munchers. We are into coconut products. I process coconuts. I have different products from coconuts, starting from cold-pressed coconut oil. We have it's 100% natural. We have coconut mixed nuts. This is a composition of like 5 different nuts. And the cashew inside, I'm collaborating with the cashew guy to supply me.
Everything coconut. Thank you. 30 seconds.
Hi everyone, my name is Shokubi Kafla, the founder of Olaolu Fabric Gift. I do Afrocentric gift souvenir like the one I'm holding. I use African fabrics such as Ankara, Adria, and Ashoke to make high-catching, innovative, beautiful piece loved by the world. We help government eradicate fabric waste.
Eradicate your waste. Thank you. 30 seconds.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Basu Sholari. I want to talk to women here. We're always very busy and we neglect our health. I have this tea, herbal blend teas. I'm a herbalist, a herbal practitioner, GP. Your weight loss, your diet, your lifestyle and emotions all come to form ailments that we all go through. So you don't need to go through those ailments again. Be 63. I am 63. So you don't need to go through those things again with tea.
Tea. Go and see her at the back. Thank you. 30 seconds.
Hello everyone. My name is Ozioma of Eating Whole Foods, an African superfood company. We'll make our legendary pepper soup. It helps you cough, catarrh, everything. Look here. If you're a new mom, you need this. We have honey and a lot of other products.
Pepper soup for cough and catarrh. 30 seconds.
Hello, my name is Mary Jane from Jolly Pen Foods. So what we do practically is to convert vegetables into flour, smoothie powder. These are therapeutic food that you can use to manage a lot of health ailments. You can use it to control your diabetes, cholesterol, and the rest.
Thank you. 30 seconds. I'm going to take 5 more and then we'll come back.
Okay, I'm Owoko Dubukwala, the executive director.
30 seconds.
Dam Seafood. Okay, so we make tapioca pudding, tapioca flakes, and tapioca flour. So we produce that tapioca flour from the scratch. So for those looking for gluten-free food.
Thank you.
Ekaso! Yoruba la wanta o! Tí ẹ bá fẹ́ kí ọmọ yín kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ èdè Yorùbá, if you have children that can't speak Yoruba language, Akonilede Yoruba is here for you. We teach teenagers, children, and adults of any age groups. Visit us at www.akoniledeyoruba.com. Thank you very much.
My name is Ade Tejun, and I manage Tejvari Nigerian Enterprises. We produce customized hats and bags, party souvenirs, promotional items. Here are some samples here. You can follow me on Tejvari Printing to see our various designs. Thank you.
I'm going to take 2 men, just 2 men, and then ladies, we will do this. Just 2 men, you can go back, ladies. I will bring you back. We need to go into the session.
Finally. Hello, my name is Mr. Michael. Hello, my name is Mr. Michael. I process cashew nuts. I have some of my products here. I have the 450 gram. Everybody knows cashew, but I have this product which is called cashew butter. Most people are not aware of cashew butter. Everybody knows peanuts, but I have cashew butter. It's very healthy.
Cashew butter, cashew nuts.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Arolo. I'm from Super Healthy Foods. We sell superfoods such as baobab powder, chia seed. They are very good antioxidants. They help with digestion. They help with blood pressure, and so on and so forth. We also have moringa.
30 minutes. Moringa and beetroot. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kome Ogbe. My product is very simple. You all know Wakana. I'm a travel and tourism agent. You exporters and importers, if you need to secure your investment abroad, I can help you very
Wakana for travel tickets. Thank you. Which one?
Thrive Travels and Tours.
Thrive Travels and Tours. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. If I didn't call you, I'll bring you back later. Be assured. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. and gentlemen, please let's be all seated. No noise, no moving around, no exhibition, nothing but absolute silence. Ladies, please sit down. No selling. No selling, no talking. Absolute silence, if possible, please. We are going into a very important session, probably one of the most important of this conference. Can we all be seated, please? Can we all be seated, please? We are going into a session that is titled Trade Ecosystem Town Hall, Empowering African Entrepreneurs Through Collaboration. And we have a very important guest in our midst. Let us be quiet, please, and let everybody be seated. Please be seated. I can see some people in the photo booth. Why now? Can we all be seated, please, ladies? I will be inviting Barrister Kolawe to introduce our panelists for this session. Please be seated, please be attentive, and let's make the most of this particular session. Thank you.
Okay, no, let me, so that I can move. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like us to be very still, please. Let's take this session very important. And I have my reasons for saying that. These are arguably the best part of this conference. Many of you are exporters. Many of you are still engaged in informal export. And many of you are still struggling to go into the business of export. Today, we've been able to put together government agencies and organized private sector to listen to you and solve or give solutions to some of your issues and your problem. Can we have a very quiet house, please? Thank you very much. So I don't want to waste too much time in talking. But before I do that, I just want to make one point very clear here for every one of us and also for our panelists. Nigeria has an estimated number of micro, small, medium companies to the tune of 3.38 million. Smedan, we say we are about 38 million MSME company. But today, I can tell you we're close to like 40-something million. And out of this 40-something million, only 2 to 3% constitute the large industries and the medium. 2 to 3. If you do 2% or 3% of 48 million, what figure do you get? You find out that it's extremely infinitesimal. So that simply puts it that the major numbers of companies is resident in you. We are the one that makes up the numbers. So today you have an opportunity to open up the challenges, the constraints, the setbacks that you face in your business so that they can come to organize, recognize it, and probably go back and tweak it a little bit to see how they can accommodate you people. Standard Organization has been trying to do something along that side. So we hope that today we'll be able to achieve something that can support you all. So I'll quickly like to introduce those on the panelists. It's the Women Day, so we start with the women. I'd like to introduce Annabelle Kamuche. the MD CEO of NISAT. Can you put us together for our please? Yeah, anyway, please. The first time I met Annabelle, I said to her, I invited her for a program, and then she came for the program. When she walked in, I said, this is a pretty girl. I wasn't expecting much. But when she picked up the mic, she blew my mind. I said, beauty and brain. Thank you for coming, Annabelle. I appreciate you, please. Then I'd like to call also the DG, Director General of NASIMA, that's Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Mines and Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Mr. Shola Obadimu. Please come forward, please. Let's put our hands together for them too. Next, Dr. Chinyere Almona, welcome, man. Director General, Lagos Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The biggest chamber in Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you very much, Ma. Next, I'll be inviting my very good friend, Dr. Ken Ukwa. Ken is the president, National Association of Nigerian Traders. Then all the way from the Shippers Council, the economic operators of all the ports in Nigeria, I'd like to invite on board Ada Nwanu, Deputy Director of Nigerian Shippers Council. You know, sometimes you save the best for the last. I actually saved the best for the last. I don't know if I'll be asking for too much from every one of you here. Trying to invite the customs, Nigerian Customs Service to be here. All I did was to send, I told them to send a text message to a number. And I wasn't expectant. And today, I was blown away. So we have in our midst the controller of Apapa Port, Dr. Babatunde Lomo FSI. Can we put our hands together for you, please? Thank you very much. Let me say something very exciting to you, every one of you here today. When he came in, we just got into a small tete-a-tete. And naturally, there are two organizations you bring on board like this, and they are in trouble. Two, customs, NAFDAC. And the third one is the banks. So when you bring these three people on board, they are in trouble. So I told him that I will try to moderate it so that you won't get into trouble. He said, no, let them bear their mind. Let them speak their mind. I'm here to do the right thing and say the right thing. So can we put our hands together for them, please? So I'm going to tell you the format this is going to take so that you can go home with something. Like people that know me, I don't do a program. I don't do anything if the people don't get something at the end of the day. So this panel is going to be interactive. We're going to give you all the opportunity in the world to talk to the traders, to the organized private sector, which are the Chambers of Commerce and LCCI, to Shippers Council, who are the economic operators, to certifications, then to the NASIMA, and then customs. The only thing I'll be doing here is just to moderate, not to ask them questions. I'll give them time to just talk about what they do and what they have in place for you. Based on that, we open the floor for questions and answer. Are we okay with that? Are we okay with that? Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for every one of them, please. Yeah. All right, sir, thank you so much. I just want to thank every one of you for taking time out to be here today. And I don't know how to say thank you to Dr. Babatunde. Thank you very much. Dr. Shola, I can't help but keep thanking you. Annabelle, thanks. Ada, thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. I'm a good friend. What I'll do right now from my immediate right, I'll just give just 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes. I want us to say what we do or what our organization is doing and what we have in place for micro, small, medium enterprise. That was why I started with my earlier intro. 1% of 40 million is what? Is 400,000. Am I correct? So that simply means that the balance 38 billion are these people that you're seeing today. And some of your policies, some of the programs that we put in place are not directed towards them. Rather, it's directed towards the 2% that is running the economy. So they want to know, maybe they've not read it anywhere or they've not seen it anywhere. Is there anything you have for these small entrepreneurs that are trying to go into the business of export, they are trying to scale up? And that's in your introduction, that should be the key point. Thank you. I'll start with Dr. Ken, and then as we go on.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to state that in NANS, that's the acronym, National Association of Nigerian Traders, we have 157 unit associations across the country. We also have 27 in the diaspora. For instance, we have Nigerian traders in Ghana, Nigerian traders in Cameroon, in Germany, in China, in South Africa, and all of that. So what we do is to coordinate these operations. Now, beyond this, we also supervise what we call consular issues regarding traders who are members. If you are a corporate member, for instance, and you have issues with either your manufacturer abroad or the importer abroad, that means you are the exporter of a product here, and then the importer over there, you have an issue with them. What we do is to step into the gap and bring in a kind of dialogue, arbitration system that, you know, reaches the consular, and that can always be dealt with. Number 3 is that we also handle issues of exports or imports when they go beyond that member in terms of capacity to handle. For instance, we have bridges with the Nigerian Customs Service, the Nigerian immigration, sometimes when it has to do with movements of persons that are carrying goods. We also have with other agencies of governments, and then we also intervene. On policy number 4, we also try to do what we call policy interventions. First, by ensuring, like my friend said, majority of the people who are purveyors of businesses are at the micro sector, micro level. And then the literacy level is also somehow low. And therefore, one of the things that we do in our organization is that we have a department in our office that demystifies the legal jargons. And I'm sure you know that most of the policies are written in legal jargons, in law. And therefore, we dismantle all of this, demystify those jargons so that the common trader will understand. I gave you an instance of yesterday, how I started, demystifying some of these things and then putting the publications in my pocket so that when the customer comes to quote their laws, I bring it up and say, this is the correct interpretation. And then they will say, okay, I beg pass. My Oga, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Doctor, please. You can take the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm the Director General of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And a chamber is what it is called, a chamber where businesses come together to connect and engage with one another to improve their business practices. So the chamber provides a platform for various things One is networking. It gives you a very viable opportunity to network with one another. During networking, sometimes you find people who are in the same business line with you, and you can work with them. Sometimes you find those who are like suppliers to your business, or those who you can sell to. So it's like a big marketplace that encourages a mingling of opportunities. But that's not all. At the chamber, we have sectorial groups because there are some issues that are not general issues. Some issues are sector specific. If you're in ICT, you want people who are within that space who can speak your language. If you're in agriculture, you want people who will be within that space who can speak your language. So we have those sectorial groups, and members of the chamber are allowed to join whatever sectoral group suits their business. So that then gives you more specific engagement platform for those within your sector. And that then helps you. Sometimes businesses have challenges. You have a government guideline or a policy that is not favorable to your business. Chances are that because you're a small business, you can't stand up to your regulator and say, this thing is not good, please change it. So you need to, it's easier for you to be in a group where you can all come together and have one unified voice, and then you can speak. When you speak together, it's difficult for the regulator to say, oh, this business, ABC company, is talking too much, I can deal with it, because you are a group. So that's one security that the chamber provides for you. The chamber also helps you advocate very actively. Sometimes the issue becomes beyond your sector group that you can speak to the regulator. So we've had situations where sectorial groups within the chamber, they go off and they talk to their regulators at different levels. But sometimes you need the chamber to then convene both the regulator and the operators together to have a dialogue on certain pertinent issues for your business. And then you can ask questions and get to know more. Because I find that sometimes when you put NAFDAC, we talked about NAFDAC, when you put NAFDAC in the room, and they start to talk, you hear SME saying, oh, I didn't know that, oh, I didn't know that. Sometimes processes change and you're not aware. So you need a platform where you can ask questions and get to know what you require for your business. We also then create a way for you to engage with businesses across the world. So we do trade missions where we organize people who want to go to different countries, and that different countries have different strategic sectors that they're interested in. And so if you identify a particular country and we have mission to that country, there's an exchange. Either you're going there to learn a bit more of what they do, so they can come back and do it better, or you're going there to find partners. We've had businesses that go off and they find partners that they can collaborate with to make their business work well. We also help you build capacity. Sometimes the small businesses, because you're small, you're passionate about what you do. You are passionate about the products and the market. Sometimes you don't have the time to deal with back office issues, accounting, funding, HR, all of those things. And so we build capacity and help you to understand how to address those areas that you're perhaps not very conversant with. If I talk about risk management now, people will think that's a big thing. But by the time you go through a risk management course, you realize that it is just what you do to safeguard your business. So that's what the chamber helps you to do so that you can do business. What we try to do is let's create an enabling business environment, so that the environment will be conducive for you, and then you can go and do your business. We don't want you worrying about what government is saying, not saying, and all of those things that will take away your time, and you focusing on those things, but you should focus on doing business. If I look across this room, I've seen a few of my members, and I believe that sitting across here from me are people who understand their business sectors and understand their product, but you need to be able to push it. There are so many challenges facing you, and what the chamber tries to do is to help you ease off, take away the burden, ease it off so that you can go on and do business. I think I'll stop here for now.
Let's put it all together for all things. How many of you are a member of LCCI? Oh, that's nice. But we need more of you to be part of that. All right, Ada?
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon again. It's nice to be here, and such a large crowd is quite impressive too, highly impressive, considering that today is the third day of this conference. I mean, it's a very impressive turnout, and I must commend you all. Of course, that speaks to the importance of the matter at hand, how important it is for us to trade ourselves, you know, out of where we are as a nation into prosperity. So, I mean, it couldn't be any better than that. That is the way to go. We need to export and export competitively. So now at the Shippers Council, we are the economic regulator of the port. Economic regulator, some of you might ask how. Now we ensure that services provided, fees charged are commensurate with expectations. So let me say, fees and charges levied on shippers must be commensurate with the services provided. And now we have put down a mechanism. It's a law now. A shipping company cannot increase prices or charges without coming to the Shippers Council. We must look at it and ensure that there's a reason and it's justifiable that you increase your prices or fees. Before, it wasn't like that. Years ago, it wasn't like that. Some of you may know, some of you may not know, but the arbitrariness was so much, and our ports were so it wasn't even near competitive. But in the past few years, having been made the regulator of the ports in 2014, of course, we had to take steps, to put those things in place. So now the shipping companies, the terminals, who you will have to deal with when you're exporting, at least through the seaports, they cannot increase prices. What it means is that there's now some sort of predictability, because with international trade, there has to be some level of predictability in what you do. So if you ship today and maybe for a 20-foot container, you're charged something else, and then in the next 6 months is something else, it also discourages you. And we want more people to come into export. We want it because, like I said, that's the way to go. When we talk about AFCFTA, the Shippers Council is aware that what is going to make us thrive under the agreement is when we're competitive. Our exports must be competitive. And how do they become competitive? By us removing those bottlenecks, those hindrances that add to prices, logistics, huge documentation. We are aware that in a place like Ghana, it takes you less than, I think about 3 documents are here for them to export. But here is about 9 documents or more, even. I'm sure by Sakola can tell me more. So why should that be? So those are the things that even sometimes feed into the informality, because we keep saying informal trade, like it's some criminality. It is not. Sometimes you need to look at the reasons that push people into going through the bush path, because I always use this analogy. If there are 2 roads that lead to a place, and the other road is very smooth and tight, but I'm going to meet a lot of hurdles there and pay so much money, while the other road is rough, but nobody's going to stop me, I'm sure you will take the rough road. Exactly. So that's where that side we're coming from. Looking at that, we see that there's a need to look at those bottlenecks, consciously remove them, streamline the processes we can streamline, automate. So Shippers Council has also driven for automation of our seaports for processes. And last time we checked, about 95% good. All the terminals, the shipping companies, they've had to automate their services, because that's the way to go. We can't keep doing things in a manual environment and expect things to be different. So we also want them to, the same things they do in other climes that makes other climes competitive, things to do. So while you're pushing the shipping company and the terminals on one side, you also try to speak to government and advocate for best practices, for infrastructure. There must be support infrastructure to support the service provider to provide roads, electricity, things like that. The service provider is not going to provide it. He's just here to do business, invest, and make money. So our government must ensure that there's that enabling environment. So we work with even other entities, even the enabling business environment, PEBEC, some of you know PEBEC. So we work with them to see how we can streamline the export processes, having the EPTs, the export processing terminals, to make it easier for you to consolidate your export and move them to the port in a good time, because it's all about time. We're also mindful of that. And what we also did in the Shippers Council is to ensure that we have a national spread. Head office is in Lagos, but we're represented in almost every state of the Federation. It's a deliberate attempt to bring our services closer to you, because not everybody is in Lagos. Not every exporter is going to export from Lagos. You don't have to be in Lagos to export. The same thing we have done with the inland dry ports. Now, you must have heard about inland dry ports. The most recent one we commissioned was in Katsina, in Funtua, just about a few weeks ago. The idea is to bring shipping services closer to your doorstep so that you can package your product, do everything in the hinterland there, and it's moved to the port. You don't have to move to the port. It's only your goods that will be moved to the port. So that's where we are. We're happy now. We have one in Kaduna, we have in Kanu, we have in Funtua now. We have other ones, but I'm talking about the ones that are good to go. The ones now you can ship your goods from. These are the ones I have mentioned. The other ones are still work in progress. There's one at Isialangwa, in Jos, in Haipang, and even somewhere in Meduguri. But like I said, these ones I have mentioned are the ones that are good to go. So the idea is that we want to make it easier for you to ship out of Nigeria, to ship through the port. You mustn't come to Lagos. You mustn't go to the port. It's no more. That's not the way it should be. So under even the continental arrangement, this continental agreement, we must be deliberate in removing those bottlenecks. And that's what we're doing at the Shippers Council. Automation is key. Even registration of those who operate at our ports. We've had to register them. I mean, it's a continuous thing, but the idea is not to strangulate anybody. Like we keep saying, regulation is not strangulation. It's about providing a level playing ground for everybody to do business and succeed. So we're also aware that investors come to invest, they want to make money, but at the same time, it must be within the parameters of what is allowed. So that's what the regulator does. So that's where we protect the likes of you. We protect you because, like I said, if the cargo is not there, the ships won't be there. The vessels, the ships are only there, the ports are only there because you are there, the cargo is there. So if there is no cargo, there's not going to be any vessel. So having that in mind, we're quite deliberate. Sometimes we're even accused that we are on the side of the shipper. The shipping companies accuse us that we take sides with the shipper. That's not so, but I guess it's just some sort of, concern because we know what it is. For you to actually decide to export out of Nigeria, it could be quite a laborious task sometimes, but we don't want it to be. So having that in mind, we try to make it easy that you should get to the port in a very short time, or you should get to the border whichever route. It shouldn't take you time. If our neighboring countries are doing 2 days, 3 days, so why are we doing 2 weeks? What are the reasons why we do 2 weeks? And that is why the export may not be competitive because it has stayed too long. So, and we also encourage young ones, would-be exporters, to register, to be part of a shippers association. Every state now has a shippers association. Sometimes it's easier to push your concerns when you're under an umbrella body. That's not to say that you will still not get attention if you're on your own. That's not the same, but at times it's advisable, when you have a common platform, you're able to advance your concerns, and sometimes they get quicker attention. But like I said, you mustn't be one, mustn't be a member, but those are some of the things we have put in place. We have the National Association of Shippers Associations of Nigeria. It's called NASAN, so it can be. And then we have a very strong complaints resolution mechanism. That is something we take so much pride in. Our complaints platform, it's there. You can try it, www.complaints.gov.ng. It's there. Check it out. Why? Because we know that in shipping business, there are always issues. Issues will always come up between service providers and users. And that's why we pay so much attention to the complaints platform. We have a dedicated unit for it. And it has helped to save billions of naira to the economy. Because sometimes the shipping company, of course, I mean, it's not like I'm accusing them, but that sometimes, certain practices, that they come up with that you may not know, that these things are wrong. And then that is where we come in to ensure that those things, don't thrive. So we help you to get back that money. We do it, for so many, like on an annual basis, we save billions of money, for the economy.
Sorry.
So let me stop there.
Can I comment? Within your
Thank
time
you.
limit, can you please explain two of your products, the Cargo Defense Fund and the Border Information Services?
Okay,
Can you explain those two?
Okay, yes, I was coming to that, BIC, yes, the Borderless Information Center, right? The BIC, right? So the BIC is, we have the border information centers across, we've identified certain borders, but high traffic. We also look at the traffic. So that was what informed our going to SEME. So SEME is the first one we have, the BIC. The BIC was a brainchild of USAID back in the days. If you remember, some of you remember the USAID West Africa Trade Hub initiative then, under the Borderless Alliance. So, of course, the allowed shippers councils were allowed to take it over and own them. So being something we're very concerned about and having a very long-standing commitment to resolving issues that affect, traders and cross-border traders. So we took it up. So we have set up one in SEME. We have in Ilela. Ilela is in Sokoto State. GBI is in Katsina. And then Umfung is in Cross River, border with Cameroon. So what we do there is a one-stop, at the border, where your issues can be resolved. The beauty of it is that it's at the border. So we also have the full complements of other border regulatory agencies like the customs, immigration, quarantine, and the rest. So what it means is that if you have any issue on the spot while crossing the border, it can be resolved right there because the Border Information Center can rally the other agencies, particularly those flagged in that respect, and then sort it out. That is what we do to also support intra-Africa trade. Because if you can't cross the border, then we can't trade. We can't even talk about AFCFTA if you can't even trade with the next nation. So that's what we have done with the BIC. It's something we're so happy about. It's, it's making a difference. Just a few weeks ago, we hosted the ITC, the International Trade Center. They also came to look at what we have at SEME border and also made some commitments, to support and even strengthen it, so that at least we can all build solutions. The idea is to build solutions that will work for, majority of the people. That's the idea, and that's what we're still on it. We have 4 right now, but we're still looking at even Ijiroko. So Ijiroko is the next one, to be commissioned. That's the Ijiroko BIC. Thank you.
Cargo Defense.
Cargo Defense is still there at the moment. We haven't, because we're trying to, the fund is there, the entity is there, but, we're trying to sort of transmute, to a stronger, like I said, regulatory platform. If you're aware, we had a public hearing just 2 days ago, just to strengthen what we do. So for now, the Cargo Defense Fund, there's nothing wrong, it's still there, but we're just trying to make it more vibrant so it can work for more people because, when we started the Cargo Defense Fund, we were just Nigerian Shippers Council and protecting the interests of the shippers, just the shippers. Over time, in 2014, we became the economic regulator of the port. So what that means is that we're no longer looking after you, the exporter. We're also looking after the shipping company, the terminals, the freight forwarders, everybody who provides services and uses services at the port. So ours is to provide an equilibrium so everybody can do business and succeed. So prior to then, like I said, Shippers Council, it was different. And then there was no regulator. So it was as good as, someone likened it to like a football match where everybody could score without a referee. You could even score with your hands. There was no referee, and suddenly you have a referee. So that's what happened. In 2014, now a regulator was introduced. So certain things had to change to bring everybody to, to understand that the dynamics had changed, and we needed to move along. So with the Cargo Defense Fund, it's still there. The trustees are still in place, but we're just trying to strengthen it so it can work under the new arrangements.
Okay,
Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for her, please? I just want to state here, as much as you can, and as much as Shippers Council can, I'm saying this to the NASIMA and LCCI too. Let cargo defense fund work. The amount of losses Nigerian exporters are taking now is huge. In Dubai today, I know more than 5 people that have been duped close to $200,000 just for making shipment to Dubai. They cannot go to Dubai because there is no visa facility. They cannot reach anybody. Now that money is gone. Some of them are in the process of selling their father's property that I know. If the cargo defense fund was working, that was one of the purpose of the cargo defense fund.
Yeah.
So we want to appeal, moving forward, that we should make the cargo defense fund work. If you want me to send you the list of people that have been duped in Dubai, it's like a cartel, 25 of them. Those 25 companies, they are cartel. They tell you they want hibiscus flower, they want cashew nut, you ship to them, they tell you give me your documents. Then the moment you send the documents to them, you're gone. So please, we need the cargo defense fund. Thank you very much. Annabelle, you can take the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be in Lagos again. I'm really happy to have a full house, because when I saw that we were going to speak after lunch, the first thing that came to my brain was, oh, okay, we'll meet an empty hall. So to have a full house is really very interesting. And I think programs in Lagos seem to be better than the ones in Abuja, because in Abuja, once the government dignitaries go, they go with their crowd. And the message, you'll be talking to the seats and all of that. So it's interesting. Thank you very much for sitting down and you are willing to listen. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Annabelle Kamuche. I'm the group managing director of a company called NISAT. And we basically facilitate trade. And we facilitate trade through compliance to international standards and certification as proof of compliance. I came in this morning, I've heard a lot of people talking about trade. People want to go on trade missions to the US and all of that. Yes, it's beautiful to go on trade missions. It's beautiful to, go for fairs and all of that. But it's also very important that you understand issues of compliance. You don't want to go there and waste your time. You want to go there and close deals. If you don't understand how to meet compliance requirements, then it will become very difficult for you to even be able to close any deal. Yes, you will have conversations, but to be able to come back with a deal will become a challenge. So at NISAT, we are made up of 2 independent subsidiaries, NISAT Limited, local partners of a French company called ECOSAT, a conformity assessment and certification body. Simply put, accredited company that is accredited to certify that products have complied with international standards for export. And these international standards would include organic according to the USDA, organic according to the EU, organic according to the Canadian organic regulation, according to the Japanese agricultural standard. Other standards like the Global Good Agricultural Practice Standard, Fair Trade, food safety standard for those who are doing processing like HACCP, Hazard Analysis, Critical Control Point, ISO 22000, ISO 9001 for people who are doing services, ISO 17045 for those who are doing cosmetics. All of these standards are voluntary standards, but they are standards that the market will almost twist you to get, because the consumers are looking out for labels for products that have those labels or those logos on the product to be able to trust the product that it has met minimum requirement, be it in terms of ethical standards or food safety standard. And so we've been here for the past 6 years. It hasn't been an easy journey because, unfortunately, Nigeria does not have regulation for primary production. So what it means is that, yes, the Standard Organization of Nigeria has some standards that they have set up for people in the agricultural sector, especially for primary production, but it has not become a regulation that insists that people at the primary level must do or perform certain tasks or behave in a certain way or practice certain guidelines when they are producing the food that we eat. That also has brought about a lot of reject of Nigerian products, in the international market. That is one of the reasons why we are not able to be competitive in the AGOA. So for AGOA, for instance, for non-oil export, we've been able to do, since AGOA started till date, we're able to do only $9 million trade, as against other clans like Kenya, Ghana, Madagascar, and all of that. So the issue of compliance to standard is huge. And so for us at NISAT, one of the things that we try to do is one of our focus and our dream is to be able to stop intraport trade. So intraport trade is where we are taking cashew, for instance, raw cashew nut from Nigeria to Vietnam or to India, and then they process from India or from Vietnam and send to the US, the EU, the Middle East market as Indian cashew or Vietnamese cashew. We want cashew to go from Ogbomoso, for instance, or to go from Enugu, to go from Edo State, to go from Kogi as Nigerian cashew into the US, into the EU market, so that it can attract even sustainability programs, a lot of grants that are available, investors that will want to come. But if they don't know that you have it, they won't be able to come, because the people who are doing the intraport trade will be the ones benefiting from it. And then, so that is for NISAT Limited. We also had to set up NISAT Expert Consulting when we realized that people really don't understand what standards are. So it will be difficult to even get certification business. So part of what we did was, based on industry best practices, we had to create a firewall, have independent personnel that work for NISAT Expert Consulting, where we train people on compliance to various international standards. We create market access. It's very important. So if you are telling someone to do something, you want to give them an incentive to do it. So part of what we have done is to partner with e-commerce platforms that would help showcase products that have been certified. We also have tried to cut out local buying agents by bringing international off-takers directly to producers in Nigeria, so that they can have that connection and do direct trading. We also set up supply chain structures for businesses that don't want boot on ground, because we have over 200,000 farmers that we have been working with, and we are able to set up supply chain structures for you or for businesses that want to be certified for a certain standard. So the farmers are trained, we aggregate the farmers, we train them, we get them ready for certification before the certification company comes to certify them for the off-taker. And we've been working with Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We've worked also with GIZ to work with small businesses, because we also understand that certification is a lot of cost. Part of what we've done is to insist that the auditors be Nigerians, so that the cost of flying someone in and expatriate in will be cut out. So the auditors are Nigerians, they carry out audit and inspection. That has reduced the cost of certification, but we also work with group certificate. We do what is called group certification, where a group of people come in, who want to assess a particular kind of certification. Say people who are doing processing want to be able to get HACCP. We do a group certification to reduce the cost, and then it makes it easier for everybody to be able to access it. We also do webinars from time to time to train, to sensitize people on the need for compliance to international standard, the different kinds of certification that as it relates to the product that you have. That is the only way that the non-oil export in Nigeria would have a headway, be it for the AFTA, which is the African Free Trade Area Agreement, or for AGOA, or even to be able to export to anywhere. Otherwise, what we'll be doing is informal trade, briefcase export, where you are giving to somebody and all of that. But if you want to really do volume, and you want to be able to, you want to be able to do your export without having the fear that it will be rejected, then you have to comply with certain standards so that you're able to compete, so that your product is competitive in the market, and you'll be able to compete with other products coming from other clans, because I don't think there is anything that we have in Nigeria today that other countries don't have. But if you are sending raw materials or you are sending processed products, you want to ensure that it's not only about packaging. Having beautiful packaging, you want to create traceability. If, for instance, the beans that was banned, I think in 2016, had traceability. So traceability means that you are able to trace product from farm to fork. So you're able to trace the farmer. So if the exporter, for instance, was able to say, okay, look, I bought these beans from Castina, from farmer A, B, C, D. What they would have done when they wrote to Nigeria is to isolate those farmers and then retrain them, because the issue was pesticide residue. So while the pesticide residue for the EU was 0.02 milligram per kg, ours was 40. And I'm sure that 40 that went to Europe and it was banned also found its way into some people's houses, and they ate it. And you know, it's easy to say, oh, it's somebody that is killing me, as against, oh, it's the things that we eat that is killing us. So part of what we are trying to champion as NISAT is to also insist that Nigeria as a country, if we really want to take our lives seriously and non-oil exports seriously, is to have regulation for primary production, so that people who are processing don't have to bother themselves about the quality of the raw material that they are going to use to process, because they know if they buy ginger, there is uniformity in terms of practices, and it's easy for you to just buy ginger. You already have, as a country, we don't even have a traceability system. I think Ministry of Trade is trying to put together a traceability system, because there is an EUDR. So the EUDR is the European Regulation Act, that now insists that products like cocoa, products like oil palm, products like soya beans, like rubber, I think one other product, which is one of the highest products that we export from Nigeria, at least cocoa and soya beans. Okay, sesame also. Sesame, soya, cocoa are one of the major products that we export from Nigeria. And guess what? For cocoa, almost 80% of our cocoa goes to Europe. And they are saying, come December 2024, you will not be able to bring in your cocoa into Europe anymore if it doesn't have traceability. And it is today now that we are waking up to say, okay, we are trying to pick consultants that will do traceability. That means that people who are already in the cocoa business is almost, you know, a trade barrier for them, because as a people, we are not thinking. So it is now left for us who are practitioners.
And overall, I think I'm very pleased and happy to be here. Now, NASIMA, as the DG of NASIMA, we are an association of chambers of commerce. That's on one hand. On the other hand, we are the National Chamber of Commerce. Every country has a National Chamber of Commerce, whereby there is a need for representation on the national level, on a global front. We always represent Nigeria. Now, there are 71 state or city chambers in Nigeria today that are registered with NASIMA. State chambers of commerce are popular in the north, or let me say more common in the north. We have mainly city chambers in the south. The concept of chambers of commerce is actually city-based. People are doing it in the north because they like to patronize their state governments and so on. But basically, it's a city thing, and it's strictly private sector based and driven. In Lagos, 3 chambers are registered with us. The Lagos chamber is since 1888, but since then, there has been growth along the way. There is a Ikorodu chamber today, there is one in Badagry. And our role as the National Chamber of Commerce is to encourage all businesses to register with their local Chamber of Commerce. If you belong to a Chamber of Commerce, you are indirectly a member of NASIMA, even if you don't join NASIMA directly. So that's the broad idea. Now, what do we do? You know, the big companies that are registered with chambers generally, the mobiles of this world and so on, they can very well take care of themselves. If there are no SMEs, chambers of commerce will have little or nothing to do. They are the ones that need relationships. They are the ones that need references. They are the ones that need linkages and exposures. People have spoken about standards, certifications, and so on. It is our duty within the Chamber of Commerce movement to enlighten our members in areas that they need to know to enable them grow. And on the national front, it's also our responsibility to have a strong advocacy responsibility. Because no matter what you do, government has to play its part. How many of us can construct roads leading to our factories or houses? How many of us can build power stations? So the government needs to wake up to its own responsibility, because there is a need for the public sector and the private sector to work together. And I commend SMEs, particularly those that are into exports, whether they've started or they are thinking of starting, because as a matter of fact, they are the future of a strong economic Nigeria, whether we realize it or not. We are all seeing the weakening of the currency, the Naira. If we are not exporting more and we continue to consume foreign goods, your currency, it's even on the individual front. If you are not living within your means, you are living beyond your means, bankruptcy will end up with you, whether you like it or not. So exporters are the ones that will help us, earn more forex. And when we are able to really grow our non-oil exports, then we will now start to see the beginning of prosperity. Otherwise, if we continue with this let me say, indisciplined taste for foreign goods and services, and we refuse to develop our own goods and services for export, if we refuse to add value to our basic raw materials, be it in the agri sector or in the mineral sector, and we continue to ship things out without adding any value to it, we are on our way to eternal penury. May that not be our lot. So I commend you. The future of Nigeria is in your hands, and it is our responsibility as the Chamber movement to make sure that small businesses are actualized, that you fulfill your mission. The vision that you have for yourself, you'll be able to employ more people, you'll be able to pay more taxes to government. And that is the gain for Nigeria. But, you cannot clap with one hand. And that's where we take our advocacy role very seriously. The current issues that are besetting businesses, we continue to speak about it. If you Google Nasima, you will see a lot of things coming out on a daily basis, things that we have spoken out and we continue to speak about, be it tax issues, infrastructural issues, and other areas. Our decline is on specific areas, including healthcare, education sector, and so on. Because if the whole body is not healthy, then you are not healthy. So all the separate organs of the body, they need to be healthy. So that's our role. We also have responsibility for certificate of origin, by the way, which is also export related. I must note that the chairman of this session was the chairman of our export trade group for many years. He also co-chairs the sectoral group. So we are ready to continue to support you. Earlier today, we had a webinar on barcode technology. If you add value to your products, how do you sell it in the international market without imbibing the barcode technology? It's difficult. My colleague here spoke about traceability. It's very important. People need to know the true origin of your goods. People need to know, they should be able to trace transparently how your goods are moved from the day it was manufactured to the day it goes to the retail store. So technology is here with us to stay, and we must imbibe the basic tenets of digital technology. So our goal is to expose you to all these things that will make you realize yourself and internationalize yourself. The future of Nigeria is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Controller Babatunde Olomo. I'm Customs Area Controller of Apapa Area Command. This afternoon, I'm standing in for the Controller General of Customs, Alaji Bashir Adewale Adeni, MFR, DSM, PSC Daga. At the Nigerian Customs Service, as we all know, we have three very important functions, which is one is the generation of revenue, secondly, anti-smuggling, and thirdly, and most importantly, facilitation of trade. I was quite impressed. Earlier on, I heard some of our speakers mentioning, somebody spoke about export processing, somebody spoke about predictability, and these are concepts which are very, very key to what we do in the customs. Yeah, about the first role, generation of revenue, where the Nigerian Customs Service has a target of 5.1 trillion naira for the year 2024. Out of this, the Apapa Area Command is expected to generate 60% of this. Begin to imagine the enormity of the role and the task before us. Now, there are three very important packages that I think can positively impact on what small, medium scale industries do, which I think will be a low-hanging fruit for all of us here. Firstly is about advanced ruling, which are initiatives of the WCO and which the present CGC had actually pushed to the front burner. The Article 3 of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement mandates every customs administration to provide advanced ruling. The provision of this advanced ruling goes a long way in eliminating some of the bottlenecks which SMEs, which you come across in the course of doing your businesses. With the advanced ruling, before your goods come in, it clarifies areas of tariff classification as well as other customs-related issues. Secondly, the authorized economic operators, which ensures that to a very large extent, we have some predictability and compliance. Someone spoke about compliance earlier. This area is one area that gives us a lot of stress, and which I believe if all the SMEs here are registered as authorized economic operators, it will eliminate whatever barriers, because facilitation of trade is about eliminating all encumbrances to trade. And once we're able to key into this, the issue of advanced ruling as well as authorized economic operators, it will now provide a veritable platform for Nigerians to key into what is coming. There's a big picture, a very big market coming, which was mentioned earlier, and that is the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's a very large market which will provide, it will be a means for SMEs to showcase their businesses to the world, because the entire African continent will be in this, and it will bring a lot of advantages to us as SMEs here. So I believe in the course of interaction, we will have time to touch on some of these areas. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so very much, sir. And thank you very much, every one of you. We're going to take questions and answers. But before we do that, let me break down advanced ruling and the authorized economic operator identification number. You can use it as micro and small. But the only way you can benefit from it is when you come together. Back to what? Collaboration and what? Partnership. If those of us doing food products decide to have just one point where we can load our goods for export, one point, it means our goods moves from that place straight inside the port. No more what? Delays. That's what it means. Even though currently now, the way it's being conceptualized, the big companies are enjoying it. But if you ask yourself, how can you take part of it? The only way you can do is to come together and have a common one place that you call the loading bay. Or partner with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, all the domestic warehouses that they have put in place, and we turn them into a what? The same, apply for advanced ruling economic operators number so that we can export through them. Then the advanced ruling is for those of you that are still importing your raw materials or you're exporting. You'll be able to know the HS code. So there's no error of the wrong classification of HS code. And you'll be able to know the amount of you will pay as duty when your exports get to the final destination. So it's extremely very important for us to take note of it. Thank you once again for everyone on the panel. Can we just have, we have very little time. Can you just, if you want to ask a question, I'm only going to take 5 people, and it's the first 5 that will come here. First 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I give opportunity for those that are strong at 10. 2 more. 5. Yeah, Beji. 6. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, Beji Pele. 7. Okay, you have the microphone. Can you just go ahead? Make it very brief and very direct, please.
It's an honor to see you, Annabelle. I came because I want to see me. My name is Juliet Aigbe, Chef Jules of Cake Player. Yes. So I spoke with Emmanuel, your staff, and they talked about the HACCP certification. So but I thought HACCP was more of water-related processing. I do dry processing. So I just wanted to find out if HACCP also applies to dry processing, because I do millets. I innovated millets in bread production. So I'm hoping to see if I can take my millets to Europe and America and the likes. Thank you.
That was just a gesture. You just came to say hi to Annabelle. No wala.
Okay. Good evening or good afternoon. Thank you so much for your presentations. Thank you, my DG. Yeah, so I'm Kuya Mboma. I'm an agripreneur. I am a major in agro-processing, though I do farming too. So I'm trying to direct my question at you. By the way, I've been on the platform for long. Yeah. So I'm a fish processor, and that's what I want to address now. So since 2018, in commercial quantity, we have been unable to export. Started with US, then to EU, and then to Canada. And these are our major markets. Of course, the problem, thank God you mentioned it's the country issue, came from SRT, self-reporting tool, but we have been suffering it over the years. Some of us have facilities accredited that have been sleeping since then. And locally, frankly, we're not competitive price-wise. So I want to know if NISAT is in the know about this. You know, yes. And if you are, have you engaged maybe Department of Fisheries? Thank God we're now in marine and the blue economy, making us a bit more visible, yeah? Just a few days ago, a week plus, we were with the minister. We raised these issues. But I want to know, have you been able to engage them if you're in the know about this? You know, because we need to come out. So most of us processors were women, and our businesses have really suffered over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Beautiful ladies like me. Hardworking women. Gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us your valuable knowledge, and we can use it. I'm Stellan Dudim. I'm a jollof spice maker. I take our homegrown tomatoes and I infuse it with fish and prawns to make a unique jollof spice that can use for multiple cooking. My question is very simple. We've been talking about collaborations and groups. I do not have an idea where I can get the list of groups that I can access certifications. If you have not said it, I don't know where to access the list of groups that can group us together in processing. To access that list, I do not know how to access it. I belong to several associations, but I do not know how to access that. My association has not even brought it to our notice. So how can we talk about collaborations? It becomes difficult, is it not? Okay. Lagos Chamber of Commerce, madam. My question also is for you, please. I got interested and I wanted to see how I can bring like minds together to collaborate for the Lagos Chamber of Commerce. My limitations are, when I heard about the fees, the annual fees, it's more than 100,000. Yes, it's small money, of course, other things too. Now, can you please know if it's possible to have what you call like a group payment where it is given at a discount for us SMEs? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uniforms. We make uniforms and we also brand them. Here is my take. My thought goes to the Nigerian Chambers of Commerce. For schools, most especially, I found out that before now, a lot of schools go outside the country trying to get uniforms for their schools, and a lot of companies. But now, because of dollar rates and all that, they are looking inwards, getting uniforms inwards. I don't know what your association can do for us as a body, for us that are into uniforms, for us to be able to have like a fair for schools to promote because the number one challenge that is here now is the fact that our textile companies are not functional. They would have been in a very better position for us to know we have easy access to all the fabrics that are available, so that schools will not have to be going outside anymore. We'll have to be able to produce all the materials here. Then we are also able to make those uniforms here. Like, for instance, we have ZECO. When they're having all these educational programs and all that, you have companies like ZECO coming down to exhibit their uniforms here for schools to buy. Meanwhile, we can make those uniforms here. We can make those corporate uniforms here. We can make those, the uniforms for the customs. We can make all of them here. So what do you do to a group of people, for us, that are into uniforms? What can you do for us so that we're able to showcase the fact that we can make all these things here, and eventually we can also be exporting outside Nigeria? Because I find that now a lot of people come from Togo, Benin, to come to buy the fabrics here. So if we can actually make the fabric here and we can sew very well, they can actually also come and buy all the uniforms from here. Like what I'm wearing, I made it myself and I branded it here. So we can make something like this, sweatpants. You know, we don't need to be going over there. You want to make and all that. So I don't know what you can do for us.
We'll ban importation of uniforms, don't worry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adedapo Ogunsoya. I'm the owner of Acacia Gourmet Honey. We make honey products. We've added more benefits to honey by adding different medicinal herbs, spices. So we have about 18 different infusions, ranging from cloves to garlic, cardamom, etc. And then we've also infused bitter cola, ginger, and honey, and made them dried snacks, very healthy dried snacks. So my question here is for Miss Annabelle Kamuche. I hope I got the pronunciation well. Nice. One thing, when you were talking, something crossed my mind. I'm like, okay, everyone wants to export, but the foundation is very weak. Most of us don't have all those certifications. Do you have facilities where maybe groups of different people in different classifications can come for testings to bring us to that standard that is needed for exportation? Because my opinion is, if we are not on that level, then we probably never will be able to export on a large scale. Most of us will be doing small scale. So do you have facilities or maybe offices in Lagos where maybe, for example, we want to test honeys to go abroad, all the different certifications? How can we meet all the certifications? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to sit down?
Thank you, sir. No, I'm okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma. Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Happiness Adekule, and I'm into spices. I produce spices, and I'm into service also. My spices are all NAFDAC certified already. I've been opportune to also export to a few Africa countries. And so my question goes to the DG of NASIMA, sir. Thank you for coming, sir. I'm happy to have seen you here today. In fact, I said when he comes, I'm going to throw a question to him. Thank you, sir. Okay, so I know some of us that are here now, a lot of people are already meeting themselves and they're thinking of working together. I personally have met one or two persons that I will work with, and we'll be producing products together. So in the course of a meeting like this, and you met someone that is from a group, and the person is from, say, oh, I'm a NASIMA member. Oh, okay, you're a NEG member, okay. And you build that relationship based on the group that you're coming from. You're both SME and you're both in the same group. And there's something in between the transaction. You people did transaction together and there's something went wrong. Sir, is there any regulation is there any way that the NASIMA can come in to help such a situation or help the members, or a policy that guide the NASIMA group?
Mediation.
That help? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The DG has understood. Last person, so that they can take.
Good afternoon, sirs and ma. My name is Olade Adedayo. I'm into production of blending fertilizer. But the issue I'm having is the customs said there is a waiver on agricultural equipment. But I'm having an issue with somebody. We are together doing we import your equipment. We are having that issue in Wharf now on it. And immediately you came, I have to call my partner, run. Your guy is on the seat. So we will not ask the question here. So give us audience when you are going. It's a little bit sensitive. Bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I was expecting question for the customs. So I'll hold on. I'll give them opportunity to answer. And if we have more time, I'll call maybe one or two more people to be answer. But I want them to respond.
For customs. I'm here.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let them respond to this. Then after, okay, you can take yours.
I got up, but you wanted people to run forward.
All right, then. Go ahead.
I decided to give the younger people opportunity.
You got the microphone from the backyard.
Okay. No, actually, I've actually settled with his colleagues. You are welcome, sir. I was particularly interested in the group H thing that you talked about, because over the past 2 weeks, we have been flagging off the first export under the AGOA Act. And you are aware of that already because we did it in Abuja and we did Lagos yesterday. So how can we, and yes, all the companies that have their products in the container have the regulated, whatever you wanted, we already have it. But this one you talked about now, I'm just knowing about it, that there is a way that our products can just move straight from where we have it now, the container, straight to the port. So that's what I'm interested in. Now, doing that, is it that we get any waiver? And I'm asking in particular for you to confirm to me that the AGOA apparel stamp has now resurfaced because it was missing. We have people who it was missing. You are aware of that, sir? We could not believe it. And we had people, a trial export that was done. I wasn't part of that. But when it got to Houston, they asked, where is the AGOA stamp? There was a stamp on it by custom. It was in America that we had that that's not the AGOA stamp. So we started to ask questions from all the agencies. And custom could not bring it out. We have put pressure and they have told us it's out. I just wanted to confirm that it truly is out because we have some people in the apparel industry in that container. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I think we can respond. Annabelle, you can start, then let us respond to the questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. So for the person who had asked about the HACCP, so for HACCP, it's both wet and dried product. Oh. I thought my voice was very... Oh, really? Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. I trust my natural voice. I thought it was going to be loud enough. Okay. So for the person, the lady who had asked about the HACCP, HACCP is related to both dry and wet product. Any product that is processed, you can get HACCP for that particular product. So yes, for the lady doing millet, she can get HACCP for her process. And at the end of the day, have HACCP on her product. And then for the fish ban, when this fish was banned in 2018, before it was even banned, a lot of notification to the Ministry of Agriculture, the Fishery Department, and they didn't pay any attention to it. They didn't pay any attention until it was completely banned, then they formed a committee. We are still on that committee till today. It was first banned in Europe, then it went to the US, and then now in Canada. And people have invested money in processing, buying processing equipment because they are hoping to be able to export. But part of what we have done is we have started working with people who process fish to say, look, let's do it the right way. And then let's approach as a group the ministry to say, look, this is not committee matter anymore. We are ready to do the right thing, do the investment, because they will tell you it's not part of the budget line. Oh, this thing is not part of the budget line, so we can't do it. But if we as businesses see it as our priority that, look, we need to export, then we need to go the extra mile and do what needs to be done. Then approach the ministry to say, look, we have done A, B, and C, but unfortunately as individual, we cannot approach the government to say, look, we have done what needs to be done for them to lift the ban. It has to be a government-to-government discussion. But we can begin to put pressure on our government, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, to begin to look into trying to ensure that they remove the ban. Start with one country. We can start with the US and then move to the EU and then to Canada. But we have to start somewhere. But because if we continue to wait for the ministry, we are going to wait forever. They will just keep drinking tea when they go for committee meetings, and at the end of the day, nothing will happen. It's the same thing that has happened with the beans. Up till now, they still haven't lifted the ban on the export of beans. So if you want to export beans, you pass it through Ghana, and it becomes Ghana beans, and you take it to the US. Why do you want to do that? It doesn't make any sense. So we have to now begin to, maybe when we shout, both on social media, physically, then they will begin to listen, but we have to do something. And then for the list of groups that are able to assess certification, we don't have list of groups. All we try to advocate is people who have similar products or similar processes can come together. Even people in this room can decide, look, we are going to come together as a group and approach NISAT for a particular kind of certification. That will make it easier. And I will be available throughout today to speak to people who are also interested in obtaining this certification. And then for honey, unfortunately, Nigeria is not part of the third country listing for countries that are able to export honey into the EU. And the EU has one of the largest markets for natural honey. So they started, I think in 2014 or 2013, they set up a committee to get Nigeria listed as part of the third country listing for export. The committee is still sitting. But part of what we have done is we found an exporter who was interested in exporting. She had a market for honey in the UK and was interested in exporting honey. We tried to see if we could help Nigeria get listed in the third country listing, but it had to be a government-to-government thing. So what we did was to say, you know what, get organic certification. And we worked with her. Right now, Nigeria has been listed as part of the third countries that can export organic honey, but not natural honey. So I'm sure if we put our minds to it, we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. And then you can imagine how much of money one person in Nigeria is making, all because she was able to get the certification. It's a challenge to every one of you here. Ma, do you want to take the next question, Dr. Ma?
Okay, so I think there were two questions directed at me. The first one, she talked about the fee for joining the chamber, and she asked if we do group membership. The answer is no, we don't do group membership, because each member will have to identify you as an individual company, know what your issues are, and be able to engage with you. So we can't do a group membership. Regarding the fee, so I think you and I and everybody in this room, we're all in the same boat, because we are all offering a service or a product that has a cost to it. It would be great for me to tell you, oh, I can give you a 50% discount or a 70% discount, but you come back to me and abuse me if I'm not able to provide you with the service for which I had charged the original fee. So my ask to you is, if you come to the chamber and talk to me, I'll know what your specific issues are. Also, there are different levels of membership with different levels of benefits. So it may be that you're looking at a membership level that is perhaps a bit higher than where your company is. So it would be good to have a conversation. On the lady who talked about the uniform and the need to perhaps run a fair, I think it's a fantastic idea. And I think it's something that can grow organically. If you look, there's a fair going on I think Hall 1, Clean Show Africa. So Clean Show Africa started as somebody's idea in the fabric care industry. Everybody in that industry, they kind of had small companies, and nobody had like there are a few big ones, but mostly they're small. And so this guy who has been in dry cleaning industry thought we should have an association. And so he started looking within the network, who are those who are in this same business with me, and they have formed an association. And this fair is this is their first year. When they came to the chamber and they wanted to become members of the chamber, I said to him, at the chamber, we really want to encourage sectors to grow and come together, because then you can address the issues together. and each individual outfit will become a member, but having a group does help. So today they have a fair. You need to find out there are others in this sector who are doing the same thing that you're doing, and that's what we're talking about, collaboration. You have to be intentional. Who are those you want to collaborate with? Do we have the same values? Are we at the same level of business? And then you come together, and that once you come with 2 or 3, 4, 5 people, very soon you begin to grow, because people are going to find value in it. And that's what happened. When I went there yesterday to celebrate with them, I was amazed. The hall was full, and in fact, there were suppliers of equipment looking for them. So you find out that when you come together, first you may be able to attract investment, but also you can then define what standards do you want. For them, they can say, oh, the detergent that we are getting is not good enough. We want different detergents. Oh, the machineries are not helping us. We want different machineries. So they can begin to have those conversations with both their suppliers and those their off-takers. So it's important for you to be able to find others who are doing uniform. And I think we are 220 million people in Nigeria. You know the number of schools there are. You know, the market is there. All we need to do is to collaborate, to come together and work together. Sometimes we want to, it's my own thing, I want to work on it by myself. But if you open up and come together, you find out that you have a lot of value. So I will encourage you, if you want to talk to somebody in the chamber, please come talk to us. We'll help guide you on how to find others within your sector who can work with you to make a group functional. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so very much. We'll take Dr. Doctor, sir. No, customs.
Okay, the first question from that was addressed to the customs, I think it has to do with the lady that said she was having an issue at the wharf. So as long as it's a customs-related issue, consider it solved. So after the program, after the session, we're going to interact so that we know precisely what is required. Then for the second question, which was on certification, something about AGOA signatory. I didn't really get the question, but
AGOA stamp.
AGOA stamp. Like we have officers that are designated at ports to which we have also circulated the specimen signatures among stakeholders so that they are kept in the know and the specimen signatures are. So I didn't really get your question, but probably after the session we can also meet so that I can precisely be able to understand what you want from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Permit me to stress, just as the DG Nasima said, the future of Nigeria's economic development lies in export. The earlier we key into this, the better for us. No nation develops economically when your imports supersedes your exports. We have quite a number of products in Nigeria that are exportable. There are so many. But I believe with this kind of program, it's going to kind of kickstart that movement. And we believe that with time, we'll have more Nigerians scaled into export because that's where the future of Nigeria's economic development lies. Thank you very much.
All right, so DG Nasima, do you want to comment on what the lady is talking about?
Yes. Thank you, my controller. CG loading, by God's grace. Yes, to our dear sister who spoke about possible trade disputes, need for mediation. Yes, we do that, but it's easier when both parties belong to a chamber. It's easier done like that. Because if you are outside the net, if you're not part of the chamber movement, then you may not readily accede to whatever intervention that we are willing to grant. But then, it is not totally foreclosed. If you bring it to our attention, we'll attempt to mediate in one form or the other. And maybe if the parties that are involved, when they see our positive attitude to this thing, they might consider joining eventually. So we are open to it. I'll be willing to assist as long as we are capable of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Beji, you can get across to the DG. Make your comment. While my friend is making his comment, we're going to run another set of 5 questions, 5 people again. Quick 5. 1. Please, can you come in here so that people tell? 1, 2. All right. We just got the 5. Thank you very much. I think you want to say something.
All right. Thank you very much. The lady that talked about fish. Are we together? Okay, just a few points to answer your question more deeply. Nigeria requires about 3.6 million metric tons of fish annually. 3.6 million metric tons, you heard me. But what we are producing locally is about 1.1 metric tons. And that 1.1 metric tons is made up of 319,000 of aquaculture and then 737,000 fisheries. Now, look at that. So you have a gap of 2.5 million metric tons. Where are you getting it from? So you now go and be exporting the little one that is remaining here. You can see why government now said, no, we cannot be doing that kind of export because of food security. Therefore, in many other things, just hang on, it's just like other things, other areas. You have milk, for instance. There are people that want to be exporting milk products, people that want to export meat products. But the way to go about this is to continue with family and friends export, so that you can always be dancing around that. If you go into full commercial export, the policy will hook up with you. Thank you.
Or you increase production. The best you can do is all the farmers to increase local production so that it can be enough for consumption and enough for export. The same thing is happened to the rice industry. We are consuming 7 million metric tons. We are producing 3-point-something million metric tons. There's a backlash. We'll continue to import. The price will continue to go up. All right. First person, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Saz and Ma, for this opportunity. My name is Ife Dolapo Fajimi of Grazion Farms, and I'm so happy that the discussion is tending towards fish, because at Grazion, all we do is fish. We help you to eat more fish daily. We help you and your family to have reason to eat more fish daily. So now my question is on behalf of the group of farmers in Lagos State. So I belong to the Lagos State Catfish Farmers and Allied Farmers Association, and just yesterday, we were able to engage the new DG at Neoma as per some of the challenges that has been mentioned here. So at the association level, we are trying to push for the ban lifting, for all the issues that Lagos fish farmers are facing. Now, the reason why I'm here is to you, Madam Annabelle. You mentioned the fact that you may, engage on association levels and all. So we're looking at, okay, fine. Is there a way we could, talking about traceability and the other issues that has made it a little difficult for us to lift those bans, is there a way you could work with us as an association to help us further enlighten our farmers? So while the discussion was on, I was telling someone that sat beside me that, fine, we produce at our own organization and we process. But there are times that we have shortfall and we need to buy from other farmers. So now if it's for our own production, we can trace. But what about the ones we buy from other people? So is there a way your organization can help us engage farmers in Lagos? Let's start with Lagos. and we cascade to other countries, whereby we are able to really dwell on those, nitty-gritty as per traceability, as per residue, antimicrobial residues, and the other major things that are the issues we have, such that our products are safe first for us, and then we can look at the other consumers outside Nigeria and all the other things that will help us. At the association level, again, we are doing so much, working with Lagos state government and other governments that are giving us audience. Recently, they gave us blast freezing facilities to help us reduce post-harvest losses. A lot of things we are trying to do, but we need your support, to help us get better on this trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I hope you realize that Ghanaians don't eat catfish. Ghanaians, they don't eat catfish. So go and go and bring catfish from Ghana.
Okay, thank you so much for this session. My question goes to, sorry, I'm asking questions from those online in my group. And one of the question is, Oga President of Trade, sir. A lot of people here are producing things that can go on our shelves in Nigeria right now, and that can replace some very big international brands. I'm aware of that. But one of the challenges that they seem to face always is payment terms. Payment terms are rigorous. The shops seem to delay payment. I have some members of mine right now that are having issues with ShopRite. The payment term has been exceeded, and by the time you go, it has been a come back today, come back tomorrow kind of thing. And then sometimes even at the point you say, make sure that your contract is solid before you go in. But at the point of drawing up the contract, they give it to you or you leave it. And everybody wants to sell. So is there any way you can protect us? Is there anything we can do to ensure favorable trading terms? In Nigeria right now, I'm talking about within. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very nice one.
Good afternoon. My name is Bosunsho Larry. As a member of LCCI, please, they enjoy protocol a lot. So my DG, good afternoon. DG Nasima, good afternoon, sir. Annabelle, this is Bosunsho Larry, and I greet you. Well done. Good afternoon, sirs. The first one is to customs. We often label micro businesses as not doing formal trade. Your portal, we cannot fill NXP because provisions are not made for us there. I know it's between you and CBN, and we often see CBN outside. They are too big for microprocessors. How can you help us take the messages back? You don't keep labeling us as being informal when you have not made provisions for us to use your portal. So put what we can feel on your portal and you see us responding to you. 2, my second question is to the organizers of this program. I may not be able to come up. And then to also the panelists. Now, there have been series of donor intervention funds. Many of us have been trained and we are overtrained. And our brain, in fact, the thing is dropping the training. Training overload. Is it possible because they often meet you to say they want to do what? After all the training we have taken, I know there are people that have not passed through the training. Is it possible to use maybe the next 1 or 2 years funding to solicit that we help them either get the certification that is necessary for them to move to the next scale? Is it possible? Opportunities, a lady talked about 2 days ago. She has been posting on Instagram, nobody even liked. But one day somebody liked all the things she has posted and gave her opportunities, and the first trade she did was over $1 million and paid her in dollars. Now, is it possible when people get opportunities here, they will leave the level they are? So even banks that will look at their numbers and rubbish them will begin to come after them. Thank you so much.
Sorry, before you sit down, Madam Bosso is the former chairman for Export Group LCCI. Which portal are you referring to? Is it the tradesystem.gov.ng?
Good afternoon, dear panelists. Okay, please, my question is this. You know, we've talked about export and all, but what I'm talking about is that we have manufacturers here who can do good job, great job, okay? We are very creative, but the terms of production is becoming too, in fact, we like to, too impossible. And it's making our product to become very expensive. Even for our local markets here, it finds that it's difficult for them to patronize it. For instance, I deal with tiger nut. About a year ago, I buy a bag of tiger nut for 18,000 naira. And now, a bag of tiger nut is 8,000 naira. What do you expect? Now, if I sell a cup of tiger nut powder milk for 2.5 just last year, and now I'll tell you it's 8,000 naira. They see it as the common people around who are the local customers that we have are not able to afford it. And then you have this product going bad in your shelf. It's not encouraging at all. If you want to encourage entrepreneurs, manufacturers to arise. So please, I want to know, is there any form of regulation that you have? Is there any way to curtail exporting raw materials that are not yet enough for us? We should export our produce, our product to the world. They should get to see the good side of us and not only the bad side of us. Another thing I want to ask is concerning what Adeda here mentioned when he said about how many people that have been duped. You were asked to send in your cashew, your raw materials, will pay you later, and they were never paid. Please, how will you help this kind of people to get their money back? Are we free? Are we safe to send our product, knowing fully well that there are people who can defend us, who can fight for our rights, and make sure that we are not being taken advantage of? And also, please, do come down to our level. I'm just growing. I'm just starting, and I don't have any backbone anywhere.
That's why they're here.
So please, help us. Hold us by the hand so that we not crumble, so that we will not fail. Please, let Africa, let Nigeria arise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing you realize that this program as put up by Dr. Iya is what? The science of trade. It's not about what? Export. It's all inclusive. Export is also what? A trade. So we're not focusing only on export. We're just trying to say export. Every product must have an export plan. It is wrong for you to start production and you don't have an export plan. It is wrong. The Coca-Cola you're drinking today, somebody said that I was having an export plan from inception. So the moment you start creating any product or producing any product, your final destination is what? Export. The truth about the matter, it will guide your thinking and it will guide your quality. If you think about Nigerian market, Bugwero market, anything goes. You now follow all of them to be producing anything. But if your focus is export, it will guide, no, I want my product to be on the shelf of Asda. Then your mind is thinking, what kind of products are on the shelf of what? Asda. Then from beginning, you'll be able to train yourself, increase capacity to be able to export to very international market. So thanks very much for that.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Adeola Koforola King. I'm into agriculture and fashion. So I want to stand on the existing protocol. So my first question will be going to Mrs. Annabelle, because from all we have learned today, we have gotten to know that collaboration is the new oil. And all women are ready now to collaborate and do something together. So in the light of that, I'm looking at how can you do, especially I'm representing women in agriculture, because we have a group of women, She Farmers Initiative. We are women into agriculture, hands-on agriculture. So I'm looking at how can you do it for us as a group, for us to have a documentation. It could be in a name of the association, so that we can actually go into this exportation, have all our papers in one name, so that we'll be able to move the product of all our members, and then that way it makes sense for us to have a volume. So we want to see how we can partner on that so that we can actually leverage on that. Then secondly, I want us to be very practical and realistic about this training, because it's not been easy being here for 3 days and we've really learned a lot. So I don't want us to just leave here and then all the things you have heard will just go to waste. I need something that is practical, something that is hand-holding, because we have learned strengths, we are ready to explore. Because most of the time when you go to the big ones in the industry, they will be like, no, I cannot give you my trade secret because that is why I am eating. So you cannot take from what I'm eating. So we want to change that narrative. We want people that will be like our accountability partners, that will actually hold us.
Mentor you.
So that we have that experience on how to go about it. Then lastly, to custom, thank you very much for the wonderful work you are doing for us. And I know this is a change. Everything is transforming for our good. So how do you handle bureaucracy in customs? Because you get to see that a lot. The ones at the top, they have policies. They have things that are good for us. We've heard that in news. And then when we go into the export, we try to take our good. You see different some of the custom, then they'll start bringing another thing to the table, like different from what we have learned from. So the bureaucracy is so much. Maybe it's a mismatch of information or anything. So due to assist
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's some virtual questions, so I'm going to read some of these questions so you can take it. Whoever will be attending to it. Is FDA enough to export for those of us in agro-processing? This is from Glory Echuk. That's one question. This is for us, Patrick or Diego. What are the opportunities for those in palm oil sourcing and distribution companies? Upono Kufre. Then the last one, they said, throw more light. Okay, this is not for this one. It said, throw more light on the use of PAPs. Then I'm going to ask one question to the custom, just only one question. There are a lot of people that are into the export of perishables. And when they go to the airport, they still go through the same process that every other cargo goes through to export. And you know that when it comes to perishable, they don't really have to waste time. Is there anything that the custom has so that they can know today that you can go through this route so that you don't waste time and export your perishable goods? Thank you. So I'll start with Dr. Kerr. You take your question, then we go along like that. Thank you very much.
Okay. There's a question that I took much delight in from my very dear sister here regarding default, if you like, on trading agreements, payments. This is one thing I have tried to talk to our people about. First is that, please, you do not need to engage in a trade agreement and force yourself, in quote, to a trade where the agreement is lopsided, where your payment is not guaranteed within the context of that agreement. The second thing that I need to talk about here is that one lesson we have learned is that supermarkets, sorry to say this, they have learned to keep turning distributors and traders as if they are just turning Gary once payment comes. And some of them also, we have reports that some of them also keep using your money to trade. Am I correct? Uh-huh. They will hold your money there, keep using it to trade. When you come, in fact, they will use it to buy another goods. And then when you come, they say, now your goods still there here. But one of the things that we have also tried to do in our organization is to set up what we call arbitration panel. So we have involved most of the supermarkets now. So in that arbitration panel, we have lawyers. We also have former judges. So it's an arbitration, really, a kind of mediation. So when they mediate, the ground is softened. The third component and the last component here is that I've also started as a lawyer to advise our people, please, when you are going into that kind of sales or trade agreement that has to do with finance, I beg you, let's involve a lawyer. One of the mistakes that most of our traders do is that they do the agreement by themselves. They write it anyhow there, and then before you know it, they have signed. Don't do that in this 21st century. Finally, please, if you are going into an agreement, a trading agreement, do the draft of the agreement by yourself first, by your lawyer. Don't let it come from the other way, the other side, because you will not be the one dictating the end at the whole thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Ken, let me play an arbiter now. Every one of us, even as traders and businessmen, we tend to fall into this big corporate trap, all these big corporations trap. Like, for example, an average trader, a small trader that is able to sell his or her goods in ShopRite, it's a marketing strategy for the person. He tells somebody, my goods are in ShopRite. The general belief is that the goods is what? Generally what? Acceptable. So because of that singular reason, she wants to be in ShopRite either by hook or by crook. So that's the reason why most traders, and it's all about branding, they want to be in. I work for multinationals. So multinationals, when they look at you, they look at you as if they're doing you a favor. Why? Simple, because you want to say, I work for this, I work for that, I work for this one. Then other little companies will take you very serious. So that's one of the challenges. What's the middle line? Somebody who is hungry to be in ShopRite. I know what it is to have your product in ShopRite, to have it in Adide, to have it in Ebano, to have it in Grange. It's a branding and sales strategy for them. What is the middle line? How can they navigate between wanting to be there and not totally falling into the trap? Like I could say that reduce your exposure. If they're asking for 100 cartons, tell them you can only give 10 cartons. So that with 10 cartons, you're already in where? In ShopRite. I think that's what I'm just trying to profile.
That's absolutely true. Absolutely right. I think I even dealt with a matter here yesterday. As I was stepping out, somebody called my attention to applied to ShopRite. So, and the goods, they've been turning her, the manager there. I said, look, I want this payment to be made in 1 week or I take it up. And this morning, he sent me a message that they have taken it up, they are going to pay today. So, that's the way to do it. But I also warn people, please, don't hurry to go and put your goods on ShopRite desk. Yes, it's a good advertisement for you. But I think that the bird in hand is better than...
We as NISAT are making a commitment that we are willing to work with you and your cooperative to ensure that you have all the traceability system in place and you meet all the protocols to be able to first even start selling safe fish in Nigeria, and then while we wait for the time when the ban will be lifted, and then you'll be able to get, or you can even sell in African under the AFCTA before they lift the ban for you to be able to sell in other countries. And then for the multiple training, one of the things I've always said is for people who come to NISAT Expert Consulting asking us to train MSMEs, is to say, look, if you train someone, for instance, for certification, compliance to any standard, and they begin to comply, but there is no certification as proof of compliance, is a waste of resources, is a waste of time. So what we always say is, look, if we train, we must certify. So that at the end of the day, if you are implementing, you have certification as a proof of compliance for the third party who would want to see that systems have been put in place and that your product have gone through that process. So for GIZ, we insisted that, look, if you're going to train MSMEs, don't waste their time. Train them and pay for the certification. Instead, reduce the number of people that will be trained and then use part of that money to do certification for those who have been trained so that they can see a proof of the time that they have spent taking the training. And then for the tiger nuts, one of the things I would say is that, unfortunately, the agricultural sector, just like the mining sector, have been most affected by this insecurity. If you go to Castina today, a lot of farmers are not going to the farm anymore. Tiger nut is from Castina, is cultivated in Kaduna, but those are the hubs where they have this insecurity. My advice to you will be, when when the market is not able to absorb the price of the product that you want to sell, then begin to think export. Because what it means is that your market is no longer here. However, most of the time when you see the price differential is because of the middlemen. You will be amazed now that the 88,000 naira that you are buying your tiger nut, the price in Funtua, the price in Kaduna, for instance, might be 30,000 naira. But of course, they are bringing it to somebody in Lagos. Their mindset is that, the people in Lagos have money. And they sell it to you at 88,000. By the time you finish, you are selling a bottle of tiger nut drink for 8,000. And the question is, when he's not going to give you blood, why do you want to buy it for 8,000 naira? So I think it is now important for you to begin to set up supply chain structure. Have farmers, even if it is, I tell manufacturers, even if it means, in the entire year I do only 1 ton. Have one farmer in Castina that you are working with, and you tell the farmer, look, I'm going to buy the product that you are going to cultivate. Cultivate 1 hectare, 2 hectares, whatever. I'm going to buy it from you. And they will be willing to sell to you because, again, they are looking for market. Just like every other person, they are looking for market, and they will be happy to find out that there is a final consumer who is willing to buy that product. And we can also connect you to farmers who are producing some of these raw materials so that we can bring down this cost. Because I realize that one of the inflation in food is created by the local buying agents. Those licensed buying agents are the ones that are making the price of food unattainable for anybody. And then for the people who do FDA, yes, you require FDA for export, but there is 2 years ago or 3 years ago, FDA regulation and USDA Act was merged. So they came up with what is, there is a harmonized standard now called the Food Safety Modernization Act. And within that Food Safety Modernization Act is a program called the Foreign Suppliers Verification Program. The Foreign Suppliers Verification Program now says, yes, you must have your facility registered for under FDA, but you have to also comply with minimum food safety standard, which is either HACCP or ISO 22000. So what it means is that, yes, you can have the FDA, but you have to layer it with at least 1 food safety standard. For those who are doing palm oil, unfortunately, palm oil is a very interesting product because World Health Organization is fighting Malaysia. They've put a lot of issues on palm. So Malaysia came up with a slogan called palm done right, and they are pushing a standard called RSPO. So if you want to be able to export palm, not to the indigenous shores, but to the formal market, you have to get that RSPO to show that palm is done right. And with the new EUDR, which is the European Deforestation Regulation, which unfortunately oil palm also falls there, then you have to also start to think about traceability. As a big
Thank you. I think there are about 3 interventions I would like to respond to. The first one was about how to access information on customs, because there's a lady who asked a question about the procedure not being comprehensible to the uninitiated. So please, I would like to avail us with the customs website. If we access the website, we'll get very current updates on customs procedure. It's www.customs.gov.ng. Secondly, there was a question bordering on NXP. Unfortunately, it's not the exclusive preserve of the customs, but I believe many agencies are also listening to what is going on here, and I believe we'll be able to cascade this to the to the agency involved. Now, but I think if we leverage on pulling resources together, like under your umbrella bodies, like SMEs could be able to pull their resources together and have a larger forum through which they could have access to some of the facilities you mentioned. And lastly, there was one on, somebody asked a question about perishables. Yes, that perishables and how this could be speedily processed. The Nigerian Customs Service under the current CGC, Alhaji Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, MFR, DSM, PSC Daga, is very much committed to ensuring that exporters, those who are exporting various products, because we believe it's from exports that a lot of forex will come in, which will go a long way in assisting the economy. So I think sometimes last month, about some weeks ago, there was a very high-level interaction, engagement between the Nigerian Customs Service, the CGC Customs Service, and the DG MPA. Recall I mentioned earlier that MPA will have, they are supposed to be part of this engagement, so as to be able to, for us to have a melting pot through which we could be able to solve some of these issues. So there was a large, high-level interaction, and all the export terminals commands were collapsed into a single command, which is the Lagos Export Processing Command. So under the Lagos Export Processing Command, many of these teething problems which were identified have been solved. And I believe going forward, it will continue to get better and better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. Can we put our hands together for every one of them, please? Madam Bosu, I think the reason why the NSP portal, the tradesystem.gov.ng, is not favorable to micro and small is because of the TIN number. You cannot access the trade systems for NSP if you don't have a tax identification number. So if you have a tax identification number, can I finish, please? If you have a tax identification number, it's very simple. Just put in your tax identification number. The moment you use it to do your registration, they will send an OTP to you. When you get the OTP, you get inside the portal. The portal, you just say, non-null NSP. Click NSP. And then you fill the entire form for the NSP. What they need is your what? Your NEPC certificate and just your TIN, tax identification number. Those are the two documents. But you know that most companies, micro company, they don't have. So that's why they tend to think they are not accommodated. But if you have, if the process is slow, it's another different game. But if you cannot access, just send me your TIN number. Send me the name of your company. I'll do the registration from you. You get the OTP, then from there you can continue. Thank you very much. Can we just have a picture together? Yeah.
Let's keep clapping, please. Let's keep clapping. Dr. Inya has brought men and women of timber and caliber. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you, Saz and Maz. Thank you so much, Mom. All right. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them more applause. Appreciate them, appreciate them. Thank you so much. And to our very, very formal last session, before we continue with our products showcasing, this particular session is probably one of the most important. And I know that what we'll be discussing cuts across everybody here. We're going to be talking about documentation as it relates to importation, and exportation. Please, let's be seated. Oh, key documents when it comes to commercial invoices, certificate of origin, bills of lading, packing list, electronic documentation, trade finance instruments like letters of credit. How do they work? I need you to be attentive. This is our very last session before the next steps. Let's be seated. Oh, let's be seated, please. Thank you, Miss Annabelle. Hot cake, Miss Annabelle. Thank you. Everybody wants Miss Annabelle's card. All right, let's be seated. Since we are talking about documentation, one house, please. I wanted to quickly mention a very important resource that would find useful for those who are in business, especially everybody here. I have written a book called The Real Profit, and it's for business owners. It helps you understand the financial side of your business. What is revenue? What is gross profit? What is net profit? What is bookkeeping? What is accounting? What are financial statements? I think we have just a few copies left. If you have not gotten a copy, please go to the Smart Stewards booth beside the LSETF booth and get your copy. Now that we are talking about documentation, financial documentation is an important one to know as well. And this book, my book, summarizes everything you need to know about the financial side of your business. I also have a book on personal finance called the 40 Frugal Rules for Your Journey to Financial Freedom. How do you separate your personal finances from your business finance? How do you save? How do you invest? How do you treat your business as a legal entity? We have just a few copies left. Make sure you get your copy before we leave. To take us on the very final formal session titled Essential Trade Documents, I'll be calling on Mr. Oj Joseph Uche, the founder and the CEO of Trade and Export Promotion. Mr. Oj knows his onions. Please be attentive and welcome him. Encourage him. Mr. Oj has been coming every single day of this program. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are we still here? Good afternoon, everybody. I was wondering why I was supposed to speak as the last official, but now I'm beginning to understand why I need to speak last. Okay? I was asked to talk about documentation. Basic documents for import-export, and payment systems. They mentioned just LC and other payment system. But because I've been here for the past 2 days, I was in the program throughout, because Dr. Inya spoke to me and said, you need to be around. Now what happened was that I discovered that I was not going to pay attention or concentrate on what was given to me alone to speak on, because I have already discovered that there are a lot of things that people need to know, questions that need answers from the discussions and from the questions. Now, first, one of the things I discovered is that everybody has been doing, I don't want to use the word some of them used, calling it portfolio exports. But what I want to say is that everybody has been exporting in a very little form, which is not commercial, which is not sustainable, and which you cannot beat your chest and say, I have made good profit from this. How many of us believe with me? If you believe me, just say yes. Of course. Now, there are basic things you need to do before you get to commercial level. It is nice to talk about standardization, certification, and so on. That's not where to start from. Where you're going to start from is knowing the basic things that you are going to do. Certifications are good when you are going commercial. But there are so many things we've not done as individuals that will put us on the platform for commercial trading. Now, I want us to understand that since many of us want to understand trading, there are basic requirements for those trading. Number one is that some of us, or majority of us that have been doing little exports, you will know that before you do a commercial export, or before you do an export that will require that you have a bill of lading, which is one of the documents, then you know that the amount of your exports will exceed $500. Then you need certain requirements. One of them is that you cannot do exports with a registered name. You can only do exports with at least a limited liability company. How many of us understand what I mean by limited liability company? That's one they write with LTD. That's a limited liability company. That's the minimum company that you will use for exports. Because any PC will not issue you export certificates with a registered name. So if you have a registered name, you're only going to trade within. Okay? So number one is that since everybody wants to scale up, ask yourself, do you have a registered company that meets the criteria? That's one. Number two is that in that your registered company, make sure that your MEMAT says that you are going to do exports. If your MEMAT did not say that you are going to do exports, any PC is not going to issue you export license. I hope we know what I mean by MEMAT. Memorandum of Article of Association. That's the one of the documents in your registration with CAC that will state what you intend to do with the company that you're registering. So it's important that we understand these two basic things. Now, if you have a registered company, for you to be able to do that, then you first register a TIN. Presently, FRS has made it a bit flexible by submitting your necessary documentation for CAC, and when it is coming out, it comes with your TIN number. TIN is tax identification number. But in case it did not come with your CAC certificate, then you are meant to register one. So you just approach them, you fill the form, they generate them. It can even be instant, or at worst, in 2-3 days, you have your TIN. Now, why do I go through this process? Somebody asked the question concerning not seeing SMEs in trade portal. Someone will ask, what is trade portal? You cannot do a legitimate export or import without going through the trade system. The trade system is the system that government has made that you must go through to show evidence of your exports. In that trade system, you do your normal documentation, and it will be approved by the agency that government has approved or saddled with the responsibility of approving that. And there's one agency that is in charge of non-oil exports. That's Neroli. How many of us know Neroli? So you can't do exports. You can't go through the trade system portal without going through Neroli. Neroli is called the PIA. Okay, that's their responsibility. So we need to understand that. Now, why are these things important? You use your TIN number to register for NSP. NSP is the platform for your exports and imports. Now, the government has made it compulsory that you must go through that process for you to be able to export or import. So in trade system, once you log on with your TIN number and your password, it gives you 3 windows. One is Form M. The second one is Form NSP. And the third one is Form, let me call it Form E. For invisible, you know what is called invisible? For, yes, services. You want to pay school fees, hospital bills, and all those necessary things. That's where you go through. So you need to understand that this is the process that you must follow for you to be able to do that. So by the time you go in there, you fill your Form NSP. Form NSP will require you that you upload your NEPC certificate. That's the export license that you need. So you must upload it there. Then for every product, there's what is called HS code. That's harmonized system. For every product, no matter how minute that product is, it has what is called its HS code. Even for product differentiation, for example, you have, let me use charcoal for instance. There is normal charcoal, there is bamboo charcoal, there is coconut charcoal. All of them don't have the same HS code. All of them, yes, they are charcoals, but they have different HS code. Why is HS code very important? HS code is very important because it determines your tax rate for that product. Okay? For you as an exporter, you may not understand it. But those things that customs are going to ask you to pay for forwarding, that HS code determines the charges. Then for the buyer at the other side, that HS code determines the rate of clearing, that is the clearing charges that is going to pay at the other side. Because there are items that are tax-free, there are ones that are 5%, there are ones that are 10%, there are ones that are 20%. Educational materials are free, so the HS code will always bring out that you don't pay anything if you're importing it or exporting it. But when you come to certain other materials, there are 5%, some are 10%, then luxury goods are 20% and above. So HS code is very important because it makes you identify the particular product that is necessary. So I need to go through this so that while you're preparing all these things, you know them. So on NSP form, it will require you that you state the correct HS code. It will require that you state the quantity that you are exporting. It will require that you state the standard of that quality. It will require that you show details of that because even the buyer will also be indicated. So you will show all these things, then you will upload them. When you upload them, it goes to the PIA. PIA are the inspection agents. Now, the inspectors are supposed to visit where those products are and confirm between what you imputed and what they are seeing. Now, that will enable them to approve or reject it. They will also consider the price in the international market vis-a-vis the price that you have quoted. At a point, they were trying to promote an electronic price window verification, which gives you plus or minus 2.5, which didn't work. Of course, by now they've jettisoned it. But you need to understand that these things are being monitored because they will either approve it or reject it. When it's approved, it goes to your bank. Your bank will approve. It goes to CBN. CBN will approve. It returns to your bank before you pay your next charges. And you pay other charges before your CCI will come out. What is CCI? Clean Certificate of Inspection. Now, they have already automated this CCI that when it is approved, it will appear in the customs desk for customs to be able to approve and give you SI. SI is shipping instruction for you to take to shipping line or airline for them to be able to carry out the export. So we need to understand the process for this documentation. Without those things, the shipping line or the airline will not be able to carry your goods when you're dealing on commercial basis. So let's understand the basic principle. So now that takes us to the basic documents that is required for your export. Number one is your bill of lading. Now, this bill of lading is generated by the shipping line. When the SI is submitted, the documentation is already done and you are submitting SI to the shipping line. Then the shipping line will process it and issue you what is called the draft bill of lading or white copy. Now, this draft bill of lading will be able to give you the schedule of the vessels that your container or whatever is going to be loaded to. So you have an idea of when that they are loading your container under normal circumstance. Now, on the date the vessel will arrive, will be there, and the vessel's departure date will also be there. So when the vessel arrives, under normal circumstance, because there are a lot of abnormal things happening in our shipping lines, that they could short ship and do so many other things. But given that everything is working out based on plan, they will load to vessel. When your container is loaded to vessel, within 2-3 days, if you have made your necessary payments, all payments, you are supposed to receive your original bill of lading. This bill of lading comes in quadruplicates. It has 4 pieces. 3 is original, 1 is duplicate. Now it's supposed to come to you. That's the basic document. Now, this bill of lading shows that you have a container in the vessel that is leaving or that has departed. Now, this is what you are supposed to send to your buyer. But bill of lading can also be interchanged with or is / teles release. I will mention it in passing. Under electronic documentation, I will stress more on teles release because it's an alternative to bill of lading. For instance, if you demanded for bill of lading from your shipping line and they issue to you, suddenly the buyer says, no, I don't need bill of lading, I need telex. You have to return the bill of lading and they will cancel it before they issue you teles release. So if they don't cancel the bill of lading issued to you by returning it back to the shipping line, they won't issue you teles release. So 2 of them is an alternative to each other. So that's the first document that you need. The second one is your commercial invoice. There's a difference between pro forma invoice and commercial invoice. Who knows the difference? Okay, can you help us? Microphone. So I want to, so that, because this is the real thing. All the things you have learned, if you don't know what we are talking about now, you will not be able to do the business. So you just have a knowledge and it's not implementable. Okay, tell us the difference between pro forma and commercial invoice.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
So, pro forma invoice is the invoice you issue or that is issued to you on an initial order. So, when an order is placed, that is the invoice, the kind of invoice you would receive, a pro forma invoice. And after the transaction has been made and the goods are being shipped or have been shipped, you then get an invoice. So that is the difference. So pro forma is at the point of order, and invoice is what you get at the point of shipment.
Thank you very much. Pro forma invoice is a pre-shipment document, while commercial invoice is a post-shipment document. There are differences between pre-shipment and post-shipment. Pre-shipment, you may discover that, oh, he said ship 5 tons, ship 10 tons. In the course of your consolidation or stuffing, you discover that the container could not take the 10 tons. It took 7 tons. In your pro forma invoice, you wrote 10. In your commercial invoice, you're going to write 7. Because the bill of lading that was issued to you has a detail. The detail it has is the 7 that you shipped. The packing list, I'll come to packing list, we have the same 7 that you shipped. So your commercial invoice is going to show 7, not 10 that was in the pro forma invoice. So pro forma invoice is usually a pre-shipment, while commercial invoice is a post-shipment. So it's necessary that we understand that. So commercial invoice is very important. Why is it important? In commercial invoice, it's going to capture the container number, which was not in your pro forma invoice. Because at that time, you don't have a container. You've not been able to assemble the goods, process the goods, or load to container when you issued the pro forma invoice, because it's at a request. You issue that at an order. But now you are doing this as post-shipment. So it will carry the required tonnage. It will carry the container number. It will carry the buyer's details, email that is reachable, phone number that is reachable, tax identification number of the buyer. It will also showcase your selling price, whether it is FOB, CIF, or CFR. I hope we understand those terms. I will explain them under contracts so that you understand what it is. So it will carry all those details. Then sometimes, because there are times you do consolidation, you have more than one item in a container. And if you have more than one item in the container, your commercial invoice will specify the items with the tonnage and their prices, and you will tabulate the total price. So it will show you that detail that you need. Then on your commercial invoice, your account number, company name, address, verifiable address will be there. Now, there's something that I need you to know. In terms of NSP, there is an account. You know, what we do like right now is that if you have a corporate account, you open, they call it non-SP account. That non-SP account is an account you open in the bank. Then you are able to receive inflow into that account or send an outflow from that account. But that's not an NSP account. Once you open an NSP, that's your inflow is not going to go into that your non-SP account. It must go into an NSP account. Now, the funny part of the NSP account is that you cannot go to that NSP account and withdraw cash from that account, because government has a regulation that any money that comes into your NSP account is either going to be sold to the bank or issued or sold to someone who has a valid FOMEM. What is valid FOMEM? There are categories of goods that the federal government have listed that if you want to import these ones, you can source for funds from us. But outside these ones, you cannot get funds from them. You can't get FX from them. So those ones that are listed are called valid FOMEM. FOMEM is what you open when you want to receive, when you want to export, when you want to import, sorry. FOMEM is open when you want to import. So those valid FOMEM are those ones that are legitimate or recognized by government that we will give you FX to import these ones. So you can only sell to them or sell to the bank. But thank God for today, there's a bit of liberalization in the market that you can get to sell them in I&E windows. I&E windows is our import and export windows that are close to the parallel market rate since the Naira has been floated. So it gives you ability to manage or maneuver your selling price. So we need to understand these intricacies. Now the next thing is your packing list. Your packing list is the document that shows the quantity, the quality. There's a lot of descriptions in your packing list because that's going to show the details of what you packaged. The way they are packaged, the way the quantity that is packaged, the net weight as against the gross weight. You know that there are some items that maybe you are using, you pilot your loading. There's a time government even said that for every item that you are going to export, they must be palleted. You know what is called pallets? You load into the pallets so that the forklift can take it and move it into the container, and it's also easy for forklift to bring them out. So if you are palletizing, now it means that you have a difference between your gross weight and your net weight. Even in your packing, like you're packing cashew nuts, RCN, that's the raw cashew nuts, is packed in jute bags. If you check your jute bags, it has weight. So you would know that there's a difference between your net weight and your gross weight. And you're issuing invoice on your net weight, not on your gross weight. Then the packing list will show your net weight and also show your gross weight so that they'll be able to know the difference between them. So your packing list will show the details. Even if you have 5 items in that container, your packing list will describe them, describe how they are packaged. If the carton is 10 kg, it will describe them. If they are loaded in a carton, it will describe them. If they are loaded in jute bags, it will describe them. If they are loaded in PP bags or laminated bags, it will describe all of them in your packing list. And you'll be able to show the details of your transaction. Okay? Now, we have what we call certificates of origin. Now, this certificate of origin is related to traceability that they have been talking about. Now, let me explain what traceability is all about. When you talk about traceability, it's expected that if, let's assume soya bean is found in somewhere in Netherlands, they can trace the soya bean found in Netherlands to the farmer in the village who planted and harvested it. That's traceability. Now, certificate of origin tends to show that, oh, this is Nigeria origin. Because there are certain buyers that will tell you that this product he wants Nigeria origin, he wants Ghana origin, he wants Sudan origin, he wants Senegal origin or Cote d'Ivoire origin. For some of us, by the time we start dealing into that, you understand that, like especially sesame seed, some will tell you they want Sudan origin or Nigeria origin. For cashew nuts, you know, because of the region of West Africa, some start earlier than others. Our cashew nut season is rounding off, but Cote d'Ivoire is just starting, yes. So they will tell you that what they want is Cote Côte d'Ivoire origin. Now, the difference is that now, our quality, or the best quality cashew nut you will find here, is in the range of 46 KOR. KOR is what you use to graduate the quality of cashew nuts. So it's in the range of 46 KOR, but in Côte d'Ivoire, you'll be finding 52 KOR. But, so the higher the KOR, the better the quality. But back in February, we have 52 KOR as well. But as the rain comes, the quality continues to drop because of moisture, decays, and storage. So that's what happened. So now, the certificate of origin will tell you where it originated from. So if you're shipping to someone in Vietnam, cashew nuts, if you are shipping today, and you say it is Nigeria origin, he has his mind on what quality that is coming, between 45 and 46. But if it's coming from Côte d'Ivoire today, he has his mind between 50 and 52. So certificate of origin is very important because it works in conjunction with traceability so that you'll be able to know where the commodity originated from. Okay, then we have what we call other certificates. I want to mention them in group, like phytosanitary certificates. I think they've mentioned them here a lot. We have what we call, I'm seeing time up. I've not started anything. Okay, let me quickly not explain them. Phytosanitary certificates, we have health certificates, we have quarantine certificates, we have fumigation certificates, we have so many other certificates. Those certificates, the essence is for you to know that those things were carried out in the course of the processing. To tell you that, oh, best standards were adhered to. Even analysis certificate. Analysis certificate is usually done by SGS, Global View, or some other agencies that are certified to do such analysis. So that will also tell you the standard and the quality of the product. Okay, these are, okay, you can have maybe custom declaration, which is not very important. Those are the basic documents that are required for your export documentation. Now that takes us to other things that we need to talk about, like your payment terms. I don't want to use the word they use there. They just mentioned letter of credit. Letter of credit is one of the payment terms that you can use in international business. Now, nobody had ever told you about contracts, about only when they were discussing here, they were saying, don't go, as it is in the local scene, is also in the international scene. So don't get yourself involved in a contract that keeps you at the receiving end or at the losing end. Now, what happens? For every transaction that you're going to do, there's a contract that you are going to initiate that will spell out all the nitty-gritties for that transaction. It will spell the quantity, spell the quality, spell the price, spell everything that is necessary, and spell out your payment terms. Now, there are so many payment terms. Then shipping terms. Let me say shipping terms before I go into payment terms. Shipping terms, there are four, but basically they use three for shipping terms. You have FOB, you have CIF, you have CRF. FOB is the commonest that we used to hear, is freight on board. Now, what it means is that you are responsible for procuring the commodity, local transport to the port, and forwarding. Your matter ends there. That's where your business ends. But when it tells you CIF, now you have taken responsibility that you procure the goods, you pay local transport to the port, you forward it, you pay for insurance, and you pay for the freight. Then if you say CRF, you've taken the responsibility that you procure the goods, you transport to port, you forward the goods, and you pay for freight. Now the question is, at the point of doing these contracts and all these responsibilities are given to you, did you look at the costs? Because if you're using a shipping line like MSC, one container to somewhere in Europe may cost you as much as between $3,000 to $4,000. What is the buyer contributing in that transaction? What is his stake in the transaction? So you need to look at it. And, first, always balance it up. So insist on FOB where you share responsibility. Why did I use MSC as an instance? MSC does what they call prepayment, or there are two types of freight payments. There's what they call freight prepaid and freight collect. MSC does freight prepaid. Now, what it means is that you must pay that freight before they load your container to vessel. That's freight prepaid or freight prepaid. But when you say freight collect, it means that at the point of, that's when the container get to the point or the port of destination, at the port of destination, freight could be paid either by you or by the buyer. So there are two different things. That also gives you an advantage or leverage for you to recoup, because most times you would have collected your money or part of your money, then paying for the freight will be easy for you. So, but if you do freight prepaid and you are doing CIF, so apart from you gathering the money for the products, you are also paying for local transport, you're also paying for the forwarding, you're also paying the freight, you're also paying the insurance. Come on. You are taking too much for yourself. So there are times you need to look away and ask questions. So in your contract, there are things that you must do. Understand the business and know or be guided by someone who will do that. You can see that a lot of them are talking about you not being paid, or your goods get there, you are not paid, then you start arbitration. Those things are things you solve with your contract. You ensure that no original document is issued to a client without getting a percentage of your payment. And when a client promises and fails, he has already reneged on your contract agreement, so you don't release your shipping documents to him. Because once you release your shipping documents to him, you have lost the ownership of the goods. But as far as the shipping document is in your hands, the goods is still yours. And you can do what they call change of consignee if he's not willing to pay. So let's understand that. So in the terms of your contracts, you will now mention what you need in your payment pattern. The first one is LC. LC is an international standard for payment for international transactions. It's a standard. What it means is that your nation or the nation of the buyer is guaranteeing with the sovereign wealth that this transaction must be paid for. Although we found lately where some LCs are fraudulently obtained and they failed. So people now begin to insist that if you must do LC, you must do confirmed LC. What is confirmed LC? Confirmed LC insists the bank of your buyer who is initiating or opening an LC on your behalf will insist that the funds for that payment be given to them before they communicate to the seller's bank. If you don't give them the money, they will not confirm that LC. So it's necessary that we understand that and we do that. Then secondly, when the LC is open or before it's open, they will send you a draft copy of the LC. It is bank to bank. Your bank will tell you that someone opened an LC on your behalf. This is the draft copy. You read through the draft copy. That draft copy must spell out what you have in your contract document. If there's a discrepancy, you return it. They amend it. If it's amended and represents what you have in your contract, then you will accept the LC. LC has usually 90 days lifespan, but for certain reasons, you are not able to implement within the 90 days. It is at the discretion of the buyer who opened the LC to extend the life, because you have tendency or you have a leeway to extend for another 90 days. But what happens? Some buyers are smart because they know that some people they open LC for did not deliver to do 2%, 1% performance bond to be sure that you perform. And the implication is that if you do a performance bond for an LC that was opened on your behalf and you did not execute, you lose your 1% or 2% funds. Why did he do that? Because he paid the charges in opening the LC, so he doesn't want to lose that. He wants to use your performance bond to compensate himself for the LC charges that he did. So we should understand how it works. So LC is the surest way for you to go, given that it's a business done in arm's length. But there is another method we call TT. I slash it with advance payment. TT is telegraphic transfer. I slash it with advance payment. Now, what do I say I slash it? You see, some of us here importing. What we do is that we send money to China before they send the goods to us, true of us. What you have done is an advance payment. And because you send it from your account or from Malam or from one BDC person to China, what you have done is telegraphic transfer and you have paid in advance. So also there are buyers that pays us in advance. I have one Indian customer that buys Blackstone flour from me. He will pay at least 20% advance before I even start packaging the goods. That's our understanding. You can increase it to any value. Now, the question I ask us is that, why is it that when we want to buy, we pay completely in advance? And when they want to buy from us, they don't pay us? Ask yourself why. The problem is because images, our Nigerian image has dropped. And we need to change the narrative. 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, some people will pay you full payment, 100%. You've not even started processing. The best payment now is that until the goods are loaded to vessel. I had to do an arbitration for a buyer in Turkey and a Nigerian person. He gave him 100% money to send goods for him. 2 years, he has not got the goods. I called the guy and said, what you're doing, you are blocking us. Because the guy blacklisted every Nigerian, including me, that is his friend, that does arbitration for him. What he told me, go and recover my money, you know him. I called the guy, I said, what you're doing is blocking us from doing business. He told me, my friend, it's not your business. It's not your money. And he's still alive, moving around. He has not done it. So these are the things that created bad images for Nigeria, and till today, you find them insisting that they will get the goods before they pay you. So let's work and improve our business relationship in the international world. Then we have what we call CAD as another instrument for payment. That's called cash against document. Please be careful with CAD. CAD works in this manner. I am a seller, you are a buyer. You inform your bank that you want to buy from me. Your bank informs my bank that you want to buy from me. Then I send you the goods and give the documents to the bank. The bank will transmit to his bank and he will pay me. But unfortunately, of late, so many things has been happening. They will ask you to release that document to the bank that his bank will pay. You will release it to your bank will forward to his bank. Meanwhile, he did not describe the transaction for his bank, telling them that it's a CAD. Then the bank will release his documents to him, he will clear the goods, and you will not get the goods. That's what Barrister Ware was talking about, that in Dubai, there are cartels in Dubai. There are more than, okay, the record he has is 25. There are about 42 companies right now that are defrauding people with products. You send goods to them. They show you their office. Even when you send for confirmation, somebody goes to their office and confirm that their office is existing, and you send products to them. They clear the products and they disappear from the office. Although Dubai government is already chasing them and publishing their names for fraudulent activities. So when you are doing cash against documents, it's called CAD, please be careful. It is better you do DP. DP is deposit document against payment. Now what it means is that before you send that document, you receive your payment before you release it. Okay, so let's understand some of these things because they are crucial and important to our well-being. Now, I want to talk about electronic documentation. Okay, so I'm rounding off with electronic documentation. Now, in electronic documentation, one of the electronic documentation is your opening of NSP. Before, that things were done manual with customs. You go to customs, when you come there, they will be carrying paper up and down, up and down. You see people walking around. For 2 weeks, they have been walking around and walking around. And they tell you, your document is on this table, is on this desk, is on this desk. Those manual things will keep your container in the port. And you have, depending on shipping line, between 12 and 14 days for free storage in the terminal. Once you exceed those number of days, they start charging you demurrage per day. So your container will be there, demurrage will be accruing. Sometimes you stay there for 3 months, calculate them for 3 months, you pay them before they give you the bill of lading. If you don't pay them, they will hold down your bill of lading. Now, those were the challenges we have before the government came up with the trade system. And that trade system is to facilitate the documentation process. Of course, when it came up, it had a lot of challenges and it was very slow. You could upload and send PIA did not see it. Even when PIA will approve, it will go to CBN. CBN, somebody in charge in CBN did not see it. You need to call them. It goes to bank. Bank did not see it. You need to call them. But now they have made it a bit seamless that once it's approved, once it's sent, it notifies the approval authority that that institution has with a text message, and equally sends you a message to your email that so and so thing has been approved. So you'll be able to follow the process when you need to call. So the process is short, and that makes it seamless up to the customs. In fact, customs resisted that implementation because it takes away, I didn't say the other ones. So what happened is that, but being that the federal government wants it automated, they had to bulge to it. So your CCI will arrive in the custom. CCI is the clean certificate of inspection, showing that all things necessary for this shipment has been observed. Now the custom needs to put their signature so that you can go to shipping line and submit your shipping instruction. So the electronic process has made things seamless. Then the next one that is very material is the bill of lading. Now, I used to pick my bill of lading and send to someone. I go there and I pay 20,000 to Korea, either FedEx or DHL, to send it to either Europe or Middle East or America. But you know what happened? I was paying 20,000 naira. The last time I talked about it, the guy in FedEx told me it is about 120,000. I said, no, I can't do that. I called the guy, I said, I'm not going to give you bill of lading. I'm going to give you telex. Telex release, like I mentioned before, is an alternative to bill of lading. Now, telex release is, I'll just call the shipping line. I have concluded my documentation. Of course, they will give you invoice to pay if there's any extra payment that you need to make. You pay them. You ask them, what I need is telex release. Within maybe, let me say 24 hours, they send you the telex release. On my phone or email, I forward it to the buyer. That's done. So why will I go for bill of lading when I can send him telex release and he has the goods released already. I wish I had more time. There are a lot of things that we talk about in this process, but from time, maybe those, you have access to me, you can take up that and chat with me one-on-one, and we take that.
Please don't go yet. Please, a round of applause. Can we appreciate Mr. Uche? So as I was just sitting there, I was thinking, this is like going to school for masters. Oh. Do you agree with me? Yeah. So I'm putting him on the spot, right? I had said to you, next steps is what I was supposed to come here and take. And I had said to you before, I think on the first day, that today is the beginning of our journey, not the end, right? And we're putting together already a schedule for several sessions. We're speaking to different people, and I'll still talk about it. But because he's here, I'm trying to put him on the spot so he can commit to us. You see these masters, we will do it too. Right? Does everyone want the masters to be done? I feel like it's a thing that we need to take over a month or so. We can do several virtual sessions where we take some of these important key documents and understand them, right? Because this time is too short to understand all of that. Are you committing to us?
Sure.
Please, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Uche. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. I imagine you're tired. Are you exhausted? Yeah, you're not exhausted. Overload. I'm here to take next steps, and I've started the next steps already. Like I said, we're putting together a schedule so that we can have sessions, most of it virtual sessions that will run from here on. And thank God we have one already on documentation so we can understand it better. On Monday, we will send you a detailed survey. It's going to be detailed, a very detailed survey. I'm seeing about 100 questions already. A lot of them are yes or no questions because we want to understand and know what you have and what you need in order for us to put something sensible together, for you. Yeah? Great. So we'll send you a detailed survey. Now, if you haven't joined the WhatsApp group, please join. It's not for us to chat. It's not like your other WhatsApp groups. It's for information. So we can pass information to you and you get it on your phone. So please don't archive it. It's not one of those ones that you archive. If someone reaches out to me, the women in the all community know this. Sometimes I get a message, oh, we need 25 women to do this. I push it on the WhatsApp group. The first 25 women who respond will get it. Some of the details that we'll need to share with you from here on will go on the WhatsApp group. Yes, I'll send emails as well, but please make sure you stay on there. No comments whatsoever. Is just for us to, communicate with you and share important information with you. Again, on next steps, by that Monday, after the survey is done, by Friday next week, we will be able to send you a schedule that shows the different sessions that you take. We're speaking to Access Bank. We're talking to FCMB, Union Bank, and some other finance organizations, Rank Capital included. Rank Capital will have their own virtual session with you where you can ask them key questions. So we're lining up all those people who say they have something for you so that you have enough time to interact with them. I'm sure you agree with me that there won't be enough time if we try to do it here. So we're trying to bring it online so you can ask your questions. It's very important that you're ready for this, right? You can see it's a bit exhausting, isn't it? When we talk about the science of trade, when you're solving a math problem, what do you get? You get the formula, right? Once you have the formula, you're able to solve the problem. For us to solve this problem scientifically, we need to get the formula, and we need you to get the formula. We need your feedback. We need you to tell us what you have and what you don't have in order to put something together that would fit each and every one of you. Some people are worried that their industries are not being mentioned. When you fill that survey, mention your industry so that we can also focus on that for you. So whatever it is that you need, you put that in. Now, the big question, I've been asked severally, oh, how are we going to select the 20 that will go to the US end of the year? We're going to the US for Select USA. If you remember, there was Select USA mentioned here yesterday. And our partners, VGG, said we're setting up a hub, and all that. We're traveling in June. We'll go to Select USA, and we'll also meet with some of the stores that we're trying to partner with for you. It is after then that we'll be able to put together the criteria, and also based on the survey and information you give us about yourself. We need to put all that together, then we can put a criteria together for selection. Of course, we'll be selecting people who are ready for the stores available, right? The stores we're speaking with. So if you have the products, we will reach out, and depending on what the program looks like, we may extend the invitation to other people who just want to travel by themselves and also do their exhibition and travel with us. But for now, I think the priority is not the 20 people who would be selected. The priority is getting yourself together in preparation for next year. We have our dates already next year. I'll give you the dates. SOT 2025 would be April 29 to May the 3rd. It's 6 days. Yeah, it's 6 days next year, and exhibition is included next year. We're not just taking this hall, we're taking the whole of Landmark next year as well. So all of these things that we're planning, your response, your timely response is important for us to put it together. See, let me tell you something, right? It is said by everybody that they want to grow. Everybody keeps saying, oh, I want this so much, I am ready, let's get it done. I hope you know that a lot of us is mouth, right? We're just making a mouth. When it's time to do the work, a lot of people don't want to do the work. So we need to mentally prepare ourselves, and we need to be patient. There are people here whose products do not even pass 1% of what, or you don't have 1% of what you need to have in order to export, but you're also shouting, I want to export, let it happen tomorrow. It will take some time. It takes building, right? It takes resilience. It takes us connecting with all those people who have NAFDAC issues. I mean, that would be part of your survey. We've reached out to them, and we'll set up certain programs for you in order to help you to get the certificates that you need. And we'll be working with Mr. Uche as well in getting all the certificates needed to have them ready for next year in that sense. But I want to plead with you. It's all dependent on you. It's dependent on you. We can bring opportunities, but if you're not mentally ready, I know some people came here assuming it's the usual conference. If by now you're still thinking it's the usual conference, we can't help you. We can't help you. If by now you're thinking, this is what they will do, and then, all those negative thoughts that we conjure up for whatever reason, if by now you're still being negative about your brand, we can't help you. Probably deliverance or something will help, but we're not the ones that will help. It's not here. We can't help you. So if we're very positive and you see all of the organizations that are backing you and they're saying, we believe in you, we believe in Nigeria, but you are being negative, then it means there's a problem somewhere. Please, I beg you, exit yourself, because you're not one of us. Please, every single thing we ask you to do it and be timely. Right? I'm sure you noticed the first day, everybody came early. By the second day, we started sleeping. I will just get there until the excuse or whatnot. Let's not use that attitude. It is, and I think, people say it's a Nigerian thing. We don't like to say it's a Nigerian thing, but it can be a Nigerian thing because really there's no repercussion for anything. People depend on begging. I will just beg them, or I will just tell them this happened. Please, it's not on this program. I'm telling you, I know I look very, calm and gentle. We're very strict. We're very strict, and we're strict for a reason. When we have a deadline, Make sure when we send you something, fill it immediately. Stop waiting for the last minute. And then when it passes, you call me and say, internet went off or something happened. No one will listen to you. And I'm telling you this ahead so that you're mentally ready as well. And please, let's keep negativity to the side. I was speaking this morning to some of our women. I was talking about the importance of being mentally ready. Sometimes, or based on some of the opportunities that will come, we need to group you together for them, right? I need positive women, people who are positive, who want to work together. You see, this collaboration we've been talking about, for a lot of us, is mouth. I hope you know that. Who agrees with me? It's mouth, though. People just say, yeah, I'm ready to collaborate. When we bring you together, that's when you start seeing true colors. There are some funding opportunities that in order to unlock, we have to group you. So get ready to be grouped. If you don't want to be grouped, then you have to, find your way. You exit. All right? So please, open your minds up. I want to thank you especially for showing up. For those who showed up every day, I am so proud. I'm so happy because it feels special to, dream something and say, yes, we're going to do it. But if you didn't show up, there's no how we would have, been here or done that. We asked everyone to come early today, and there were some 20 people who came early. If you were part of the 20, can you raise your hands? Can you come forward? No, if you were notified that you were part of the 20, if you were told, not that you just assume you came early. Come forward, please. This is everyone, right? Please, can we put our hands together for them? Put our hands together properly for them. Thank you so much for showing up. I have spoken to Barrister Ware and Dr. Olori and the US government reps, and we'll be inviting you to Lagos Continental on Saturday for dinner. We want to sit with you, hear about your businesses, give you some advice, and see how we can help you further with your businesses. So we'll invite everybody. You get the information from Amina. We're doing it at 6 o'clock on Saturday at the Lagos Continental Hotel at the Chinese restaurant on the 2nd floor. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. Also, there were people who came from outside Lagos. The lady who came from Ilorin, are you still here? From Kwara State, please come here. Would like to offer you a flight ticket back to fly back to Ilorin. Anybody else? Someone came from Enugu. Are they gone? Yes, please come. Would like to offer you a flight ticket back as well, back to your state, just to encourage you and say thank you for showing up. Thank you for being different, for showing up. Ibadan. Oh, Ebonyi. Is there flights to Ebonyi? We'll pay for it, for Ebonyi. And then I have Ibadan here. For those who came from Ibadan, we'll give you 100,000 each towards your flights, towards your travel. How many Ibadans do we have now? How many Ibadans? So if you, as you're here now, where is Amina? Where is Amina? Please, from Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt will pay for flights back. So let us, please go with Aminat. Let Aminat register. Ogun State will give you 100,000. Yeah. Yeah. Ondo? Yes. Aha. And then, please, don't join if you're not from outside here. We will know. We'll check the records. Pardon? Mainland. Those who came from mainland, God bless you. I have Mama Twins here, right? Where is she? Mama Twins will bless you and your baby with 100,000 just to encourage you and say thank you for coming. Somebody came with their 2-month-old. Who came with their 2-month-old? Can we see? Come forward with the baby. Come forward. Please, a round of applause for her. A round of applause for her. For me, this is resilience. This is what we're talking about, right? We saw her earlier waddling to the back. We're like, please don't give birth yet, too. And that's, God bless your baby. Baby boy, girl? A girl. She's so beautiful. Yeah, we'll bless yourself and your baby with 100,000. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. Please go that way as well. Go to Aminat. We'll get, Amina, please get everyone's account details so we can do this and just support everyone here. We love resilience. Thank you so much. Thank you for showing up. Please keep showing up, okay? Keep showing up. Thank you very much. I'm honored. Thank you.
The best has been reserved for the last. Dearest gentle readers, all my brethren from the mainland, I am glad to announce to you that we are presenting to you prayers for Johnny Mercy's back home. All right. Please, just a few announcements, and then, like I promised earlier on, if you still want to showcase your products, we'll allow you come to the back. I see that the line is getting longer. Some people that came from Akute, they will say they are from Ogun State. God knows your house address. Some people from Ajangbadi, they will say they are from Ogun State. All right, ladies, please listen very carefully. If you can help to take people in your car, let's carpool. Back to the mainland, if you are going outside of Lagos, they are getting money already, so we shouldn't carry them. We want to thank our online audience. Thank you for staying very attentive to the very end. We love you. Please follow Accent Studio. Don't forget. Follow Dr. Inya. Follow Dr. Olori Boyajayi. Follow all our speakers. Follow Shola_Adeshaki. And of course, please join the WhatsApp group so that you can get more information. We pray that the Lord will keep us to see next year's conference in good health. You will be here. You will not be missing. Your business would have gone 100x up. Your family will be kept. Your business will increase. You will grow from strength to strength. If you have not made your first 1 million, you would have made many millions. If you have not made your first 1 billion, you will make your first billion. If you have never traveled, you will travel before next year. And if you have not built a house, you will build your house before next year. Those who would like to buy their cars, you will bring your car next year. We love you and we are rooting for you. God bless you. If you still want to showcase your products, you can come to the front and talk to us about it. God bless you. Johnny Mercy's back home. If you want to register your US business, don't forget to go to the Smart Stewards booth there. We will be having a webinar next week to explain how the US business registration works. Please make sure you put down your name. If you would like to register your business in the US, we have a webinar next week. Make sure you put down your name for it. Any other announcements, we will communicate to you on the group. Feel free to take photos, tag us on your stories, tag us on your pages, talk about the signs of trade. God bless you and keep you. Thank you. I am taking photos, $100 per photo. Thank you. Media, music. Or do you want to talk about your programs or your products? Please come forward, come forward. Come and talk about your products, please.
Do you mind sitting on our board?